Chapter 1, The Plot Collapses, Start Again. The coast of the East China Sea. Several incredibly luxurious villas are scattered around, supporting something like stars. In the middle of the villa complex, there is a villa that is much more luxurious than them, standing there. Can you imagine the status of someone who owns a villa in this location? This is not just something that only the rich can do. Several luxury cars were parked in front of the villa. From time to time, beautiful maids carrying fruit trays walked by. Eventually, these beautiful maids carrying fruit trays entered the living room. In the living room, a young man was quietly watching the scene. He had fair skin and delicate features, not to mention his deep, penetrating eyes, which made it impossible to read what was going on in his mind. His handsome face, expensive suit, and gleaming Patek Philippe watch on his wrist made people think of the phrase rich, handsome, and talented at first glance. A hot maid, with a hot body, looked at the man with admiration, and then carefully fed the cherry tomatoes to the young man's mouth with a toothpick. The young man's mouth opened slightly, and he ate the cherry tomatoes. His gaze did not linger on the maid, however. Seeing this, the maid felt slightly disappointed, but she did not dare to linger for long. After feeding the young man a cherry tomato, she hurriedly stepped back, and the next maid stepped forward. Behind her, the maid saw that it was her turn and her face brightened with joy. But just as she was about to step forward, the man in front of her spoke. "Put everything down and you can go." The voice was not loud, but the words were not to be disobeyed. Many maidservants put down their fruit plates and left the villa. At this time, the young man also asked somewhat doubtfully, "Why can't I go back yet? Didn't you say that as long as I finish the plot, I can go back to my original world?" Qin Feng had traveled through time and gone to the world of a novel, becoming the villain, the rich and handsome guy. This novel is actually the return of the warrior god novel in the real world. According to the system, he only needs to complete the plot to return to his own world. But unexpectedly, after completing the plot once, he returned to the beginning. As soon as the words fell, a mechanical voice suddenly came from his mind. Ding, due to the outstanding performance of the host, not only did he kill the protagonist, but also made all the heroines fall in love with you, causing the entire world to collapse, so the host cannot return. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but be stunned. If the protagonist dies, I can't go back? In his previous life, even though he knew the plot, he never followed the original plot. However, he was also careful in every way, but who would have thought that this protagonist was so unpredictable, and he accidentally got him killed? Is that the reason why I can't go back? Ding, the death of the protagonist is not the key. After the death of the protagonist, a series of chain reactions caused the world to encounter a crisis and collapse. Therefore, the host needs to start over again. Ah! Qin Feng was dumbfounded. There's a chain reaction? The world is in crisis? In other words, this protagonist must be left behind? Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. But why didn't you tell me this before? Ding, you didn't ask. Qin Feng wanted to swear, as the system, do I, the host, need to ask these things? Are you a system that is so incompetent? In the end, Qin Feng sighed. It seems that I have to go through the plot again. Obviously, it is useless to scold the system, I have to go through the plot again to return to my own world. Just as Qin Feng was thinking this, a middle-aged man's voice came over the intercom next to him. "Young master, Pei Qianzi is asking you to meet her tonight. Prepare a car, young master, I'm going out." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was not at all surprised. Instead, he spoke casually, as if he didn't care about anyone. Because in this world, this was his persona. Except when he was wooing Su Ruoxue, the main female character of this book, he was like a dog-licking loser, and at other times, he was always arrogant. Since he was going to walk through the story again, this persona must be maintained. If the character breaks down, who knows if he can ever return to his world? The butler on the side seemed to have long been accustomed to this scene, and after answering, he silently retreated. Qin Feng stood up and straightened his clothes a bit. Thinking about the developments to come, he couldn't help but get a headache. It's starting all over again from day one. Tomorrow is the day Su Ruoxue will reject him harshly, but before that, he still has to meet Pei Qianzi. Pei Qianzi, a well-known local underworld boss. It's not bad for a woman to have reached this point, but after all, she is a woman, and there are still some deficiencies in handling many things. So she had to ask this rich and powerful villain to help her out. I did help, but precisely because of this, it has become a stain on me. As a result, the protagonist later directly used this to his advantage to undermine himself, not to mention using it to get in touch with Pei Qianzi and use the protagonist's advantages to catch up with her. Gee, this Pei Qianzi seems like a slut all the time, but who would have thought that this woman is a virgin? But also, if you hang out in a place like this and you're a virgin, I'm afraid there must be a lot of people under you who have other ideas about her. I seem to remember that the protagonist said something like, "I will protect you and your power in the future," and then she was completely devoted to him? Ha ha, such a cheesy line, and he was still able to get the girl. The people in this fictional world are really brainless, worthy of being brainless little white articles. Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something happy, and his mouth slightly rose. But never mind, who else is the protagonist? As the young master of the Qin family, I, as a villain, should do my job well and let the protagonist show off. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Feng tidied his clothes a bit and planned to go out. What he didn't know was that in a bar in the center of Donghai City, a woman in a red dress who looked incredibly enchanting was listening to everything he had just thought. Pei Qianzi looked around in shock. Who's talking? She's a virgin. She didn't dare tell anyone about this. Just as the voice said, if they knew she was a virgin, then she wouldn't be able to continue hanging around here. The voice seemed to be surrounding her, but there was no one else around her. In shock, she couldn't help but think about what was said in the words just now, and she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The young master of the Qin family? It's him? Chapter 2, Something's Not Right About the Painting. In the dimly lit bar, the lights kept flickering. The deafening music blared. A large group of young men and women were shaking to the music in the bar. There was a small room at the back of the bar. The room was pink, red, and white, and at a glance it looked like a little girl's favorite. At the door of the room, a burly-looking young man, frowning, knocked on the door and asked at the door, "Big sister, what's wrong?" Pei Qianzi, who had been shocked, immediately straightened up when she heard this and said in a gentle tone, "It's nothing, go back to what you were doing." Looking at the door suspiciously, the young man said, despite his doubts, "Yes." After the young man left, Pei Qianzi's face once again showed the shock she had felt before. That voice was clearly not an illusion. But why could she hear that voice? Was the world of the novel just a world written by someone else, and was she just a character in someone else's writing? But what was Qin Feng's identity? Why could she hear his voice? What role did he play in this world? Too many doubts came to her mind, but she knew that she probably wouldn't get any answers now. Everything would have to wait until Qin Feng arrived. Her hands, which were holding the wine glass, began to tremble. If someone entered the room again, it would be obvious that she was restless. Whether or not this world was a world of fiction, the fact that she was a virgin was something that no one was allowed to know. It's not that she's not interested in men and women, but because she's an orphan, she's always been climbing the ladder for power, and she simply hasn't had time to think about such things. I don't know how long it took, but then there was a knock on the door. "Big sister, Qin Feng is here." "I know, bring him in," Pei Qianzi said indifferently, while the young man's pupils suddenly contracted. "Come here? Enter the room? What? No?" Pei Qianzi raised her eyebrows in query. The young man immediately waved his hand and said, "No, no." After that, he closed the door and walked out, still looking curiously at himself and muttering, "That's strange, doesn't Big Sister usually never let anyone into her room? Why has she changed her mind today?" Not to mention guests, even if they, her subordinates, wanted to report something, they would have to do it at the door. I didn't expect Big Sister to actually let Qin Feng go straight into the room today. However, the young man seemed to have thought of something, and a relieved expression appeared on his face. It seems that this time our crisis is not ordinary. In his opinion, this is Pei Qianzi asking for Qin Feng's help. Otherwise, how could she let this useless second generation enter the big sister's room? Without thinking anymore, the young man walked straight towards the back door of the bar. At this time in the bar, many men and women were still dancing ecstatically, while some of the women had already set their sights on the door. One was Qin Feng, who looked incredibly handsome. The other two were Qin Feng's butler and part-time bodyguard. Qin Feng's appearance suddenly made these women a little unsure. At this time, Qin Feng was not looking at these women. Instead, he was looking at the young man who was slowly walking towards the back door. In Qin Feng's gaze, the young man slowly came to Qin Feng's front. "Our big sister invites you." "HM." Qin Feng nodded and said to the butler behind him, Wait here for a moment, I'll be right out. Upon hearing this, the butler behind him was shocked. Young master, don't you need us to follow? Usually, they just follow Qin Zhan's orders to protect Qin Feng, and Qin Feng takes them everywhere with him. Although this bar is so small, if something happens, they can't bear Qin Zhan's wrath. No, just talk about something. You're so slow, just wait for me in the car. But. Seeing Qin Feng's displeased expression, the butler had to suppress the words in his heart and not continue. Seeing the butler's silence, Qin Feng then smiled at the young man and indicated. Lead the way. Please. The young man didn't care about the exchange between the two, and he kept his face stern from beginning to end. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't bring any bodyguards, he was also a little surprised. He had to be prepared to refuse. But he didn't expect Qin Feng to not bring anyone. Not being able to use the things he had prepared, the young man simply led the way, and Qin Feng followed in his footsteps to the back door of the bar. Looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. This is wrong, why did you bring me here? Isn't this Pei Qianzi's boudoir? I remember her taking me to a private room to chat, didn't she? Why is the plot starting to change again? Qin Feng was a little confused. He knew where her boudoir was, but no one had ever entered it except the protagonist. Because of the last failure, he was planning to follow the original script this time, but the plot had already started to go awry before they even met. With doubts, he followed the young man to the door of the boudoir. The young man's face was expressionless. The leader is here. After saying that, the young man left without looking back, leaving Qin Feng standing there alone. Qin Feng took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A voice that was so soft it went right through to the bone reached Qin Feng's ears, and only then did he begin to adjust his emotions and push open the door. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Pei Qianzi, dressed in red, sitting there in an incredibly seductive pose, holding a red wineglass in her hand, giving the impression of a beautiful woman snake. Qin Feng felt as if he had been instantly captivated by Pei Qianzi. I don't know what kind of wind it is today, but how did Beauty Pei find her way here to me? Is there something going on? As he spoke, Qin Feng looked at Pei Qianzi with a greedy expression on his face, as if he was going to get her into bed the next second. Okay, Pei Qianzi is going to hate me. By then, when Su Ruoxue rejects me, she can justifiably stand on the side of the protagonist and hate me. With the same greed on his face, Qin Feng took step after step towards Pei Qianzi. It really is him. Before, I wasn't sure if it was Qin Feng's true thoughts, but now it seems that it is most likely the Qin Feng in front of me. Pei Qianzi almost applauded for Qin Feng as she watched his performance. If she hadn't been able to hear Qin Feng's voice, she would have really thought that Qin Feng was a useless second-generation rich kid. Although she was thinking this, her smile did not diminish, and she pointed to the sofa next to her and said with a smile, Sit. Okay. Qin Feng smiled and prepared to sit down, but just as he reached halfway, he stopped. He stared with wide eyes, looking at Pei Qianzi in front of him with disbelief. What's going on? Why is the painting style a bit off? Chapter 3, Is there something wrong with the heroine? The plot has already been played out once. He knows Pei Qianzi very well, and he understands even better what kind of person Pei Qianzi hates in front of her. A person who has accomplished nothing, who only knows to rely on the waist at home, and who only thinks with the lower half of the body. He already has the first two things, and in order to prevent accidents, he has not even let go of the third thing. But at this time, you shouldn't be angry, and then you hold back your impatience, but you need something from me, and in the end you have to compromise? At that time, I will take advantage of the situation and take advantage of you, and then you will refuse to give in, and in the end, I will have no choice but to help you again, and we will not make any substantial progress. All of this was a script that Qin Feng had already thought of a long time ago, but what do you mean by smiling all the time? Are you playing around? In front of her, Pei Qianzi did not speak after hearing the truth, but instead lifted her wineglass and looked at Qin Feng with a smile on her face. As Qin Feng had thought, if there had been no accident just now, she would have probably followed Qin Feng's rhythm. However, after learning that Qin Feng was just pretending, she became a little curious. If she didn't cooperate, how would Qin Feng continue? Thinking about this, Pei Qianzi's smile on her face couldn't help but become a little playful. At this moment, Qin Feng's head was spinning. What should he do if Pei Qianzi didn't follow the script? Is it possible to continue cooperating? Although it is only a revision of the details, it may not necessarily affect the plot later. But what if? If Pei Qianzi doesn't hate me because of this hatred, then if the plot goes wrong, won't I have to start again? Never mind, since you're not cooperating, I'll take the initiative. While thinking, Qin Feng lazily sat on the sofa, glanced at his watch, frowned, and said, I said, what is the matter that you asked me to come over this time? While talking, Qin Feng's gaze occasionally glanced at Pei Qianzi's beautiful legs, as if he wanted to see the scenery under the skirt, showing the image of a playboy vividly. Not only did Pei Qianzi not get angry, but she also cooperated very much by spreading her legs a little. As if she wanted Qin Feng to have a good time watching. Damn, what does this woman mean? Qin Feng hurriedly turned his head. Although he had been with Pei Qianzi in a previous life, he had never noticed this scene from today. Could it be that the plot had gone through again and there was a deviation? Pei Qianzi saw everything when Qin Feng turned his head. She was more and more certain that Qin Feng's image of a playboy was completely intentional. However, thinking about the problem she had encountered, she put away the smile on her face, put down her wineglass, and said to Qin Feng, I've come to ask for your help, young Master Qin. My dear old swan, the plot is finally on the right track. Qin Feng sighed inwardly, raising an eyebrow. Oh? Asking for my help? What's the matter? Pei Qianzi felt that Qin Feng was a pity for not becoming an actor, looking at him as if he knew the answer. But after a bit of complaining, she still told him what was going on. The Hong family, does young Master Qin know about it? I know a bit, go on. The Hong family, of course he knows about it. A villain like him, but this villain is much more miserable. After all, this villain is still the protagonist's stepping stone, and he can still survive to the end. As for the Hong family, Hong Yinghao has always wanted to recruit Pei Qianzi, but with my help at the beginning, he naturally failed. Afterwards, Pei Qianzi became the protagonist's woman, and she was even more directly destroyed. The reason Pei Qianzi looked for herself this time was that Hong Yinghao had been pursuing Pei Qianzi without success and wanted to use force. The strength of the Hong family is not much different from Pei Qianzi, but recently the Hong family has embraced the Chen family's thigh, causing Pei Qianzi to retreat step by step, with an offensive that is vaguely unstoppable. In addition, he is a spoiled brat who only thinks with his lower body, which caused Pei Qianzi to find him and want to use him to fight against the Hong and Chen families. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Pei Qianzi knew that he was pretending to be ignorant, but she still told him everything. The Hong family has been at odds with me because Hong Yinghao has been courting me and I have always rejected him. Well, I know that. Qin Feng nodded with a nonchalant expression. This is no secret in Donghai. But just in case, Qin Feng added. But I remember that the Hong family and you were not that different, so how could you not be able to stop them? Originally, it was just the Hong family, but recently, they have joined forces with the Chen family. The Chen family, as you probably know, Master Qin, is a large family from the capital. As she spoke, Pei Qianzi looked at Qin Feng in front of her with pitiful eyes. At the sight of her, Qin Feng was a little surprised and his eyes widened. The Chen family? They're here too? That expression was as if he had no idea that the Chen family had come to Donghai. Keep pretending. Pei Qianzi suppressed the urge to scold in her heart and still kept a smile on her face as she said. Yes, so there was no choice but to find you, young Master Qin, to ask for your help. After all, I am a weak woman. Looking at the pitiful Pei Qianzi in front of her, although Qin Feng knew that she was pretending, he still said with some difficulty on the surface. The Chen family is a formidable force, and even my father has a slight headache dealing with them. Qin Feng was not lying when he said this. Although his family was very powerful, dealing with the Chen family from the capital was still a bit tricky. However, having said that, Qin Feng's tone changed, and he looked at Pei Qianzi with a greedy face and said, But this favor is not impossible to help. Pei Qianzi looked at Qin Feng in front of her and asked knowingly, I wonder how the young master of the Qin family can help a little woman. That is naturally. Saying this, Qin Feng moved closer to Pei Qianzi. A pair of lewd hands reached directly for Pei Qianzi's charming calves. Come on, kick me, feel disgust for me. According to the normal plot, Pei Qianzi should have kicked Qin Feng hard, and then Qin Feng got angry, and then he was defeated by Pei Qianzi, who couldn't get what she wanted. In the end, Pei Qianzi had to appease Qin Feng because she needed his help, saying that she wasn't ready yet. In the end, she had no choice but to frequently come into contact with this woman, using her status to deter the Chen family. With this in mind, Qin Feng did not hesitate to touch her. As soon as he touched her calf, Pei Qianzi's whole body froze. Although she heard Qin Feng's heartbeat, no man had ever come so close to her before, not even in her bedroom, let alone touching her at such a close range. Pei Qianzi, who was extremely uncomfortable, wanted to confront Qin Feng at this moment. She didn't want to continue playing anymore. She knew that if she continued, something might really go wrong. But when she was about to speak and reveal Qin Feng's true feelings, she found that she simply couldn't open her mouth. What was going on? For a moment, Pei Qianzi was terrified. Chapter 4: Forcing the plot to make sense. She let Qin Feng enter her room and get so close to her because, firstly, she did have something to ask Qin Feng for help with. Secondly, she wanted to find out if the voice in her head was real. But now things had gotten out of her control. She wanted to find out, she wanted to know if she was really a character in a novel, just as she had heard in her head. But she didn't expect that as soon as she wanted to speak, she couldn't say a word about this. Was this because of some kind of prohibition unique to the world of fiction? Without thinking, she felt the hands on her legs hastily trying to dissuade her, but as the words came to her lips, the numbness in her legs made her face flush, and her charming eyes closed at this moment. However, what she didn't know was that when she panicked, Qin Feng was also a little surprised. A pair of hands were on Pei Qianzi's calves, and it was not right to move or not to move. "Hey, you little girl, show some reaction. If you don't kick me, how can I be embarrassed? If I'm embarrassed, you can then please me and promise me something for the long term, and in the end you'll resent me." This plot is about Pei Qianzi being disgusted by Qin Feng's own outstretched, but since they are under the same roof, she has to lower her head. Later, when the protagonist deals with her, Pei Qianzi can then go to the protagonist smoothly. Why is Pei Qianzi not reacting at all now? Turning his head to look, when he saw Pei Qianzi's blushing face, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. "Good guy. You think harassment is like a massage?" Not far from him, Pei Qianzi was also blushing when she heard Qin Feng's thoughts. She wanted to break free from Qin Feng, but she couldn't muster any strength. Pei Qianzi was motionless, but Qin Feng couldn't just stand there. Could he really just push Pei Qianzi down? Wouldn't that be similar to the last time? If that happened, the protagonist would be killed, and he would have to start all over again? No way, I will never let this happen a second time. If this continues, when will I be able to return to the original world? Thinking about this, Qin Feng's originally greedy face suddenly turned cold. What do you mean? Ha? Pei Qianzi's pretty face, which was full of blushes, couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and she looked at Qin Feng with some confusion. She didn't quite understand what Qin Feng meant. Why are your legs shaking? Could it be that you are resisting me? With that, Qin Feng angrily flung Pei Qianzi's legs onto the ground, as if she had been humiliated. Feeling her legs being put down, Pei Qianzi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But when she heard the reason Qin Feng had come up with, she couldn't help but laugh. I didn't. Pei Qianzi subconsciously wanted to explain, but Qin Feng suddenly leaned in, his eyes fixed on her. No? Then why were your legs shaking? Are you not resisting me? After all, I haven't been with other men before, so I'm not used to it. Pei Qianzi subconsciously explained. But Qin Feng's face suddenly hardened. You haven't been with other men? Are you really a virgin? As Qin Feng spoke, a look of disdain appeared on his face, giving the impression that he didn't believe a word Pei Qianzi had said. Keep pretending. Seeing Qin Feng acting like this, Pei Qianzi knew that he was putting on an act, but she couldn't expose him, so she had to cooperate with him. Pei Qianzi then lowered her head and whispered. Well, if young Master Qin wants to get me, he'll have to give me some time to prepare. Qin Feng frowned at this. But if you don't want to give yourself to me, why should I help you? I will definitely help you, but I can't help you unconditionally. After all, I can't destroy my own villainous persona of being rich, handsome, and powerful. Seeing that Qin Feng was pretending to be serious, Pei Qianzi gritted her teeth with hatred. Am I the one who doesn't want to give myself to you? You didn't even resist just now, so it's you who is afraid, isn't it? However, Pei Qianzi didn't say this out loud. Because he heard Qin Feng's thoughts, he knew that Qin Feng was not as useless as he appeared to be. On the contrary, because of Qin Feng's actions just now, he had a favorable impression of him, but at the same time, he was a little disappointed. Why didn't Qin Feng just naturally push himself over? Could it be that his own charm had declined? Before she could think much more, she saw Qin Feng, who had been silent for a long time, and couldn't help but angrily say, Why are you silent? Could it be that you still expect me to help you unconditionally? Upon hearing this, Pei Qianzi smiled and said, After all, I still have some difficulty getting past this hurdle in my heart. How about we try to get to know each other for a while first? What do you think, Master Qin? Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. The plot was finally back on track. Although it was a bit different from the original plot, at least it would allow this woman to temporarily follow him. Qin Feng pretended to think for a moment and said sternly, "Well, that's true. After all, you are also a woman." With that, Qin Feng looked at Pei Qianzi again and said, word by word, "I can handle the Chen family, but you have to go with me tomorrow." "Go with you? Go where?" Pei Qianzi was a little surprised. "Go where?" "Of course, go shopping with me, otherwise how would Su Ruoxue happen to run into us?" "If you don't go with me, how will the protagonist find you?" Although he was thinking this, Qin Feng still said in a deep voice, "Where to?" "Of course, you'll come with me for a stroll." Hearing Qin Feng's thoughts, Pei Qianzi couldn't help but feel a little curious. Protagonist? The protagonist of this world? But why would following Qin Feng lead to the protagonist? Although she had 100 doubts in her heart, she understood that she simply couldn't ask at the moment, and could only nod and agree with Qin Feng. "I understand." Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded with relief. "Then wait for news from the young master tomorrow." With that, Qin Feng stroked Pei Qianzi's chin and left with a smile on his face. On the sofa, looking at Qin Feng's departing back, Pei Qianzi didn't have time to think much before the voice in her head came again. "Ha ha ha, finally got rid of this girl. Tomorrow is the day Su Ruoxue happens to encounter me with Pei Qianzi." Then, without knowing what to do, he confesses his love, and not only does the protagonist come to the rescue, he also falls for Pei Qianzi and has feelings for her. By then, this Pei Qianzi will be completely subservient to the protagonist, just like a little woman, huh? The plot finally straightened out, but this woman is really too strange. Why didn't she react when I touched her leg? Could it be because of the reason in her boudoir that the plot has deviated? Bah, because I can hear your thoughts. Pei Qianzi cursed in her heart, and couldn't help but think of Qin Feng's words. "I will be submissive to others?" Dream on. Even if she knows that this is a fictional world and that everything is arranged by people, she, Pei Qianzi, will never be submissive to a man, and no man can control her. Chapter 5, the main female character, Su Ruoxue. Perhaps it was because she had received too much information today, Pei Qianzi basically did not sleep at all that night, and her mind kept digesting the news that Qin Feng had brought her. She was certain of one piece of news: the voice in her head was indeed Qin Feng's. But why could she hear his thoughts? Was it because this was a fictional world? What role was Qin Feng playing? Would Su Ruoxue really bump into him tomorrow? But knowing that he would be hit, why did Qin Feng go over there? Could it be that he was just trying to show off and slap the face of the so-called protagonist? But why would Qin Feng do that? For a moment, she was a bit confused about what Qin Feng was going to do. Pei Qianzi had too many doubts in her mind, but she also understood that for the time being, it was impossible to solve these problems on her own. Only with the passage of time and hearing more and more thoughts about Qin Feng's inner thoughts could she find the answers to these questions. The next day, 7 a.m. After Qin Feng finished washing up and changing into a suit with the help of his servant, he dialed Pei Qianzi's phone number. "Are you up yet? Are you up yet? You didn't sleep well last night, did you?" Although he was annoyed, Pei Qianzi still smiled faintly and said, "I just woke up." "Is Master Qin Feng up so early?" "Of course, I have things to do this afternoon. I'll give you half an hour. I'll wait for you in front of your bar." After saying this, Qin Feng hung up the phone. Today is the day Su Ruoxue rejects me. Just thinking about it makes me so excited. But that woman Pei Qianzi is wearing some pretty conservative clothes today. I still have to take her shopping for some clothes today, and then I'll run into Su Ruoxue. Qin Feng's original plan was to take Pei Qianzi for a stroll around the streets of Hong's family, but Pei Qianzi seemed to have changed her style of dressing for the first time with a man, and her pants were so long that they even covered her socks. Qin Feng didn't want to, so he took Pei Qianzi to buy clothes. Qin Feng was full of Su Ruoxue, and then dressed Pei Qianzi, a woman of wild beauty, in the cool style of Su Ruoxue. This pure and yet seductive image immediately caught the protagonist's eye. Having made up his mind, Qin Feng suddenly asked the butler to arrange for the car to depart directly. On the other hand, Pei Qianzi, who had heard Qin Feng's thoughts, couldn't help but frown. After what happened yesterday, she originally planned to dress conservatively today, but she was unwilling to be outdone, so how could she possibly do as Qin Feng wished? So she immediately found some hot clothes to wear, and then took advantage of Qin Feng's arrival to go to her dressing table to put on her makeup. Qin Feng arrived at the bar's entrance and looked at his watch. Half an hour had already passed. Just as Qin Feng was about to call Pei Qianzi, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the bar. Pei Qianzi, dressed in a black dress, had exquisite makeup on her face. If an ordinary person looked at her at this glance, they would probably be instantly amazed by Pei Qianzi. But you can only admire from afar. It was exactly the same outfit she wore to the party. Seeing Pei Qianzi dressed like this, Qin Feng was so surprised that he couldn't help but gape. He watched Pei Qianzi step by step to his car. Looking at the astonished Qin Feng in front of her, Pei Qianzi couldn't help but smile. "Young Master Qin, aren't you going to let me get in the car?" At this time, Qin Feng was sitting in the right rear seat, blocking Pei Qianzi from getting in. Hearing this, Qin Feng suddenly came back to his senses. "Get in." Pei Qianzi gracefully got into Qin Feng's luxury car. Looking at Qin Feng's long-lost expression, she couldn't help but feel a little pleased with her own attire. "Where are we going?" "Where?" Qin Feng's headache returned. "Where? How would I know?" Originally, he had wanted to take Pei Qianzi shopping for some clothes after seeing her wearing a music staff. But Pei Qianzi was dressed like that, completely ruling out that option. What was going on? Why was the plot taking another turn? Pei Qianzi almost burst out laughing at the extremely headache-inducing Qin Feng, but she eventually forced back the smile in her heart and looked at Qin Feng with a smile. That look in her eyes seemed to say, "What? So this is where the show ends?" However, Qin Feng did not notice Pei Qianzi's eyes, but instead looked her up and down. He said somewhat displeased, "I said, why are you dressed like that today?" Upon hearing this, Pei Qianzi smiled and raised her hands, turning a half circle in front of Qin Feng to indicate. "Why? Don't I look good?" "It looks good." Qin Feng frowned as he surveyed Pei Qianzi's black knee-length dress, and said sternly, "But you are now considered to be half of my woman, how can you dress so revealingly? Wouldn't that let everyone else see it?" With that, Qin Feng shouted at the butler in the driver's seat, "Let's go to the largest clothing mall nearby and buy her some clothes." The largest clothing mall nearby is on the Hong family's land. It's not far from the Su family group, and Qin Feng deliberately said that in order to make plans for the chance encounter with Su Ruoxue later. Hearing Qin Feng's order, the butler said nothing and drove the car expressionlessly. Next to Qin Feng, Pei Qianzi was stunned by Qin Feng's actions. She was wearing something too revealing, afraid of being seen by other men? Bah! Her dress was at most knee-length, so there was nothing revealing about it. Everyone else's shorts went up to the thighs, right? She knew that Qin Feng was saying this to run into Su Ruoxue by chance, but she didn't expect Qin Feng to be so stubborn and get the plot back on track. Looking at Pei Qianzi, who had been silent for a long time, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "What? Don't you want to?" Hearing this, Pei Qianzi immediately smiled and said, "Of course not. It's for the best. In the future, if you become my man, you'll have to listen to me in everything. Not to mention that at least in this 3-acre area of Donghai, no one will dare to take advantage of you. Keep pretending." Pei Qianzi was tired of watching Qin Feng's performance, but she also knew that if she wanted to solve her current predicament, she would have to rely on Qin Feng's help. "I know." After simply replying, Pei Qianzi picked up her skirt with both hands and covered her legs. Just as the two were riding in the car to the clothing mall. Su Group. In the chairman's office, Su Ruoxue was staring at her desk with a splitting headache. Since yesterday, like Pei Qianzi, she had been hearing a voice in her head. At first, she thought it was a phantom voice, but as she listened, she realized that it was not a phantom voice at all. Their world was not just a world of fiction, and she herself was the main female character. Clothing store? Qin Feng? The protagonist? This is a fictional world? Whether it is a fictional world or not, her destiny will never be in someone else's hands. Thinking about this, Su Ruoxue looked up and said sternly to the door, "Xiaoya, come in for a moment." Chapter 6 Chen Kong. As she finished speaking, a woman in a black professional suit walked in through the door. This woman was Xiaoya, Su Ruoxue's best friend and classmate from university. After graduation, she learned Su Ruoxue's identity and has been working by her side ever since, as well as being Su Ruoxue's assistant. "What's wrong, Ruoxue? Is something bothering you?" Seeing Su Ruoxue's worried expression, Xiaoya asked with concern. Nothing, I've probably been cooped up for too long and want to go out for a walk. You should go out for a walk, you've been under a lot of pressure at work these past few days, and I can see that your spirits are a bit low. Xiaoya didn't give Su Ruoxue any face at all. Because the two were on relatively good terms, they didn't usually act like superior and subordinate, but more like sisters. Where should we go? Once she had made a decision, Xiaoya asked Su Ruoxue for her opinion. After rubbing her temples, Su Ruoxue gave a forced smile. Let's go to the clothing market next door. It's about time I went shopping for some clothes. Shopping for clothes was naturally an excuse. Her real purpose was to find out if the voices in her head were real. Shopping for clothes? You already have so many clothes, why do you need more? Xiaoya exclaimed, her face full of disbelief. Your clothes have filled up several closets, do you still have room for more? Seeing Xiaoya's exaggerated actions, Su Ruoxue couldn't help but give her a blank stare. Are you going or not? Xiaoya immediately beamed and said. Yes, someone is treating, why wouldn't I go? Every time Su Ruoxue buys clothes, she'll buy a few sets for her too, so why would she refuse such a good thing? After discussing the results, Xiaoya followed Su Ruoxue out of the office. Hello, President. Hello, President. Along the way, the heads of various departments greeted Su Ruoxue, and Su Ruoxue nodded in return. However, Su Ruoxue kept frowning from beginning to end, which made Xiaoya feel a little worried. Soon, Su Ruoxue entered the elevator accompanied by Xiaoya. As soon as they entered the elevator, Xiaoya asked with concern. Ruoxue, are you really okay? Should we go back and rest for a while? No, I think I've just been under a lot of pressure at work lately. Okay. With that, the two of them arrived at the garage and slowly drove away. On the other side. After the butler drove Pei Qianzi and Qin Feng to the shopping mall parking lot, Pei Qianzi got out of the car without waiting for Qin Feng to speak. After closing the car door, the butler opened the back seat door for Qin Feng and then bent 90 degrees. Master, please. Qin Feng nodded, but just as he was about to put one foot on the ground, he froze. Someone is watching them. Due to the previous plot developments, Qin Feng had received countless rewards from the system, and his combat power was now invincible in this world. Someone was watching him, and he noticed almost as soon as he got out of the car. What's wrong? Pei Qianzi asked, a little confused. Qin Feng just stopped for a short moment before returning to normal, and laughed. It's fine, let's go into the mall. And entered the mall as if nothing had happened. And just after they had entered the mall, two young men who were drinking at a nearby store looked at each other in surprise. Was that Qin's young master next to Pei Qianzi? Of course it was, that's a Rolls-Royce, who else in Donghai would dare drive such a car if not Qin's young master? Pei Qianzi is hugging Qin's young master's thigh? It looks very much like they are intimate. Hurry up and report this to young master Hong. With that, the two of them dialed Hong Yinghao's phone number. The Hong family. Like Pei Qianzi, the Hong family is also in the underground industry, but they are much more imposing than Pei Qianzi. In the presidential suite of a 3-star hotel, two men were sitting there laughing and chatting. One of the men was 1.72 meters tall, wearing a yellow shirt and black pants. The scar on his face made it clear at first glance that he was not a good person. This person is Hong Yinghao. Next to him, the other man is slightly taller than him, wearing a white suit. Beneath the suit, his explosive muscles and deep eyes give off an extremely introverted feeling. I heard that your business has recently started to improve? The man said with a smile on his face. Hong Yinghao, who has always looked down on others, immediately showed a flattering expression on his face when he heard this. Thanks to Qin Shao, that woman Pei Qianzi dares not take any rash actions. If this continues, in less than half a month, the entire underground world of Donghai will be under the control of the Hong family. Upon hearing this, Chen Kong nodded. Well, but don't forget our previous agreement. Of course. Hong Yinghao said with a smile, but there was a sense of helplessness in that smile. This was a promise between him and Chen Kong, and it was also the key to getting Chen Kong to help. Although the Hong family had some influence in the entire East Sea, they were still quite inferior to Chen Kong from the capital. Even Hong Yinghao did not have the qualifications to speak to the person in front of him. To be able to get the Chen family's help this time was pure luck. Like him, Chen Kong also had feelings for Pei Qianzi. He even expressed his feelings in front of Pei Qianzi. However, in the end, Pei Qianzi rejected him. It was precisely because of this coincidence that Hong Yinghao was able to enlist the help of the Chen family. With Chen Kang's help, the Hong family was able to deal a severe blow to Pei Qianzi's influence in just a few days. If nothing unexpected happened, in half a month's time, he would definitely be able to wipe out Pei Qianzi's influence in one fell swoop. And without influence, Pei Qianzi was just an ordinary woman with a fiery temper in their eyes. As for giving Pei Qianzi to Chen Kang, although he also had feelings for Pei Qianzi, he was quite willing to trade a woman for the opportunity to be the Qin family's lackey. Just as he was thinking this, there was a buzzing sound from his pocket. Feeling someone call, Hong Yinghao hesitated for a moment before answering the phone. "Didn't I tell you not to call unless it was important?" "Oh no, young master, Pei Qianzi has come to our territory," and told him everything she had seen. At first, Hong Yinghao found it hard to believe that Pei Qianzi had come, and wondered if the woman was just throwing in the towel. But when he heard that Pei Qianzi had come with Qin Feng, the initial surprise on his face gradually turned into fear. He knew that this was a warning to him. Otherwise, Pei Qianzi would never have come to his territory. Chen Kang, who was standing nearby, noticed Hong Yinghao's face and couldn't help but frown. "What's wrong? What happened?" Upon hearing this, Hong Yinghao put down the phone and said with a grave face, "Pei Qianzi has come to my territory, with the young master of the Qin family." Chapter 7, First Meeting with the Heroine. In the clothing market. Although Pei Qianzi was not an ordinary little girl, she did not quite feel at home in Hong Yinghao territory. Looking at Qin Feng in front of her, who did not care about anything, she could not help but ask in a low voice, "Isn't this not very good? This is Hong Yinghao territory after all." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng glanced at Pei Qianzi, and then withdrew his gaze after just one glance. Pei Qianzi behind him also felt a slight shock. Although Qin Feng had not said anything, his look seemed to say it all. Compared to the current Qin Feng, Hong Yinghao is not just a little bit worse. If it were just Hong Yinghao, Qin Feng really wouldn't have to worry about him. "I know you don't have to worry about Hong Yinghao, but they are standing behind them is the Qin family. And I heard that Chen Kang is here this time as well, and I think he is on good terms with Hong Yinghao. The Chen family, like the Qin family, is from the capital." Although he knows that the Qin family is more powerful than the Chen family, Pei Qianzi has no idea by how much. After all, she is just a small leader in the East Sea and has no contact with this level at all. "Chen Kang? He's here too?" Qin Feng asked in surprise. Pei Qianzi felt tired when she saw this scene. She didn't believe that Qin Feng didn't know that Chen Kang was here, but she didn't expect Qin Feng to act like this. Pei Qianzi had no choice but to nod and explain. "Well, a while ago, he even came to my place and asked me to be his mistress, but I refused." "You should have," Qin Feng said, looking at Pei Qianzi, whose face was still a little pale, and consoled her. "Don't worry, what can this guy do if he's here? You just need to follow me with peace of mind." Chen Kang, of course, he knew such a person. "But I'm afraid this guy is about to die, right? Or was he killed by the protagonist in the flesh? Poor guy." As expected, not having some family background is unreliable. Unlike myself, the number one villain, who has lived from the beginning to the last chapter, that is, the ending is a bit tragic, but at least I'm still alive. It is said that after Chen Kang died, his father even became the protagonist's dog. This is too miserable. The son was beaten to death, and the father had to become the dog of the murderer. How frustrating is that? But the protagonist is really a sand sculpture, because Chen Kang and Pei Qianzi confessed and killed someone. If it weren't for the protagonist's aura, I'm afraid he would have been killed by the Chen family long ago. Sure enough, not only is the plot in this kind of novel, but even the protagonist is so brainless. Not only did Qin Feng feel this way, but Pei Qianzi, who heard his thoughts, felt the same way. Because he killed someone just because they confessed to him, this protagonist is really like a child. Although she knew that he did it for her, Pei Qianzi was not moved at all. All she felt was disgust for the protagonist. In her opinion, the protagonist was probably the only one who would do such a thing. If someone else had been so reckless, they would have long since died. She was in the business, and knew it very well. Thinking this, the two quickly arrived at a place that sold women's clothing. This is the one that Su Ruoxue often comes to. It is relatively large, and the clothes inside are all of the pure and innocent type. Qin Feng casually picked up a set from the shelf and handed it to Pei Qianzi. "Here, try it on for yourself." Seeing the clothes Qin Feng handed over, Pei Qianzi first looked stunned, and then said with disgust all over her face, "I'm not going to wear it." There's no other reason, the clothes Qin Feng handed over simply did not match his personality at all, they were exactly the kind of clothes a little girl from the neighborhood would wear. She is the leader, and wearing this kind of clothes back will make people laugh to death, won't it? Hearing Pei Qianzi's refusal, Qin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Is this a discussion with you? Seeing Qin Feng's appearance, Pei Qianzi couldn't help but laugh. For some reason, after learning Qin Feng's thoughts, she could no longer feel the slightest hatred for Qin Feng in front of her. After taking the clothes from Qin Feng's hands, Pei Qianzi felt a face full of laughter and entered the fitting room. What's wrong with this woman? Has she taken the wrong medicine? I clearly followed the plot, but why doesn't Pei Qianzi hate me? Qin Feng was a little puzzled. Since yesterday, there has been something wrong with this Pei Qianzi. Could it be that I am too overbearing as a CEO, and this Pei Qianzi likes overbearing CEOs? Should I be flirty for a while? Puff. In the fitting room, Pei Qianzi, who had heard Qin Feng's thoughts, finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, soon her pretty face was full of disdain. Who likes overbearing CEOs? For some reason, Pei Qianzi felt in her heart that Qin Feng was very cute, and her bad impression of Qin Feng in the past was also swept away at this moment. She even had the idea of teasing Qin Feng in her heart. She took off her black dress and put on the clothes Qin Feng had picked out. As soon as she walked out of the fitting room, she attracted a burst of exclamations from the shop assistants. Sir, your taste is just wonderful. When Qin Feng was choosing the clothes, she also felt that they didn't quite match. After all, Pei Qianzi's temperament was there, and they simply didn't suit the fresh and young style. But when Pei Qianzi came out, she realized that she was wrong. This Pei Qianzi, in this outfit, was simply pure and yet with a hint of sensuality. Not only the shop assistant, but even Qin Feng looked at Pei Qianzi with a surprised face. This made Pei Qianzi, who was standing at the door, blush involuntarily. However, in the end, Pei Qianzi still came to Qin Feng's side, turned around and asked with a smile. Does it look good? Qin Feng nodded upon hearing this. It looks good. It's simply a pure lust ceiling. Oh? Pei Qianzi said with a smile. If I'm the ceiling, what is Su Ruoxue? Qin Feng gave her a blank look. Is there only one ceiling in your house? Pei Qianzi was at a loss for words. However, just as Qin Feng was about to wave the waiter to pack up the original dress, two beautiful figures appeared at the door again, attracting the attention of the shop assistants. Hey, President Su is here. Hearing this, Qin Feng and Pei Qianzi hurriedly turned their heads and looked towards the door. At this time, Su Ruoxue and Xiaoyu were standing in the doorway in their work clothes. Su Ruoxue, on the other hand, looked at Qin Feng with a frown. Seeing this, Qin Feng and Pei Qianzi's bodies suddenly froze. Qin Feng was pretending, but Pei Qianzi was for real. Although they were prepared, after learning Qin Feng's true character, they felt like a third party had been caught red-handed when they were caught by Su Ruoxue. Su Ruoxue is here, what should I do? Should I act like I've been caught cheating? Should I go up and apologize first? But what attitude should I adopt? Should I be scared? Or should I just confess no matter what? I'm sure Su Ruoxue will reject me in a moment, and the protagonist should appear soon. I'm so excited. As he looked at Su Ruoxue in front of him, Qin Feng's heart once again remembered his true feelings. However, what he didn't know was that the words he had in his heart were heard by Su Ruoxue word for word. Chapter 8, Seeing Injustice. Su Ruoxue had come over this time to find out whether the voice in her heart was really Qin Feng's. At this time, she also got the answer she wanted. Hey, Ruoxue, isn't that the spoiled young master of the Qin family? Why is he here too? As she said this, she also gestured to Pei Qianzi next to her. Strange, isn't it rumored that this young master of the Qin family came to the East Sea especially because of you, and that apart from you, he is not interested in any other woman? Why did he bring a woman this time? What does it have to do with me? Because she knows why Pei Qianzi is here, and it's all because of Qin Feng's planning. Having said that, Su Ruoxue glanced at Xiaoyu and said, Are you here to buy clothes or to see this young master of the Qin family? Xiaoyu was slightly stunned on hearing this, but seeing Su Ruoxue's indifferent expression, she immediately put on a smile and said, Of course I'm here to buy clothes. Saying this, she took Qin Ruoxue's hand and walked towards the clothing store. Seeing the two walking towards him, Qin Feng suddenly signaled to the butler beside him. The butler understood and, from nowhere, handed Qin Feng a bunch of flowers. As Su Ruoxue was about to walk up to him, Qin Feng suddenly stopped the two of them from entering the clothing store. Su Ruoxue stopped slightly, and saw Qin Feng standing in front of her with flowers in his hands, looking gentle as he said, "Ruoxue, you are so beautiful today, I like you so much, will you be my girlfriend?" Damn, which idiot wrote these words? It's embarrassing, no wonder this villain can't get Su Ruoxue, how can you woo a girl like this? Although he knew that Qin Feng was not the kind of person he appeared to be, Su Ruoxue could not help but feel a little bad about this awkward confession. Seeing this, Su Ruoxue could not help but frown, and then she ignored Qin Feng and walked deeper into the clothing store. Yes, that's the right attitude. Qin Feng was ecstatic inside. Although Pei Qianzi's character was a bit crooked, Su Ruoxue's behavior was perfectly normal. Pei Qianzi, who was standing nearby, couldn't stop laughing at this scene. If she hadn't heard Qin Feng's thoughts, she would have been fooled by his actions. If he wanted to woo Su Ruoxue, why would he bring her along? And the flowers looked like they had been prepared long ago, so it was obvious that he had planned this. In an instant, all of Pei Qianzi's previous doubts were resolved. She was also a little surprised. So, the world she was in was really a world of fiction? And she, including Su Ruoxue and the others, were all characters from someone else's pen? She was not the only one who had the same thoughts as her. After confirming what she had been thinking, Su Ruoxue's mood was several times worse than Pei Qianzi's. She was someone who did not like being constrained, and knowing that her world, including herself, was a character in someone else's pen, how could her mood possibly be good? Qin Feng saw that Su Ruoxue was ignoring him directly, and hurriedly chased after her, saying, "Ruoxue, Ruoxue. Don't go, you know how much I love you. I gave up the opportunity for my father to let me go to Kyoto to get rich and came to Donghai to find you." Su Ruoxue, who was already in a bad mood, how could she possibly answer Qin Feng? She ignored Qin Feng directly, looking as if she hated Qin Feng immensely, but because of Qin Feng's background, she didn't dare to go too far. Ruoxue. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to approach Su Ruoxue again, an arm appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Qin Feng's arm tightly. "Friend, can't you tell that the beautiful woman doesn't want to talk to you? Why are you being such a pest?" Everyone present was taken aback, and Su Ruoxue also stopped in her tracks and turned to look at the person who had come. The person who came was dressed very plainly, and there was some oil stains on the simple clothes, as if he was a vendor who had just finished selling skewers. And when Qin Feng saw this person, he was overjoyed. Finally, he's here. However, a look of horror appeared on his face. "Who are you?" "A person who sees injustice in the world." Yang Lu looked at Qin Feng with a smile on his face, and with a slight force in his palm, a huge force struck Qin Feng. Feeling the tremendous force coming from the arm, Qin Feng did not even dare to use half of his strength. The martial power value given to him by the system in his previous life had not been recovered at all, and he was afraid that if he exerted any strength, he would kill Yang Luo in front of him. Subsequently, everyone saw Qin Feng, under Yang Luo's power, fly backwards directly, landing directly at the feet of Pei Qianzi. On the side, the unsuspecting store employees saw this scene and fled. Qin Feng's butler's expression suddenly changed. "Young master." As he said this, the butler directly blocked Qin Feng's path, looking at the person who had just arrived with a grave expression. "Who are you?" In that split second, the person in front of him had already struck, and without even seeing clearly, his young master had already been sent flying backwards. He knew that the person who had just arrived was not someone to be trifled with. For a moment, he did not dare to make a move. In response to the butler's questioning, Yang Lu sneered. "I don't want to repeat myself." The butler's face grew grave upon hearing this. "It seems that my young master has confessed his love to someone. This has nothing to do with you, right? When you see injustice, how many things are related to you?" Yang Lu smiled and glanced at the butler, his eyes full of disdain. "Butler, what are you still doing? Hurry up and go up and finish this guy off for me." Behind him, Qin Feng stood up at some point. The butler said with a difficult expression on his face, "Young master, this person is not simple. I'm afraid." "You're afraid of nothing." "Master, I'm afraid of being beaten up, but I'm not afraid of you. I've spent so much money on you, and you're just eating up my food? Hurry up, get up there." Qin Feng seemed to have completely lost his mind. Pei Qianzi and Su Ruoxue on the side looked at Qin Feng a bit speechless. Because in their minds, Qin Feng's voice came again. "Don't be afraid, you can't beat him anyway. If the protagonist is the first to show off and hit you in the face, and you let him beat you, how can he still be called the protagonist? But if you don't fight back, how will the protagonist deal with you?" And how will he continue to attack me? If I don't fall to the ground, how will the protagonist have the chance to get close to Su Ruoxue? Thinking about this, Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something funny. Haha, but it seems that after I fell, Yang Lu directly asked Su Ruoxue, "Are you okay?" Then Su Ruoxue said thank you, and in the end the protagonist said he would treat her to dinner, and they ended up eating lamb skewers. Then Su Ruoxue accidentally got covered in grease, and their relationship blossomed? This book is really brainless, why didn't I, the villain, just design a hero saving a beauty scenario earlier? It's so stupid. Chapter 9, How did the plot go awry again? While Qin Feng was venting his spleen at the author of the original book, the butler was also forced to act under Qin Feng's pressure. Without warning, he directly pushed Yang Lu towards the edge of the cliff. However, when Yang Lu saw this, he did not even flinch, and watched as the butler's palm came crashing down. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. The force of the butler's palm pushed everyone around him to the point where they could hardly stand, and they stumbled a few steps backwards. However, Yang Luo in front of the butler did not even move a step. Hard Qi Gong? The butler looked at Yang Luo in horror, while Yang Luo's face revealed a disdainful smile. Not bad, but your skills are a bit lacking. With that, Yang Luo turned around and kicked the butler. Yang Lu stood there motionless, and the butler was unable to do anything to him, let alone Yang Lu taking the initiative to strike. With just one strike, the butler flew backwards directly. Boom! The hangers behind him scattered all over the floor. The butler's entire body felt like it had been hit hard, and after falling to the ground, blood kept flowing from his mouth. Young master, run! The person in front of you is invincible. If Qin Feng continues to stay here, I'm afraid his end will not be any better than his. Run? What's there to run for? If he runs, how can he continue to act like a big shot? As if he hadn't heard, Qin Feng looked at Yang Luo in front of him with rage. How dare you lay a hand on my people? Do you know who I am? Damn, what a stupid line. It wasn't what he wanted to say, but it was just how the original book was written. Who are you? What's it got to do with me? With that, Yang Luo punched Qin Feng without saying a word. The force was the same as the one used against the butler. Qin Feng watched the fist coming towards his nose and immediately removed all his defenses. He was afraid that if he used too much strength, he would injure Yang Luo in front of him. Boom! Qin Feng flipped several times in the air, and the entire person also flew backwards like the butler, and he lay straight at Pei Qianzi's feet. Yo, Black! Subsequently, Qin Feng passed out directly. No, he won't die, will he? Xiaoya, who was standing next to Su Ruoxue, looked at the scene in front of her with a nervous face. She was afraid that this stranger from nowhere would kill Qin Feng with one punch. Although she didn't like Qin Feng either, she knew how terrifying Qin Feng was behind him. What does it matter if he lives or dies? Su Ruoxue's face looked a little bad. When she just saw Qin Feng being punched away by Yang Luo, she was really worried for a moment. But then the inner voice suddenly made her understand that the Qin Feng in front of her was completely faking unconsciousness. She immediately stopped caring about the fallen Qin Feng. Are you okay? Seeing Qin Feng fall to the ground, Yang Luo revealed a smile that he thought was handsome and charming and came to the side of Su Ruoxue. The lines were exactly the same as the words that had previously appeared in her mind. If it had been before, out of politeness, Su Ruoxue would definitely have said thank you. But now. Get out! Su Ruoxue gave Yang Lu no quarter, and dragged Xiaoya, who looked confused, away. Yang Lu was left standing there, confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? For a moment, Yang Lu's mind simply shut down. But looking at Su Ruoxue's departing back, Yang Lu suddenly came back to his senses, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Interesting, I didn't expect to run into such a fiery woman right after returning to China. But I will get you. Sir, the clothes you spilled cost a total of 573,600 yuan. Cash or credit card? Just as Yang Lu was still looking at Su Ruoxue's back, he heard the slightly trembling voice of the shop assistant. Facing such a violent man, she didn't dare to collect the money, but if she didn't come out, she would have to pay for the clothes. More than 570,000 yuan, which is no different from killing her directly. Pressed by the pressure of life, she had to come out. Hearing this, Yang Lu's face stiffened again. 573,600 yuan? Is domestic fighting so expensive? He had returned without doing anything, and had only run a kebab stand for a few days, so where did he get that kind of money? It seemed that Yang Lu had not done anything, and the shop assistant mustered the courage again. "Sir, do you want to pay by cash or credit card?" With no choice, Yang Lu took out a black credit card that looked very high-end from his pocket. Swipe it. This was the money he had planned to use to start a company back home, but he never imagined that he would spend his first payment in this place. With the help of the shop assistant, Yang Lu quickly paid for the clothes. As the shop assistant was about to wrap up all the clothes on the floor for Yang Lu waved his hand and laughed. "No need, I'll give you all these clothes." "Give them to me?" The shop assistant looked at Yang Lu with disbelief, her face full of joy. "These are clothes worth more than 500,000 yuan. Even though she works here, she can't afford a single one of these clothes with her salary. Now the culprit who spilled the clothes has actually given them all to her? Well, they're all yours, they're all women's clothes anyway, they'll look great on you." Yang Lu said this, causing the eyes of the shop assistant to fill with adoring glances. After settling the compensation, Yang Lu glanced at the butler and Qin Feng, who had collapsed, and then at Pei Qianzi, who was standing there, covering her skirt and taking a few steps back. When she saw Pei Qianzi's carefully made-up face, Yang Lu's eyes lit up, and she immediately walked up to her and laughed. "You're beautiful." Before Yang Lu could say the word beauty, Pei Qianzi's original shyness on her face vanished, replaced by an expression of utter indifference. "Get lost." Hearing this, Yang Lu was first taken aback, then burst out laughing. Interesting. I never thought there were so many women with such unique personalities in Donghai." With that, Yang Lu left, laughing. As for how embarrassed he felt, only Yang Lu and Qin Feng knew. At this moment, Qin Feng was going crazy. "This is not right. This is not how the plot should go. You are both heroines, how can you let the protagonist leave? In a normal plot, didn't Su Ruoxue agree to go out to dinner with Yang Lu, and then Pei Qianzi also had a crush on him? Why is the plot messed up again?" Qin Feng was about to cry, while Pei Qianzi looked at the fainted Qin Feng with a bit of a speechless expression. Before, she was still wondering what kind of immortal character this protagonist really was. He was able to bring down the entire Qin family step by step, and at the same time, he was able to make Su Ruoxue and himself both willingly become his woman. But now she is extremely disappointed in the protagonist. Unexpectedly, he was even thinking about flirting with the clerk. He is simply someone who cannot walk away when he sees a woman. How can someone like this be the protagonist? How can someone like this make her fall for him? For a moment, Pei Qianzi's impression of Yang Lu was extremely poor. Chapter 10, The By Mother and Daughter. In Pei Qianzi's impression, Yang Luo is the kind of person who only knows how to think with his lower body. How can someone like this be the protagonist? Looking at Qin Feng, who was still lying on the ground without getting up, Pei Qianzi subconsciously wanted to ask, "How long are you going to keep pretending?" Qin Feng must have been pretending to be unable to get up, otherwise he would not have been able to know the color of his underwear. But just as she was about to speak, she suddenly realized that she couldn't say a word. The next second, Pei Qianzi also reacted. "I'm afraid this is the limit of this world, isn't it?" Just as Pei Qianzi was thinking this, the butler on the side finally made some movement. The butler tried his best to control his trembling body, looked full of self-blame and urgently shouted, "Hurry, take the young master to the hospital." As the butler crawled towards Qin Feng on all fours, Pei Qianzi wanted to tell him that Qin Feng was faking. But as Qin Feng's eyes remained tightly shut, Pei Qianzi didn't know whether he was hurt or not. After all, Qin Feng had just taken a solid punch, and she had seen it with her own eyes. In the end, Pei Qianzi went over and helped Qin Feng up. Fortunately, Pei Qianzi was a mixed martial arts fighter, and if she had been replaced by Su Ruoxue, she might not have been able to help Qin Feng up. However, as soon as Pei Qianzi got her hands on him, she realized that she was wrong. Because Qin Feng's body felt as light as less than 100 pounds, and when Pei Qianzi wrapped Qin Feng's right arm around her neck, Qin Feng's right hand happened to fall into an awkward position. "You!" Glanced at Qin Feng, who had his eyes closed, and Pei Qianzi knew that this Qin Feng would never wake up no matter what. She could only grit her teeth and lead Qin Feng to the parking lot. Seeing this, the butler behind them also stood up with some difficulty, and then followed Pei Qianzi with unsteady steps. After the three arrived at the parking lot, Pei Qianzi took the driver's seat. Although she didn't know the severity of Qin Feng's injuries, she could see the injuries of the butler. After getting in the car, Pei Qianzi didn't delay and drove directly towards the hospital. And inside the clothing mall, Just as Qin Feng and the others had just left, Su Ruoxue led Xiaoya out again. Ruoxue, people have at least helped you, why are you acting like this? Why this attitude? Because she didn't want to put her fate in someone else's hands. And that young Lu looked really stupid. They hadn't gone in to buy clothes at all, but had instead been hiding and spying on Qin Feng out of concern that he might get hurt. But when she saw the way Yang Lu looked at Pei Qianzi, and the way he flirted even with the shop assistants, she couldn't help but feel a lack of affection for him. How could someone like that be the man she would end up with? Is her judgment that poor? For a moment, Su Ruoxue was full of resentment towards Qin Feng. She didn't know when it started, but she had begun to care about what kind of person she was in Qin Feng's eyes. The mere thought of Qin Feng made Su Ruoxue feel inexplicably irritable, and she immediately impatiently shouted at Xiaoya. Are you buying the clothes or not? If not, let's go back. With that, Su Ruoxue left the clothing store without looking back. Xiaoya was immediately taken aback and she didn't quite understand Su Ruoxue. Normally, Su Ruoxue is a well-mannered person, and no matter what, she should at least say thank you when someone helps her. But now, Su Ruoxue just told someone to go away? Could it be because she fears the Qin family's influence? Yes, that must be it. Thinking this, Xiaoya's face relaxed, and without asking any more questions, she silently followed behind Su Ruoxue. On the other side, with Pei Qianzi's busy work, Qin Feng and the butler both entered the hospital. The butler was sent directly to the ICU. As for Qin Feng, he was fine, probably just overworked and passed out. The nurse said to Pei Qianzi. And Pei Qianzi gritted her teeth when she heard this. She had just been so worried about Qin Feng, and it was all an act by this guy. After Qin Feng was settled into his hospital bed, Pei Qianzi didn't know whether to leave or not. Just as Pei Qianzi didn't know what to do, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Pei Qianzi glared at Qin Feng, who knew the answer, and said. The hospital. The hospital? At that moment, Qin Feng seemed to be recalling something. In a moment, a look of anger suddenly appeared on his face. I want that guy dead. I must show him what happens when he pisses me off. Keep pretending, you keep pretending. Pei Qianzi was tired of watching Qin Feng act the part. Where's my phone? I need to call my dad, I want to get rid of this guy. With that, Qin Feng began to look around for his phone. And at that moment, creak! The door to the room was opened. A pair of women dressed in expensive clothes pushed open the door. Both Qin Feng and Pei Qianzi were taken aback when they saw these two women. Qin Feng was surprised because he recognized these two women. Bai Huijing, Bai Yanya? Why are they appearing now? How has the plot line advanced? Qin Feng was about to cry. On this side, since Yang Lu had not been connected to Su Ruoxue, Qin Feng was still thinking about what to do next. But why are these two women appearing again? It's all messed up, the plot is all messed up. It's over. Qin Feng felt a little bit of a breakdown in his heart. Does it mean that they have to go through the plot again? When will it end? Pei Qianzi also recognized the two people in front of her. These two people looked like sisters, but in fact they were mother and daughter. Bai Huijing, the chairman of the Donghai Bai Group, is only 30 years old. Although she is just a woman, the name Bai Huijing has a lot of weight in this small area of Donghai. Bai Yanya is not her biological child, but an orphan she adopted. Bai Huijing had already had quite a lot of assets when she found Bai Yanya, so she had never had any pressure. At this point, Pei Qianzi heard Qin Feng's thoughts, and she couldn't help but be shocked. Ha! The plotline has advanced? Could it be that these two are also the heroines? How many women were there originally in Yang Luo? And which one of the mother and daughter in front of her is Yang Lu's woman? For a moment, Pei Qianzi felt a little dizzy. Countless questions almost instantly came to her mind, and the most critical one was. According to her understanding, Bai Huijing's business in Donghai has improved somewhat, but compared to the Qin family, it is still like the stars and the bright moon. There is no way for the two parties to have any business interactions. In that case, what is the purpose of the Bai family mother and daughter's visit this time? Chapter 11, Almost Moved. Pei Qianzi was confused about the mother and daughter's position in the world, and also a little puzzled about their intentions. Amidst her confusion, Bai Huijing brought Bai Runya, who looked concerned, to Qin Feng's side. Are you okay? I'm fine. What are you? Qin Feng was also a little confused about the two's intentions. Seeing this, Bai Huijing smiled and said, Mr. Qin was injured on our turf today, so it is only reasonable that you should come and take a look. Your turf? Qin Feng was a little surprised. But he soon remembered. This Bai Huijing is in the clothing business, and I never thought that the place I went to today was actually the Bai family's turf. Although this Bai Huijing is Yang Luo's woman, she did not fall out with me in my previous life. It was only when she handed over the entire company to Yang Luo in the later stage that she became hostile to me. There is no need to make things so tense at this time. Seeing Bai Huijing's nervous appearance, Qin Feng waved his hand. It's fine, just a small injury, it doesn't involve your Bai family. While Qin Feng was talking, he completely failed to notice that Bai Runya and Pei Qianzi were looking at Bai Huijing with some surprise just as his heart's desire had just fallen. Bai Huijing also didn't notice anything unusual. Seeing Qin Feng's indifferent expression, he also smiled and said, Thank you, young Master Qin, for your generosity and not holding it against me. Saying this, Bai Huijing also began to get to the point. Qin Xiao is new to Donghai, and there are many things that may be inconvenient. If there is anything you need, please feel free to ask. Trying to curry favor with the Qin family? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow on hearing this. The Bai family's influence in Donghai can be considered deep-rooted, and if they can get the Bai family's help, it can indeed reduce a lot of trouble for him. However, he is a villain, so what help does he need from the Bai family? If you help me, what about Yang Lu? According to the original plot, Yang Lu's first step back was to use his connections abroad to get in touch with Su Ruoxue, but now that first step has ended before it even began. Now if I get in touch with the Bai family, how will the protagonist get anywhere? No need to trouble yourself. If there's nothing else, I'd like to rest for a while. Qin Feng immediately rejected Bai Huijing's kindness. And he gave the order to evict the guest. However, Bai Huijing pretended not to hear and laughed to herself. If Qin Xiao has something to ask, that's fine. With that, Bai Huijing didn't linger and left with Bai Yunya. When the two disappeared at the door of the ward, Pei Qianzi couldn't help but ask with a smile. You just rejected the Bai family's help? Similarly, she couldn't help but wonder in her heart, did Qin Feng really need to make such a big sacrifice for this so-called protagonist? You have to know that Bai Huijing is a woman, but the Holy See knows that this is a real beauty. If she sets her sights on someone and bites, no matter what influence you have, it will always be a bit uncomfortable. Refuse? Just now, he almost really moved. It's not because of the Bai family's influence, but because of this mother and daughter. This Bai Huijing is really fun to hang out with. Although Bai Huijing seems gentle and kind on the surface and acts decisively, she is actually the most open-minded of all the women. She accepts whatever Yang Lu asks her to do, whether it's in a car or at a cafe. However, what Qin Feng didn't know was that as soon as he had finished thinking this, Bai Huijing, who was already at the hospital's main entrance, suddenly stiffened. She then looked at Bai Runya carefully. This time, she had brought her daughter along mainly because when she picked her daughter up from school, she heard that the young master of the Qin family had been beaten up in his own shop. The young master of the Qin family's notoriety had spread all over Donghai. If it had been any other day, she would not have bothered to come over to apologize. But after hearing what her heart had told her, she thought about it for a while and came over anyway. But she never imagined that she would also be this woman named Yang Luo. And was she really the kind of woman that Qin Feng had described? For a moment, Bai Huijing was engulfed in deep self-doubt. For nearly 30 years, she had always been on her own, and she had never cared about matters of the heart, nor had she ever paid any attention to them. But she never expected Qin Feng to give such a comment. And from what she had learned from yesterday to today, she also knew why she could hear the heart's voice. She was afraid that anyone related to this Yang Lu could hear the heart's voice. However, seeing that Bai Yunya didn't seem to have heard the voice, she let out a sigh of relief. In that case, her daughter should have nothing to do with this Yang Luo, and her daughter should not have heard Qin Feng's inner voice either. Although Bai Yunya was adopted by her, she had long since treated Bai Yunya like her own daughter. If her daughter knew what kind of person she was afraid that she would be ashamed to see her daughter. Yunya, what's wrong? What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and go back to your homework. Huh? Oh. Bai Yunya seemed to have just come back to her senses and followed Bai Huijing's footsteps to the underground parking lot. After getting into the car, Bai Huijing skillfully sat in the driver's seat and drove home. What she didn't know was that Bai Yunya's heart was already in turmoil. She didn't expect her mother to be such a person. The car cafe completely reversed her perception of her mother. In her impression, her mother had always been a strong woman at the company. In private, she was also a qualified mother, not only raising her, but also teaching her various manners. In her heart, she was like a virtuous wife and mother. Bai Runya was shocked and a little confused. Why could she hear this heartfelt voice? Even if her mother was Yang Luo's woman and one of the hostesses of this world, after all, she was not a hostess. And the person who was with her mother, she could not be one of the hostesses either, so why could she hear the voice? Just as Bai Runya was full of doubts. She remembered that the plot should be the protagonist Bai Huijing and Bai Runya playing recklessly at home while Bai Runya was at school, and then they were caught by Bai Runya. Bai Runya was very angry at first, scolded her mother, said a lot of things that made Bai Huijing feel uncomfortable, and even wanted to break off the mother-daughter relationship. In the end, she was slapped by Yang Lu and fell in love with him. In the car, Bai Huijing's body suddenly stiffened, and she looked back at Bai Yunya in the back of the car, unable to believe her eyes. Not only was she the protagonist, but so was her own daughter? So, the daughter had heard everything that had just been said? Surprise, fear, unease, anger. A variety of emotions almost instantly came to Bai Huijing's mind. Chapter 12, Communication Between the Wise. At first, knowing that she was also one of the heroines, Bai Huijing was just surprised. She was surprised by her identity and surprised that the world was just a world of fiction. But when she heard what kind of person she would be with this so-called protagonist in the future, she became a little uneasy. Among her unease was some relief. She was relieved that only the heroines could hear such things. Although she knew that she was not the only heroine, there was Su Ruoxue and Pei Qianzi. But given her age and experience, these two are just little girls in front of her, and there is simply nothing to worry about. However, this unease soon turned into fear. Her own daughter has not escaped the clutches of this Yan Luo. This beast, he doesn't even spare his own daughter? For a moment, Bai Huijing was full of hatred for this Yan Luo she had never met before. She had allowed herself to change because of a man, and she didn't even care about what other people thought. But Bai Runya was the whole world to her, and she absolutely would not allow anyone to hurt her. Thinking about this, Bai Huijing glanced at Bai Runya. Runya! Ha! Bai Runya was so shocked that she couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise when she heard her mother's words. Seeing her daughter's appearance, Bai Huijing knew that she must have heard her. She wanted to come clean with her daughter, but when she tried to speak, she couldn't get a word out. Mom, what's wrong? Bai Yunxia asked, as cautious as a startled fawn. Bai Huijing said indifferently. It's nothing. Although she didn't know why she couldn't talk to her daughter about her heart's thoughts, at that moment she couldn't care less. When we get back, I have to run out for a bit of errand, so I'll come back later to cook for you. Bai Yunya still couldn't digest what Qin Feng had just said, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief when she heard her mother say she was going out. No, I'll order takeout. Okay. Bai Huijing didn't say anything more after hearing this, and drove directly towards their home. After she dropped Bai Yunya off at home, Bai Huijing's normally gentle expression suddenly turned ice cold. She took out her phone and made the first call she could think of. Check someone for me. Find out about the person who beat up the young master of the Qin family at the clothing factory today. I need to know his news within half an hour. Yes. The person on the other end of the line didn't ask anything, and after seeing that Bai Huijing didn't have any other instructions, they hung up. Bai Huijing, on the other hand, immediately dialed another phone number after the call ended. In the hospital, Qin Feng was still considering how to get Su Ruoxue to contact Yan Luo. And at this moment, Pei Qianzi's phone rang. Pei Qianzi took out her phone and immediately picked up the call when she realized that the caller was an unfamiliar number. Hello? It's me, Bai Huijing. The caller cut straight to the chase. Pei Qianzi's pupils slightly contracted upon hearing this, and she turned her head to look at Qin Feng behind her, who was deep in thought, and said into the phone. Hold on a second. After saying that, she then got up and left the ward. Pei Qianzi was a little surprised inside. She didn't know why Bai Huijing had called her. Although she knew through Qin Feng that Bai Huijing, including her daughter, was one of the heroines, the two of them didn't really have much interaction after all. As she walked out of the ward, Pei Qianzi spoke. Ms. Bai, what can I do for you? I need to borrow a few people from you. Borrow people? Pei Qianzi was even more puzzled and subconsciously asked. I'm not sure what kind of people you want to borrow, Ms. Bai. She has many capable people under her, and although most of them are bloodthirsty, there are also some special ones. The person who beat Qin Feng today, you just need to send a few capable ones who can beat him. Upon hearing this, Pei Qianzi's pupils suddenly contracted, and her breathing became rapid. She wasn't the only one who could hear Qin Feng's thoughts. In that case, in this world, as long as she was the female protagonist, she could hear Qin Feng's thoughts? Before, Pei Qianzi hadn't thought much about it, but when she thought about Qin Feng's thoughts just now and what Bai Huijing was saying now, she quickly associated it with this. And it makes perfect sense. But out of caution, she still asked carefully. Ms. Bai, you are not able to say some things just because you want to. Miss Pei Qianzi, I believe you are a smart person. Bai Huijing on the other end of the phone said with a hint of meaning. Although she doesn't usually interact with Pei Qianzi, she knows her well. She knows that Pei Qianzi has not relied on her beauty to get to where she is. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Pei Qianzi suppressed her breathing, as if trying to look less nervous. Silence. On the phone, there was only the sound of Pei Qianzi's breathing, and Bai Huijing was not in the least bit anxious, just waiting quietly. After about a minute, Pei Qianzi slowly said. I know, when do you need it? The sooner the better, but can your people do it? Bai Huijing asked. Yang Luo had beaten Qin Feng up today. Although Qin Feng didn't have much combat power in her eyes, the butler by his side was not bad. Bai Huijing only had a bit of strength in this 3 mu and 1 cun plot of land in Donghai, and there was still a certain gap between her and Qin Feng. But she was just testing. After all, Pei Qianzi had seen Yang Luo's actions today, and she knew exactly whether her subordinates were any good. Upon hearing Bai Huijing's inquiry, Pei Qianzi immediately beamed. Of course, I have quite a few peak realm experts under my command. Yang Luo is just at the beginning of the realm. The realm. It is the realm of ancient martial arts. From Yang Luo's actions today, it can be seen that he has only just entered the field of ancient martial arts and his strength is not particularly strong. Although he effortlessly solved Qin Feng's butler today, most of Qin Feng's butlers manage daily life and have not made much of an achievement in terms of combat effectiveness. She is different from Bai Huijing. Bai Huijing is guessing, but she can definitely see the difference. Fine, I'll borrow him first, I owe you a favor. Bai Huijing said in a low voice on the phone. Pei Qianzi, on the other hand, laughed and said. No need. After all, we are the same kind of people, aren't we? Bai Huijing was stunned by these words. She knew that when Pei Qianzi said the same kind of people, she didn't mean that Bai Huijing and Pei Qianzi were both weaklings. Rather, she meant that they were both heroines in novels. Soon, after a little more polite conversation, the two women hung up. After hanging up, Pei Qianzi made another call. Big sister. Duh, you contact Aaron San now. The 3 of you go to the Bai group together. Upon hearing this, the man on the phone was a little surprised. Big sister, you don't need to ask anything. After you get there, just follow Chairman Bai's arrangements. Yes. Upon hearing this, the phone quickly hung up. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qianzi almost couldn't stop laughing. She naturally understood why Bai Huijing needed people, and shared a man with her daughter. I'm afraid no one would be able to accept this. Chapter 13 Arrangement. After a brief, simple smile, Pei Qianzi quickly adjusted her emotions and pushed open the door to the ward. However, as soon as she entered, she discovered that Qin Feng, who had originally been lying in the hospital bed, was already standing on the ground, fully dressed. Seeing this, Pei Qianzi couldn't help but ask. Aren't you going to lie down and rest for a while? No need. Qin Feng said indifferently. Rest? If I rest any longer, I won't know where the plot is going. Right now, he must make the protagonist meet Su Ruoxue, and it's not just a simple encounter. It's not just a simple encounter, he must make Su Ruoxue feel good about the protagonist. Next, I'm afraid it'll be time for me, the villain, to make an appearance. Originally, he also wanted to lie quietly in the hospital and wait quietly for the next plot development. But if he continues to lie down, who knows what the plot will turn into? So he can only personally intervene and give the protagonist the opportunity to show off and slap his face. Thinking about this, Qin Feng pushed open the hospital doors, not giving a second thought to Pei Qianzi behind him. Because Pei Qianzi's part in the early stages of the play had already ended. And Pei Qianzi couldn't help but feel a little curious when she heard what Qin Feng was thinking. Qin Feng is going to make another move? Make Su Ruoxue feel good about Yang Lu? At this moment, deep down in her heart, Pei Qianzi felt that there was going to be some good drama, and she immediately followed behind Qin Feng. With the butler gone, she had to drive herself back. Qin Feng arrived at the parking lot and sat in the driver's seat, but suddenly noticed that Pei Qianzi had followed him. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "What are you doing here?" Saying this, Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, after today, neither the Chen family nor the Hong family will dare to trouble you again." Qin Feng took Pei Qianzi's concern about trouble from the Hong and Chen families for granted and didn't think much of it. Pei Qianzi, on the other hand, said pitifully, "Who knows, just in case." Qin Feng frowned on hearing this, but after thinking about it for a moment, he didn't refuse. "If you follow my words, you just behave yourself and don't say a word." "Okay, I definitely won't say a word." Pei Qianzi nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice, looking extremely obedient. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't say much and just drove off. As he drove, Qin Feng couldn't help but think to himself, "Yang Luo will probably investigate me today, and I'll investigate Su Ruoxue, right?" In the original plot, Su Ruoxue already had some favorable feelings for Yang Luo, and wasn't so indifferent, and Yang Luo, because of what happened during the day, not only investigated him, but also Su Ruoxue. In the end, Yang Lu directly bought a house not far from Su Ruoxue's house, and the two coincidentally met, and their relationship quickly heated up. Originally, this had nothing to do with him at all. But now Su Ruoxue no longer has the slightest favorable impression of Yang Lu, so he needs to create an opportunity for Yang Lu to show off and slap his face. It doesn't matter if he brings Pei Qianzi along, because when the time comes and Yang Lu shows off and slaps his face, Pei Qianzi can also see this scene, and I'm afraid her line can also be smoothed out. Now the female protagonist is not only Su Ruoxue, but Pei Qianzi is also crooked. He must straighten out the character settings of the two. It is precisely for this reason that he chose to bring Pei Qianzi along. Soon, Qin Feng drove to the flower shop while dialing his subordinate's phone to get things started. On the other side, Yang Lu was holding the phone, and a woman's voice came from the other end. Qin Feng is the son of Qin Zhan, the current head of the Qin family in Kyoto. His main purpose here in Donghai is to pursue Su Ruoxue. "Yang Lu, you must know that the situation abroad is different from that at home. There are many talented people in China, and the Qin family has a large number of such talented people. If you provoke such people, you will suffer greatly." Yang Lu heard this and said without the slightest care, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to go looking for trouble with the Qins right now. What about Su Ruoxue?" Upon hearing this, the person on the other end of the line could not help but say in a low voice, "Su Ruoxue is the daughter of Su Qinghai, a businessman who was retired from the system. He has a lot of influence in the East China Sea. What do you want with Su Ruoxue? That's none of your business. Do you have Su Ruoxue's address? World Trade Department. Okay, I got it." Yang Lu hung up the phone with a devilish smile on his face. "World Trade Department? Su Ruoxue, you can't get away, I've set my sights on you." What he didn't know was that, as soon as he hung up, the woman on the other end of the line, dressed in a very refined manner, frowned and said, "I don't know why the higher-ups want me to help this guy. As soon as I got back, I beat up Qin's only son. If Qin Zhan finds out, he'll have to kill him." At this moment, she even wanted to directly tell Qin Zhan the news, but after thinking about it, she gave up. After all, Yang Luo was someone who had been specially looked after by the higher-ups. And Qin Feng was also deliberately beaten up by Yang Luo. Thinking of Qin Feng, the woman couldn't help but smile. The world of fiction? What an interesting guy. Subsequently, Yang Lu quickly arrived at the real estate company, directly near Su Ruoxue's home, and bought a house with full payment. Seeing Yang Lu's generous offer, the person selling the house arranged all the formalities directly within half an hour. What Yang Lu didn't know was that after he had just bought the house, Bai Huijing received the news. "Chairman Bai, shall we do it now?" In the office of the chairman of the Bai Group, three extremely fit men stood expressionless in front of Bai Huijing. These three men were Ada, Aer, and Asan, who Pei Qianzi had lent to Bai Huijing. Looking at the three men in front of her, Bai Huijing said in a low voice, "Wait a moment, let's wait until tonight to take action." Perhaps because the three were not her direct subordinates, Bai Huijing's tone was obviously more polite. Upon hearing this, the three nodded without saying a word and stood silently to the side. Bai Huijing then looked at the three and said, "You can sit here and rest for now. I have some company matters to attend to. I will naturally call you when it is almost time." "Yes." The three immediately withdrew upon hearing this. Soon, the room was left with Bai Huijing alone. Thinking back to the report from her subordinates on the phone, Bai Huijing's face became more and more gloomy. This guy really only knows how to think with his lower body. World Trade Apartment. She knew that this was where Su Ruoxue lived. Yang Lu's series of actions had also made her see this person clearly. Although she didn't know why she would be with someone like this, she had to teach this guy a good lesson today. Chapter 14, Su Ruoxue's Emotional Breakdown. It was evening. Chef Qin, who had been busy all day, took out his walkie-talkie. How are preparations going? Report. Master Qin, preparations for the fireworks have been completed. Preparations for the helicopter have been completed. Preparations for the flowers have been completed. Preparations for the drone have been completed. All nearby residents have been notified that there will be a power outage for 10 minutes tonight. Various sounds could be heard in an orderly manner over the walkie-talkie. Well done. Qin Feng nodded contentedly. Everything was ready, and all that was left to do was wait for Su Ruoxue and Yan Luo to arrive. Pei Qianzi, who had a full view of Qin Feng's smiling face, was surprised when she thought about Qin Feng's arrangements and asked, "Are you serious? It's just a confession of love, and the helicopter is fine, but even all the power systems in the vicinity are under control." How is it not fine? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. If I don't exaggerate a bit, how can I show off my wealthy and carefree persona? If I don't make Su Ruoxue hate me, how can Yang Lu pretend to be cool and slap my face later? Qin Feng's words made Pei Qianzi feel his extravagance, and she couldn't help but sigh at the Qin family's power. This was the first time she had seen the influence of the Qin family. This is not the countryside, and to be able to make everyone in this area wait for the power outage willingly, it cannot be done with money alone. It takes a lot of money to do it. However, did Qin Feng do all this just to confess to Su Ruoxue? For a moment, Pei Qianzi didn't know what to say, and she even felt a little envious of Su Ruoxue in her heart. As for what Qin Feng had just said about establishing a dandy image, she had ignored it all. She was a woman, and Qin Feng didn't understand women at all. Even she had begun to envy Su Ruoxue, and Qin Feng still wanted to rely on this to make Su Ruoxue hate her? Don't be silly. Which young girl doesn't have romantic feelings? Even she, as an outsider, was a little envious, not to mention Su Ruoxue herself. Thinking about Qin Feng's intentions and the arrangement of the scene, Pei Qianzi couldn't help but feel a little smile in her heart. She really looked forward to seeing how Su Ruoxue would feel when she came over later and encountered this scene. Thinking about this, Pei Qianzi couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. Since Qin Feng had arranged everything directly, there were no more than half a dozen passers-by around, and the area was empty, with only the two of them standing there waiting quietly. In the office of the Su Group chairman, Su Ruoxue also heard Qin Feng's thoughts, but now her attention was completely elsewhere. At this moment, she was screaming at the top of her lungs on the phone. "I have already established my own company and have a place in the East China Sea. What do you want from me?" From the phone came an incredibly difficult voice. "Ruoxue, didn't I only find you this because you didn't like the young master of the Qin family?" However, before the phone call was finished, Su Ruoxue cried out, "I told you, I don't need you to control my life, I have my own future. If I hadn't succeeded and you had arranged it, I might have been able to accept it, but I have succeeded, I have proven to you that I can, so why do you still have to push me so hard? Do you want your daughter to die in front of you?" "Ruoxue, that's not what I meant." Seeing her daughter's emotions gradually unravel, the voice on the phone became a little nervous. But Su Ruoxue yelled again. "I said, I don't need you to care." With that, Su Ruoxue hung up the phone. Then she sat down in a chair, feeling completely helpless, tears slowly falling down her face. Just now, her father Su Qinghai had found her a new match because she didn't like Qin Feng. He had found her a match from the Wang family in Kyoto. She did not like Qin Feng, but that was only because she didn't like the old Qin Feng. After hearing Qin Feng's thoughts and learning that he is not what he seems, her impression of him has gradually changed. However, because she does not like the feeling of having her fate controlled, she still feels immense disgust when she sees him. Yet now her father is looking for a new backer because she has always rejected Qin Feng. This makes her feel as if she is not Su Qinghai's daughter at all, but more like a tool, a commodity. A prop that can help Su Qinghai climb up the ladder. She wants to have her own life, and she doesn't want her life to be controlled by others. Helpless tears slowly fell, and Su Ruoxue felt helpless. Even if she has now established a foothold in the East China Sea, it still cannot change her destiny. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do to satisfy you? Su Ruoxue couldn't help but close her eyes, and her emotions gradually collapsed at this time. Creak. At that moment, the office door opened. Ruoxue, here is some company documents. Xiaoya walked into the office while holding a document. But when she saw Su Ruoxue, who was sitting in a chair, crying, she first froze for a moment. Then she hurriedly put the document on the desk next to her, came to Su Ruoxue, knelt down, and asked carefully, Ruoxue, what's wrong? Hearing the movement by her ear, Su Ruoxue slowly opened her eyes. Her charming eyes were already wet with tears. Su Ruoxue took a piece of paper from the table and wiped her tears, saying, It's fine, you can leave the documents on the table, I'll deal with them later. Seeing that Su Ruoxue didn't want to talk, Xiaoya didn't ask too many questions, but seeing Su Ruoxue's tearful appearance, Xiaoya still said, Ruoxue, why don't you go back and rest? You can deal with things tomorrow. Su Ruoxue originally wanted to refuse when she heard this, but when she thought about the content of the conversation on the phone just now, she nodded immediately. Okay. Saying this, Su Ruoxue stood up with no energy, took a jacket from the chair and said, I'll go back first, and I'll leave the company's affairs to you. No problem, don't worry, go back and rest. Xiaoya didn't think much about it and immediately agreed. Su Ruoxue saw this and did not linger, leaving the company directly in her coat, and then heading towards the World Trade Apartments. However, as she walked, Su Ruoxue noticed something was wrong. Why was there no one around? Although the weather had gradually become colder, this area was considered one of the more luxurious streets in Donghai. But now, there was not a single person on the surrounding roads. Not only were the shop owners not in the shops, but the lights inside were still on. Su Ruoxue looked around in confusion, completely unaware of what was going on. And just as Su Ruoxue was full of doubts, the lights went out. A faint voice came from nowhere. Click, click. As this sound fell, the lights in the shops and businesses that had been brightly lit one after the other were turned off. For a moment, the entire street was pitch black. Chapter 15, A Big Move. The streets, which had been brightly lit, became dark in the blink of an eye. The sudden disappearance of the light made Su Ruoxue close her eyes, and she took a few panicked steps backwards, feeling a little panicked. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Before Su Ruoxue could react to what was happening, the sound of a helicopter's propellers came from above her. Looking up, she saw the helicopter hovering not far above her head. Su Ruoxue's pupils suddenly contracted, and she was shocked. A helicopter? This is the residential area of the residents of the East Sea, how could a helicopter appear here? Before Su Ruoxue could figure out where this helicopter came from. Click. A light from the helicopter instantly shone on the ground. And at this moment, Su Ruoxue saw a figure appear in front of her. It was Qin Feng. When she saw Qin Feng's figure suddenly appear in front of her, Su Ruoxue immediately understood where the helicopter came from. I'm afraid that only Qin Feng in front of her could have deployed a helicopter in such a location. But why was Qin Feng here? Before Su Ruoxue could think much more. After walking through so many intersections and hearing so many sighs, I'm seriously at a loss for what to do. A BGM sounded, it was Qin Feng's World's Do You Wanna Be My Wife? This world doesn't have this song, and the lyrics were recorded by someone else. It's a bit of a hassle, but with his wealth, it's simple for him to do. This is the effect he wants, extravagant, wasteful, and the image of a spoiled rich kid is clear for all to see. And as the music played, while Su Ruoxue was still in shock, Qin Feng took out a microphone from nowhere and slowly spoke along with the BGM. Su Ruoxue, when I first saw you, I had an idea about you. Qin Feng's opening words were the classic quotes of the old scumbag from a previous life. In the original plot, Su Ruoxue was disgusted by Qin Feng's simple confession. What he is doing now is to make Su Ruoxue even more disgusted with him. Because he knows that Su Ruoxue is a person who doesn't like extravagance and waste. He understands Su Ruoxue. Although she is the chairman of Su's group, she has worked hard bit by bit to achieve everything she has. No one hates extravagance and waste more than Su Ruoxue. With a smug smile on his face, Qin Feng spoke again. I know that you have a very bad impression of me, perhaps because of my birth, perhaps because... As Qin Feng's voice fell, Su Ruoxue gradually came back to her senses. Shocked. She was shocked. She never expected to hear Qin Feng's confession at this time. Just now, her father was still looking for a new matchmaker for her, and she had a big fight with her father. She was helpless and wanted to find a place to vent, but there was simply nowhere for her to vent. But now, Qin Feng had confessed to her. The sound in her ears gradually became clearer, and Qin Feng's words full of emotion followed. Su Ruoxue, in this world, no one loves you more than I do, and my love for you is beyond doubt. With the fall of this voice, swish! Su Ruoxue suddenly realized that the originally dark sky suddenly flashed with light points. Looking up, Su Ruoxue immediately recognized the light points. Drones! Countless drones, arranged by Qin Feng, quickly spelled out 6 characters in the sky. Su Ruoxue, I love you. And this scene also made everyone in Donghai City look in. Holy shit, is someone professing their love to the chairman of the Su family? There must be hundreds of drones. How much did this cost? Who could be so generous? Apart from the Qin family's young master, who else would have the guts to do this? Qin Feng? You mean Qin Feng, who came to Donghai especially for Su Ruoxue? Of course. Holy shit, this is so romantic. If I were Su Ruoxue, I would have accepted Qin Feng's confession on the spot. A female university student saw this scene and her face was full of envy. Not only her, but also every woman in Donghai City who saw this scene felt envious of Su Ruoxue. Although some of them had also been confessed to before, had they ever seen such an exaggerated scene? Damn, this Su Ruoxue must be moved to tears, right? This is just the beginning? An informed person nearby said. All day today, the young master of the Qin family has been busy with this. I heard that everyone within tens of miles of the World Trade Apartments has received 100,000 yuan to have the power cut for half an hour. What? Upon hearing this, the person asking the question was shocked. A power cut for half an hour? But despite his shock, his face looked a little strange. But 100,000 yuan, it's not as if everyone would let the power go out, is it? For 100,000 yuan, an ordinary family might be happy to accept it. But there are countless wealthy people living in the World Trade Apartments, and there are also some factories there. The wealthy people don't care about the 100,000 yuan, but for the factories, the loss will be more than 100,000 yuan. Hey, rich people, who would offend the young master of the Qin family for just half an hour? That's a powerful family from the capital. On hearing this, the person asking the question thought, you're right. Why not make a profit of 100,000 yuan for nothing? If you accept, you can make money and also get on well with the young master of the Qin family. If you refuse, the loss cannot be made up for by a power outage of half an hour. This is too generous, isn't it? It's also very shocking. This is shocking? The person who spoke before looked disdainful. What's even more shocking is still to come. Upon hearing this, the person who inquired looked shocked. There's more that's shocking? As soon as the words fell, the drones in the sky that had originally spelled out the characters scattered. Immediately afterwards, crack! A firework shot into the sky and exploded. Before everyone could come back to their senses, several firework trails accompanied the sound and shot into the sky. Shoo bang! Shoo bang! Shoo bang! The sound of countless fireworks shook the hearts of every citizen in the East Sea. Not only them, but also some powerful people were shocked by this scene. What shocked them even more was that this firework directly spelled out 6 words in the sky. Su Ruoxue, I love you. The sound of fireworks continued, and in just a few seconds, hundreds of fireworks soared into the sky. If a special fireworks cost a few thousand, in just a few seconds, the cost of the fireworks alone had already reached a terrifying hundreds of thousands. However, this continued non-stop. While everyone was still thinking about how much it had cost, thousands of fireworks had already dispersed. Each one of the fireworks was washing over the hearts of the people of Donghai City. And similarly, these fireworks were also washing the heart of Su Ruoxue. Chapter 16, How did the plot go wrong again? The fireworks continued to go off. In the sky, the word Su Ruoxue, I love you appeared again before they had even dispersed. Were all these prepared for me? Watching her name being continuously carved in the sky, the shock in Su Ruoxue's heart was unimaginable. No woman could refuse such romance, even if she was the same. All along, her image in Donghai has been that of an iceberg beauty. But that was all because her family had arranged her marriage to Qin Feng. She hid in Donghai, wanting to start her own company and prove herself. She proved herself, but her family arranged for her to marry someone else. She was helpless, she was at a loss, and even just now, as she was walking along the road, she was wondering, what is the point of living in this world? Is it that she can only live in this world as a puppet of her family? Now, Qin Feng is telling her the truth. She is not. No one would be willing to pay so much for a puppet. Tonight, not counting the other decorations, the fireworks alone have already cost more than 100 million yuan. And yet the fireworks continue. Qin Feng's confession continues. I know that you, who have always been controlled by your family, don't want to become a puppet in this world, and you even felt at one point that the whole world was your enemy. But, said Qin Feng, looking at Su Ruoxue and speaking with deep affection, if the whole world really is your enemy, then I will stand by your side and fight the whole world for you. Boom! This sentence, combined with the fireworks in the sky, was like a loud explosion in Su Ruoxue's heart. Even if the whole world is her enemy, Qin Feng is willing to stand by her side? If Qin Feng were still the same spoiled brat from before, she would never have believed him so easily, but after listening to his heart for 2 days, she already knew that Qin Feng was fundamentally different from the superficial image of a wasteful second-generation rich. For such a person to be willing to make the whole world his enemy for her, what reason would she have to refuse? If you don't know which way to go tomorrow, just stay by my side and be my wife, okay? My arms may not be wide enough, but they will be a warm embrace for you. Qin Feng's singing continued, as did the fireworks. Su Ruoxue looked at the scene before her and once again shed tears. Unlike before, this time there was only joy and happiness in her eyes. However, Qin Feng seemed to have not seen any of this, and the words of the scumbag from her previous life kept playing in her mind. I will be with you at sunrise and sunset until the end of time. After the song was over, in the sky, the helicopter slowly landed with a thud, and when it was still 6 or 7 meters above the ground, a bunch of flowers was hung down from the sky on a rope. Qin Feng held out his hands, took the flowers, and then slowly walked towards Su Ruoxue. As Qin Feng's footsteps moved, a sound came. Wow! Around Su Ruoxue, countless candles were lit. Behind each candle, there were several flowers. Qin Feng walked over to Su Ruoxue holding the flowers and said with great emotion, Su Ruoxue, I love you, will you be my girlfriend? As he handed the flowers to Su Ruoxue, Qin Feng saw that Su Ruoxue's delicate face had already been wet with tears. Seeing this, Qin Feng secretly gloated. Hey, are you crying? Pei Qianzi, who was hiding behind Qin Feng, was speechless. What the hell is there to be angry about? Not to mention being your girlfriend, I'm afraid that right now, if you asked Su Ruoxue to make a baby with you right here, she would be willing. As a woman herself, Pei Qianzi had been shocked the moment the fireworks lit up the entire city. Even at that moment, her original envy of Su Ruoxue had turned into jealousy, and she even wished that the heroine of the day was not Su Ruoxue, but her. If even she, the leader of the group, felt this way, how could an inexperienced Su Ruoxue feel any different? In front of Qin Feng, Su Ruoxue also heard Qin Feng's thoughts in the same way. But at this time, she could no longer care about what Qin Feng was thinking. Faced with Qin Feng's generous confession, Su Ruoxue slowly took over the flowers. Ha! Is this going to be thrown or smashed? Thrown or smashed? Su Ruoxue could not bear to do so now. After taking over the flowers, she greedily inhaled their fragrance. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng was slightly stunned, but before he could react, he only heard Su Ruoxue say one word. Good. What's good? Qin Feng was a little confused and completely forgot to ask if it was okay to be my girlfriend. At this time, he was still wondering what Su Ruoxue was good at, but the next second, he found that Su Ruoxue had directly pounced on him. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng was shocked. He originally wanted to avoid it, but he was afraid that Su Ruoxue would fall, so he caught her. Pop! The beauty was in his arms, and Qin Feng's face was full of shock. What do you mean? Are you trying to flirt with me? Up until now, he had not reacted to the fact that Su Ruoxue had fallen in love with him at this time. Although Su Ruoxue had also fallen in love with him in the previous life, he had used countless plots and machinations. Now he has simply set the scene and simply confessed, and Su Ruoxue has fallen in love with him? How is this possible? However, what he doesn't know is that if this were still the last life, it would be almost impossible to woo Su Ruoxue. The main reason for this is that Su Ruoxue can hear his thoughts. Qin Feng doesn't know that, and at this moment, he just wants to do his best to push Su Ruoxue away. However, at this time, Su Ruoxue was hugging him as tightly as an octopus, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not push Su Ruoxue away by even the slightest bit. You are. Helpless. Qin Feng, after all, spoke up. And Su Ruoxue in his arms laughed and said, "Didn't you say to let me be your girlfriend?" I agreed. Hearing this, Qin Feng's face changed drastically, and he was so scared that he directly pushed Su Ruoxue to the side. How can this work? Su Ruoxue smiled and said, "Haven't you always wanted me to be your girlfriend?" But Qin Feng was shocked. If you become my girlfriend, what about the protagonist? The book wouldn't need to be called The Bodyguard of the Beautiful CEO's Bodyguard, it would be called The Beautiful CEO Falls in Love with the Useless Rich Guy. Why did the plot collapse again? It was fine before, wasn't it? Did I overdo it? Thinking about this, Qin Feng looked at Su Ruoxue with a somewhat struggling face. Just as Su Ruoxue was about to see what Qin Feng was going to do next, she saw Qin Feng directly pressing his lips against hers. Su Ruoxue felt the warmth of his lips, couldn't help but blush, and then closed her eyes and stood on her tiptoes. Qin Feng in front of her was anxious. Why isn't Yang Luo here yet? I'm so worried. Just as Qin Feng was thinking this, a loud yell came from beside him. Get the hell out of my way. Chapter 17. Who did it? Get the hell out of my way. A loud noise came from the ear, which made Qin Feng's face happy. Finally, he's here. What is the purpose of all this? The purpose is to make Yang Lu encounter them in this place and then pretend to be cool and slap his face. However, everything that is happening now has gradually deviated from the track he expected. But since the protagonist has already come, then next he just needs to lie down and let the protagonist slap his face. But now is the perfect time to attract hatred. How could Qin Feng do as she wished? In front of her, Qin Feng listened to the footsteps getting closer and closer to him, and they seemed very hurried. The smile on his face grew bigger and bigger. Even at this moment, he had already removed all his defenses, for fear that the protagonist would kill him when he sneaked up on him. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps gradually came behind Qin Feng, and then gradually grew farther and farther away. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, and he tilted his head to look at Yang Lu incredulously. This is how it is, and you're not even going to stop it? Is it okay to pass by? But when he saw Yang Lu, he suddenly shuddered. Under his eyes, he saw that Yang Lu's left arm seemed to have been injured, as did his right leg. He was covering his left arm and limping as he ran for his life. Who did this? Qin Feng was shocked. Although Yang Luo has not yet reached the pinnacle of the entire book. He has after all already put one foot in the threshold of martial artists, the realm of Ming. And according to the particularity of his martial arts, even a strong person at the pinnacle of the realm of Ming cannot hurt him in the slightest. No matter what, if you can't beat them, you can still run. But now, how did he get hurt like this? Just as Qin Feng was thinking this. Swish, swish, swish. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Ruoxue fell silent. Plot? She would not follow the plot's course, even if she knew that the person in front of her was the world's arch-villain. Moreover, she was someone who did not want to be controlled by fate. The owner of this world does not want her to be with Qin Feng? Then she would do just that. Qin Feng did not wait for Su Ruoxue to finish speaking, and simply left after dropping a sentence. Looking at Qin Feng's flustered and fleeing back, Su Ruoxue couldn't help but show a moment of shock on her face. However, soon Su Ruoxue frowned her cute nose. If you want to chase, then chase, if you don't want to chase, then don't chase? How could it be that simple? I've got you. Knowing that she is the heroine, Su Ruoxue is not worried that Qin Feng will not come to her in the future. Thinking about her bold move just now, Su Ruoxue's face, which had already returned to normal, suddenly turned red again. At this moment, Qin Feng's thoughts quickly came through. Damn it, who the hell beat Yang Lu? He's the protagonist. Do you understand what a protagonist is? I still have to go and check. Don't let Yang Lu really get beaten to death. If he really gets beaten to death, he'll have to spend his whole life in the novel. Chapter 18. Su Ruoxue is going to borrow someone too? Qin Feng was about to cry. How could the protagonist be so miserable? Isn't today the first day the protagonist enters the plot? The plot should have started in China and gradually grown stronger, but now he's been beaten up and is limping. Without thinking anymore, Qin Feng quickly ran towards Pei Qianzi. At this time, Pei Qianzi almost couldn't stop laughing. Naturally, she had also seen Ada and the others chasing Yang Lu. She knew that Qin Feng wanted Yang Luo to intervene, but who knew that Yang Luo had been beaten up so badly? And the person chasing Yang Luo was actually one of her subordinates. Unintentionally, she had ruined Qin Feng's good deed. However, she knew that under the circumstances today, even if Yang Luo had not been beaten up by Ade and the others, it was unlikely that Qin Feng's wish would be fulfilled. Seeing Qin Feng coming over, Pei Qianzi suppressed her inner laughter and asked, "Are you done?" Seeing Pei Qianzi smile, Qin Feng was furious inside. What the hell is going on? What do you mean what's going on? Pei Qianzi knew full well what was going on. Qin Feng was furious when he saw Pei Qianzi pretending to be dumb. Didn't you see 3 people chasing Yan Lu just now? Yes, I did. What does that have to do with me? Pei Qianzi said with a smile. Qin Feng hurriedly said, "Those 3 people are all your men. What's going on? He doesn't like him, bullies my big backer, and won't let me find someone to beat him up?" Pei Qianzi didn't even mention lending people to the Bai family mother and daughter. And Qin Feng was also stunned when he heard this. You bully me and then you find someone to beat him up? You're so damn right. Seeing Qin Feng stunned, Pei Qianzi couldn't help but laugh. And didn't he just beat you today? Why are you so concerned about him? It seems like you don't want him to get hurt. Hearing this, Qin Feng's face turned pale, and he said in a flustered voice, "How is that possible? I was happy to see him get beaten up." Although he said so, Pei Qianzi could still hear the insincerity in Qin Feng's words. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Pei Qianzi couldn't help but laugh. If that's the case, why are you asking me what's wrong? This. Qin Feng was at a loss for words, and then quickly adjusted his emotions, saying, "I was just asking." So you're done asking now? Pei Qianzi asked, looking up. What else could Qin Feng say? He could only nod helplessly. Seeing this, Pei Qianzi asked, "So where are we going next?" She's already confessed to Su Ruoxue, so she could have gone home a long time ago, but now she wanted to see how Qin Feng would handle the situation. Let's go see how things are going over there. Huh? What do you care about that guy? Pei Qianzi's eyes changed to a dangerous arc, and she asked with a smile. Qin Feng also froze for a moment, and quickly said, "Look at your men. After all, I am still helping you deal with the Hong family's affairs. How can I let you stand up for me? I still want you to be my woman. You're not going to pay off your debt with this, are you?" Hearing this, Pei Qianzi was speechless, but she still told Qin Feng the direction in which Ade and the others were heading. After learning the direction of Ade, Qin Feng said nothing and simply ran. Pei Qianzi was about to follow when she noticed that her phone was ringing again. It was still an unfamiliar number. Hello? Pei Qianzi was a little confused when she answered the phone. "It's me, Su Ruoxue." On the other end of the line, Su Ruoxue sounded incredibly cold, as if she had long since recovered from her previous emotion. Hearing this voice, Pei Qianzi was even more puzzled. President Su? What does he mean by calling me? Is he showing off? Ignoring Pei Qianzi's sarcasm, Pei Qianzi cut straight to the chase. "Lend me some people, 5 million for each person for the whole day tomorrow." No way. Upon hearing this, a bold idea came to Pei Qianzi's mind, but she quickly asked, "I wonder what President Su wants to do with the people I lend him." On the other end of the line, Su Ruoxue was momentarily stunned, but soon became impatient and said, "Beat someone up and just say yes or no. There are more than just your people in power in Donghai." "Yes, of course I'll lend you someone. May I ask who it is? The person who beat Qin Feng up during the day?" Su Ruoxue was momentarily stunned on hearing this. "Why did you just shut up in the middle of a sentence?" Although she now had a favorable impression of Qin Feng, subconsciously she didn't want anyone else to know. On the other end of the line, Pei Qianzi understood everything and immediately laughed. "Of course I can't refuse when the CEO of Su Group asks. How about the 3 from earlier today?" Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxue was shocked. "The 3 from earlier today were all your men? You know about it? She knows about the fact that I kissed Qin Feng on my own initiative? Could it be that Pei Qianzi was just now standing right next to her?" Su Ruoxue looked left and right, but she didn't see Pei Qianzi's figure at all. And from the other end of the line came the sound of Pei Qianzi's laughter. "President Su, you should see how generous young Master Qin is today. Not only I, but everyone in Donghai knows about it. She naturally understood what Su Ruoxue was asking, but she still answered irrelevant questions. Su Ruoxue let out a sigh of relief when she heard this. Well, there are 3 people in total, 15 million, I'll transfer the money when they arrive tomorrow. No need, I'll lend it to you for free. Huh? Why? Su Ruoxue couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Pei Qianzi also found a suitable reason. I also dislike that guy, so teaching him a lesson for me is just what I want. Hearing this, Su Ruoxue no longer refused. Okay, I'll owe you one. Hearing the voice on the phone and seeing Qin Feng in the distance urging her on, Pei Qianzi said. In that case, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Okay. With that, the two hung up. After Pei Qianzi agreed, Su Ruoxue immediately muttered to herself. Oomph, ruining my fun, I'll get you. With that, the coldness on her face suddenly decreased a lot, and then it seemed as if she had thought of something happy, her face full of joy. And on the other side of the phone. After Pei Qianzi hung up, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. This protagonist is really miserable. He has only just appeared in the story for a few chapters, and he has already been beaten up by the 2 heroines. And one of them is the main heroine. Things are getting more and more interesting. She can't wait to see how Qin Feng will react if he sees Yang Lu being beaten up again tomorrow. Go, what are you laughing at? In the distance, Qin Feng hurriedly urged Pei Qianzi on as he watched her laughing like a fool. Pei Qianzi also suddenly suppressed her smile. Nothing, I just thought of something really funny. Hurry up. If we don't leave now, the protagonist will be killed. Hearing Qin Feng's thoughts, and thinking of what Su Ruoxue had just said to him on the phone, Pei Qianzi's smile on her face became even wider. She was now looking forward to tomorrow's arrival. Here it comes. Saying this, Pei Qianzi followed behind. Chapter 19, A Mysterious Phone Call. Sure enough, as Qin Feng had expected, when he arrived, Yang Lu had already been caught by the 3 and was lying on the ground, dying. The 3 of them were all at the pinnacle of the Ming realm, and dealing with someone at the early stages of the Ming realm was a piece of cake. Before, it was because there were so many people in Donghai City that it would take some time for them to catch Yang Lu. However, because Qin Feng had confessed to Su Ruoxue, there was basically no one else on this stretch of road, and without any obstacles from people or objects, Yang Lu was quickly caught by the 3. At this time, Yang Luo not only had an arm and a leg amputated, but his face was also bruised and swollen, and he was being stamped on the ground by the 3 of them. Qin Feng could no longer bear to watch, and immediately shouted. Stop! When Ada and the other 2 heard this voice, they were first taken aback and looked in the direction of the sound with some unease. But when they saw Qin Feng standing there with a gloomy face, and their leader standing obediently behind him, they immediately stopped. Pei Qianzi gave a few people a hint, and the 3 of them understood, and silently walked towards Qin Feng's direction. Facing the 3 people approaching, Qin Feng was not at all panicked, quietly watching the scene, not worried at all that the 3 would harm him. These 3 people were all Pei Qianzi's people, and they basically would not do anything to him at this plot point. Even if they did, it would be in line with Qin Feng's wishes, and in this way, he would also have a chance to make enemies with Pei Qianzi. As Qin Feng had guessed, the 3 of them passed Qin Feng silently and then stood behind Pei Qianzi. Without any outside attacks, Yang Lu finally caught his breath. He looked up and saw Ada and the other 2 standing behind Qin Feng. Behind Qin Feng, there was also Pei Qianzi. Seeing this, Yang Lu's face gradually turned cold. So it was you. It's me, what the hell? Knowing that Yang Lu had misunderstood, Qin Feng did not bother to explain, but instead acknowledged it expressionlessly. Look, what is a villain? This is a qualified villain, at all times one must learn to arouse hatred. Pei Qianzi originally wanted to watch the show, but when she heard Qin Feng's thoughts, she immediately became unhappy and immediately stepped forward and said, These are all my people. And when Ada and the others heard this, they also leaned forward respectfully and shouted in unison. Big sister. Seeing this scene, Yang Lu froze for a moment, but soon said with a face full of disbelief. I know it's not you, I know you were threatened by this guy, no need for more explanations. Saying this, Yang Lu looked at Qin Feng and said disdainfully. What? Daring to get someone to come and move me, now you don't even have the courage to admit it? Watching Yang Lu tell lies with his eyes wide open, Pei Qianzi couldn't help but stare with her eyes wide. Is this guy stupid? I already said it was my guy, so why are you making up your own story? How can someone like this be the protagonist? While Pei Qianzi was wondering if the protagonist was stupid, Qin Feng's voice came from behind her. Does it matter to you? Qin Feng neither admitted nor denied. However, in Yang Luo's eyes, Qin Feng's words were tantamount to a disguised admission. Just you wait, one day I will make you regret your actions today. One day, I will," said Yang Luo, unable to continue, because he felt that the three men behind Qin Feng, namely Ada, were getting restless. He doubted that he could leave here safely if he continued to speak. It seemed that Qin Feng had noticed Yang Luo's fear, and he gave a disdainful smile and turned to Pei Qianzi and said, "Let's go." Although Pei Qianzi really wanted to teach Yang Luo a lesson, she had to obey Qin Feng's order. At the moment, she was still hoping that Qin Feng would help her deter the Hong family. Subsequently, Pei Qianzi could only give Ada and the other two men a look, and Ada and the other two men were a little confused. Why didn't they let them teach this guy a lesson? But since their sister had spoken, they had to listen, and they could only leave with Qin Feng. It wasn't until they had disappeared from Yang Luo's view that Ada couldn't help but ask, "Big sister, why didn't you let us teach that guy a lesson?" This Yang Luo, although not their match, Ada and the others could still feel Yang Luo's danger. This was no ordinary early stage of Ming realm. If it was just an ordinary early stage of Ming realm, under the beating of the three-peak Ming realm cultivators, he would have died long ago. But this guy didn't. In fact, they sensed faint signs that Yang Luo was about to break through to the intermediate realm. Under normal circumstances, the leader would never let such a being leave alive. However, in the face of Ada's doubts, Pei Qianzi shrugged and said, "Don't ask me, you should ask Master Qin." Pei Qianzi directly dumped this mess on Qin Feng. She wanted to see how Qin Feng would explain it. On hearing this, Qin Feng's eyebrows shot up. "Who am I? And who is he? Deal with him? Drop the price," Qin Feng said coldly. In that case, Ada and the other two immediately had the lowest impression of Qin Feng. Stupid. The three of them couldn't help but secretly curse Qin Feng in their hearts. Facing such a potential opponent, you have to nip him in the bud. What Qin Feng did today, he will definitely regret one day. But since Qin Feng has spoken, we as his henchmen can't say much. The five of them left like this all the way. And at the original location, Yang Lu watched the five people's disappearing backs with a gloomy face. Thinking about Qin Feng's arrogant and defiant look just now, Yang Lu was infuriated. Just you wait. This time, although I was beaten up badly, I have also gained something from this misfortune. After going back this time to adjust my state, I am afraid that I will soon be able to reach the intermediate stage of the Ming realm. When he is able to deal with these three guys, I will definitely make this Qin Feng pay a price as bloody as blood itself. Hiss. The pain in his arm seemed unbearable to Yang Luo, but in the end, he still took out his mobile phone and dialed a phone number. On the phone, a middle-aged man's voice came. "Mr. Yang? It's me," Yang Lu said in a low voice. There was some surprise on the other end of the line. "Why are you using a domestic number? Have you returned to China?" "Yes, I'm in Donghai." "You're in Donghai? Why didn't you say so earlier, so I could send someone to pick you up?" The person on the other end of the line spoke very respectfully to Yang Lu. Yang Lu's mood seemed to improve a lot upon hearing this. "I was planning to check out the situation in China on my own and didn't plan to contact you." "Then you're having run into some trouble." Hearing this, the person on the other end of the line was obviously a little surprised. "Trouble? Do you need my help?" "Not at the moment, but I need you to bring me some silver heartgrass." "Silver heartgrass? Are you injured?" The person on the other end of the line, a middle-aged man, was dumbfounded, holding the phone in his hand, his face shocked beyond belief. He knew Yang Luo's abilities, and what kind of person could injure Yang Luo? Chapter 20, Poor Yang Luo. On the other side, Qin Feng didn't care about Yang Luo's life or death. Although the injuries on Yang Luo's body were all fatal, Qin Feng knew exactly how capable Yang Luo was. Not to mention anything else, he could handle minor problems. And if you give this Yang Luo time, he can even bring down the Qin family behind him. Of course, the prerequisite is that this Pei Qianzi doesn't send someone over to beat Yang Lu up again. In the East Sea, there are really not many people who can beat Yang Lu. But coincidentally, Pei Qianzi is one of them. But why did this Pei Qianzi want to intervene? Could it be that because I was beaten, she wanted to show her attitude? That doesn't make sense. Pei Qianzi is not the kind of person who meddles in other people's business. Why did Pei Qianzi's character collapse for no reason? Was it because I didn't do anything outrageous? Thinking about this, Qin Feng couldn't help but glance at Pei Qianzi. Pei Qianzi was a little flustered by Qin Feng's glance and subconsciously took 2 steps back. However, Qin Feng only glanced at her and then withdrew his gaze. Could it be that I have to deal with Pei Qianzi like I did with Su Ruoxue, so that she hates me? Just as this thought popped into his head, Qin Feng subconsciously thought of Su Ruoxue's performance just now. After thinking of Su Ruoxue's blushing face, he couldn't help but shiver. No, if this Pei Qianzi is like Su Ruoxue, then won't I have to start all over again? Forget it, just let nature take its course. Qin Feng thought about this and decided not to bother with Pei Qianzi. One Su Ruoxue was enough to give him a headache, and he still had to figure out how to make Su Ruoxue hate him. If anything else happened to Pei Qianzi, then it would be completely over. After walking for a while, Qin Feng said goodbye to Pei Qianzi and went home happily. Although Su Ruoxue's actions were a bit strange now, he also understood that he could not let them develop as they were and that he must find a way to change Su Ruoxue's character. As for Pei Qianzi, she couldn't help but smile when she saw Qin Feng leave in a hurry. However, soon, Pei Qianzi saw Ade and the others standing next to her with displeased expressions on their faces. Seeing this, Pei Qianzi's smile immediately disappeared, and she frowned and said, "What? Big sister, we really can't let that person go today, otherwise the 3 of us should go back and kill him." As she said this, Ade couldn't help but make a motion of wiping his neck. Seeing this, Pei Qianzi was slightly tempted. Yang Luo is someone she really dislikes, she could even describe him as annoying. If she killed him now, it would seem to have saved a lot of trouble. But Yang Luo is the protagonist after all, if she killed him, would there be any accidents? Pei Qianzi suddenly fell into deep thought when she thought about this. Adi and the others on the side didn't say anything when they saw this, but instead quietly looked at Pei Qianzi. After about a minute, Pei Qianzi slowly raised her head and said in a deep voice, "No need. Big sister." As soon as the words fell, Ade became a little anxious. Now that they had already fought, if they didn't settle this guy now, it would be a problem for them in the future. Pei Qianzi's voice came slowly. "You don't need to worry about this person now, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to settle things in the future." Hearing this, Ada's face eased a lot. However, Pei Qianzi simply skipped over the topic and said, "You still need to go out tomorrow." "Go out? Go where?" Ada's face was a little confused. Pei Qianzi thought about Su Ruoxue's previous phone call and a fox-like smile appeared on her face. "Go to Su Ruoxue's place." "Su Ruoxue? What are you going to her place for?" Ade couldn't help but feel a little surprised inside. And Pei Qianzi laughed. "Of course it's the same as today, to help her beat someone up." "Beat someone up?" Ade was a little surprised. Who are they going to deal with this time? What's going on these days? Bai Huijing and Su Ruoxue are both women from Donghai, but they are businessmen after all, and they don't usually have much to do with their leader. Why has their leader been sending them to help them deal with people these days? Hearing Ada's question, Pei Qianzi's smile on her face grew even wider. "Someone you know very well." "Someone you know very well?" Ada was a little confused, but then he glanced at Pei Qianzi's unable to restrain her laughter expression, and thought about what she had just done and said. An idea suddenly popped into his mind, and he said incredulously, "Big sister, you're not going to make us deal with that guy again, are you?" This time, not only Ada, but even Ah-Er and Ah-San looked at Pei Qianzi with disbelief. "No way? Today, they just followed Bai's orders and beat the guy up, and now Su Ruoxue wants them to beat him up again?" Su Ruoxue and Bai Huijing, they both know. The 2 beautiful CEOs of Donghai. If Bai Huijing is the kind of mature and charming beauty, then Su Ruoxue is pure and innocent, like a piece of white paper, giving people a desire to protect her. What on earth has this guy done to make the 2 beautiful CEOs of Donghai hate him so much? Pei Qianzi didn't answer them again, but from Pei Qianzi's face, which was unable to hold back her laughter, they already knew the answer. "I understand, big sister." Ada took a deep breath and said in a low voice. When Pei Qianzi saw this, she glanced at Ada and asked, "What? Are you feeling balanced now?" Ada was slightly stunned on hearing this. He understood that Pei Qianzi was referring to the words he had just said to Pei Qianzi. Now that they knew they would have to deal with Yang Lu again, they wondered if their hearts were balanced. Balanced? Their hearts were more than just balanced. They even felt a little sorry for Yang Lu at this point. Today, Bai Huijing had someone beat him up, breaking one of his legs and one of his arms. The next day, Su Ruoxue had someone beat him up, and they were the ones who were chosen. Is there anyone who is more miserable than Yan Lu? It seems not. Thinking about this, Adi immediately shook his head. Don't dare. It's okay. Pei Qianzi frowned at Adi and said sternly. Remember to be even more ruthless when you go over there tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Adi immediately nodded. Yes. However, after the words fell, Adi noticed something was wrong and looked up at Pei Qianzi. When Pei Qianzi mentioned Yan Luo, she looked at him with disgust and disdain. Seeing this, a thought came to Ada's mind once again. It seemed that this guy had also angered their leader? Chapter 21, Next Plans. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Especially for the people of Donghai. It is really because the scene prepared by Qin Feng before is too shocking. These well-known figures in Donghai more or less understand how terrifying the Qin family is. As for the common people, they basically rely on hearsay. In their impression, the Qin family is just a wealthy family, but they have no idea how wealthy it is. But today they have seen it. Hundreds of millions of fireworks were blooming in the sky as if they were free. On the street, even some cleaners who had gone home had received a handsome overtime payment and were now cleaning up the fireworks debris scattered everywhere. Not only that, but everyone in the World Trade apartments and some nearby residents had also received 100,000 yuan each. This made the surrounding ordinary people extremely jealous. Even at this moment, they were thinking in their hearts why they weren't living near the World Trade apartments. Although the World Trade apartments' housing prices are relatively high, the housing prices in his neighborhood are only about 2 million. This has directly earned a down payment. One person gets 100,000, so how much did so many people spend? They haven't done the math, but just the combined spending tonight, it's impossible to get it all without 500 million. However, all of this was just Qin Feng's arrangement to woo a woman. 500 million, the owners of many listed companies, even if the company's valuation cannot reach this point. Qin Feng's generosity has really refreshed everyone's outlook on life. The East Sea caused such a commotion, and other cities were not unaware of it. At the moment when the confession just started, some big bosses called their friends to say a few words about Qin Feng's confession to Su Ruoxue. While praising the Qin family for being rich, they also didn't forget to belittle Qin Feng as a spendthrift. And such news, when passed on from 10 to 100, quickly reached Qin Zhan's ears. At this time, inside the villa, Qin Feng had just returned to the villa when his phone in his pocket rang. He took out the phone and saw it was his father. Qin Feng immediately thought of something and immediately answered the phone. What happened today was a bit too much. As soon as the phone was connected, a voice that clearly showed Qin Shang's displeasure came from the other end. I know. Qin Feng's tone was neither calm nor indifferent, so no one could tell what he was really thinking. Seeing his son, who had always been afraid of him, suddenly change like this, Qin Zhan was a little surprised, and he spoke again. Just because of a woman? Well. Qin Feng simply replied with a single word. Hearing this, a flash of light suddenly flashed in Qin Zhan's eyes, and he said meaningfully. So what are you going to do next? Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Next, I need your help, father. Help? Qin Zhan's face was full of confusion. Help with what? Put pressure on the Su family and make them let Su Ruoxue marry me. Qin Feng said lightly. Qin Zhan's face suddenly showed a look of shock. You've already made arrangements? Yes. Hearing Qin Feng's affirmative answer, Qin Zhan's face showed even more shock. It seems that his son's actions today were not as thoughtless as they appeared, but rather that he had everything calculated. Even his father is the one making the calculations. You knew I would call you today? Qin Feng laughed on hearing this. If my father didn't call me after making such a big fuss, it would be a bit unreasonable. You little brat. Qin Zhan also laughed, but there was a hint of relief in his smile. Qin Feng has grown up. Although this series of actions seem ordinary and are ultimately for the sake of a woman, they are far more sophisticated than what Qin Feng has done before. At least, Qin Feng no longer licks a dog's ass like before, always looking at a woman's face. He had scolded Qin Feng countless times for this before. After all, he is the only son of the Qin family, and he cannot lose the family's face for the sake of a woman. But Qin Feng never listened before, and even gave up his good life in the capital for Su Ruoxue and came directly to Donghai. Now, Qin Feng will more or less use some means. Although the methods are still somewhat immature in his eyes, Qin Feng has grown up in his eyes. Thinking about this, Qin Zhan couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I understand. If it were normal, he would still be unable to help scolding Qin Feng, but now, there is no longer any need for that. With that, Qin Zhan hung up the phone. Qin Feng, on the other hand, also fell into deep thought after hanging up the phone. Pressure the Su family. He didn't want to do this. But now, Su Ruoxue's character was already a bit off. If he didn't make Su Ruoxue hate him, it would be too late when Su Ruoxue gradually developed a good impression of him. In the original development of the plot, Qin Feng also used family pressure, but that was also because Yang Lu was by Su Ruoxue's side. But now, count on Yang Lu? Qin Feng couldn't help but feel sorry for him. The warlord returns, sees his wife being courted by a rich second generation, and in a fit of anger, gets beaten up by his wife? This is beyond pitiful. Qin Feng also knows that it is a bit too early to apply pressure, but there is no other way. He knows that Su Ruoxue hates having her fate controlled, and he wants to use this to make Su Ruoxue hate him. In that case, Su Ruoxue will hate me even more, right? Hey, you don't like having your fate controlled, right? Then I'll show you how to control it. I'll make you have to be my Qin Feng's woman, and I'll make you hate me even more. Qin Feng thought so, and a smile could not help but appear on his face. In this way, as long as Qin Zhan exerts pressure, Su Ruoxue's character will also return to the right track. After Yang Lu has recovered, he will lend a hand himself, and then the plot will soon return to its original position. Qin Feng thought happily, finished washing up, and went into the quilt with a happy face. However, what he didn't know was that in the World Trade Department, Su Ruoxue had heard everything he had been thinking. Hearing what Qin Feng had been thinking, Su Ruoxue couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Trying to control my destiny? Dream on. You want the script of our world to go according to what you think? Then I will just make sure it doesn't go according to the original script. I, Su Ruoxue, am not someone who will let you control destiny at will. Originally, after learning that Qin Feng was not a brainless rich second generation, Su Ruoxue did not say she liked Qin Feng, but she definitely did not dislike him either. However, Qin Feng confessed to her when she had just had a big fight with her family and was at her most helpless, and he already had a place in her heart that was previously frozen. Thinking about Qin Feng's previous confession, Su Ruoxue, who had never experienced romantic relationships before, suddenly blushed. Chapter 22, A Good Man. The next day. Inside the Su family group. At this time, the group was in an uproar. In the cashier's office on the first floor, a woman in her mid-20s glanced at her busy colleagues. Have you heard? Yesterday, the young master of the Qin family confessed to our CEO again. One of the men in his 30s looked disdainful. Hey, so what? It's not the first time. As longtime employees of the Su family, they have indeed experienced this kind of thing countless times. Of course, they would not say that Qin Feng is infatuated, but rather that he is stupid and rich. This time is different. How is it different? The man who spoke looked a little dismissive. The woman, on the other hand, said with envy. Yesterday, when Qin Feng confessed to Su Ruoxue, some people estimated that the minimum would be 500 million yuan, and the actual cost would be even higher, not lower. Hearing this, the man's pupils constricted slightly. They were both fighting for a living, and 500 million yuan still surprised him a little. However, soon after, the man said nonchalantly, "Pfft, it's just about money. What do you know?" Watching the man show disdain for Qin Feng several times, the woman became a little angry. It's not just a matter of having a lot of money, okay? Saying this, the woman's face was full of envy, her hands raised in front of her, her eyes shining as she looked at the ceiling. If someone confessed to me like that, I'm afraid I would have agreed on the spot. Do you think President Su would agree to the young Master Qin? Sheesh. The man shrugged. How could she? It's not the first time she's confessed to President Su, and you know her personality, she's never been attracted to another man. This time, the woman did not refute, but nodded in agreement. Indeed, not only Qin Feng, but also many other people have confessed their love to Su Ruoxue, but Su Ruoxue has always been cold towards people. How could such a person possibly agree to confess her love? Just as the two were chatting. Ding! The automatic doors of the company opened. The two suddenly saw Su Ruoxue, whom they had just been discussing, walking towards the company step by step. And there was a faint smile on Su Ruoxue's face. Seeing this, the two were stunned. Su Ruoxue didn't care about the two and walked directly towards the elevator, disappearing from their view. As the elevator slowly ascended the stairs, Su Ruoxue, with that smile on her face, arrived at her office. Along the way, many employees were attracted by Su Ruoxue's smile. This was the first time they had seen Su Ruoxue smile at work. Usually, Su Ruoxue had a frown on her face, as if she was owed money. What was going on this time? Ruoxue, what's wrong today? In the office, Xiaoya looked at Su Ruoxue, whose state was very different from when she left yesterday, and couldn't help but ask. What's wrong? Su Ruoxue turned her head and looked at Xiaoya with some surprise. What's the matter today? Why are you so happy? Happy? Is there? Su Ruoxue looked at the mirror next to her with some confusion. No. Xiaoya was a little speechless, but when she thought about the scene she saw in the sky at the company yesterday, she couldn't help but say. You're not just in a good mood because Qin Feng confessed to you yesterday, are you? Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxue's eyes immediately narrowed into two crescents. No way? Seeing Su Ruoxue admit so openly like that, Xiaoya was stunned. Could it be that you really have feelings for Qin Feng? She thought that Su Ruoxue was happy about something else, and as for Qin Feng, he said it in a completely joking tone, so she never expected Su Ruoxue to admit it directly. Su Ruoxue, you've fallen. Su Ruoxue smiled nonchalantly on hearing this. However, she soon asked Xiaoya. Xiaoya, is Qin Feng really that unbearable in your eyes? This sentence suddenly left Xiaoya speechless. Unbearable? Not really. Although Qin Feng had always had a crush on Su Ruoxue and had been courting her, to the extent that they found him particularly annoying. On second thought, it seemed that Qin Feng had not done anything that they particularly disliked. He has always been well behaved. Although it is said that Qin Feng has many maids in his villa, most of them are college students from poor mountainous areas who work hard and study hard. Although their appearance is top-notch, there has never been any news of Qin Feng doing anything bad to a college student. Moreover, because he likes Su Ruoxue, Qin Feng even abandoned his identity as the young master of the Qin family in Kyoto and came a long way to the East China Sea. Apart from pursuing Su Ruoxue, there has been no other bad habits reported. He is rich, good-looking, has no bad habits, is caring, and is also devoted. If someone like this is described as unbearable, then are there any good men left in the world? Xiaoya didn't know what to say when Su Ruoxue asked her this. Seeing Xiaoya stunned there, Su Ruoxue smiled. If one really looked at Qin Feng with a critical eye, I'm afraid there is only one thing, and that is that he is ignorant. But she knew that Qin Feng was not that kind of person at all. What reason did she have to dislike someone like that? At this moment, Su Ruoxue's phone rang. Xiaoya, who was in a daze, suddenly reacted and hurriedly said, I'll go out first. Saying this, she glanced at Su Ruoxue with a complex expression on her face and slowly left the office. Su Ruoxue, on the other hand, glanced at the incoming call prompt, and the joy on her face before suddenly turned into impatience. It was her father. But Su Ruoxue picked up the phone after all. Hello? Ruoxue, I know you're still angry, but the Qin family sent someone over yesterday to talk to me about wanting you to get engaged to Qin Feng. I've agreed. Ruoxue, don't be a child anymore. You know the power of the Qin family. Su Qinghai was speechless and asked incredulously. What did you just say? I said I agreed to the engagement between Qin Feng and me. You. Hearing this, Su Qinghai was overjoyed. You've come to your senses? Yes, I have. Great, then I'll let the Qins know, and we'll arrange for the parents to meet. By the way, Qin Feng's father will be back by then, so you'd better get ready. Seeing that his daughter had come to her senses, Su Qinghai on the other end of the line was so excited that he wished he could go to Donghai right now. As for Su Ruoxue, she couldn't help but freeze when she heard that Qin Feng's father was also coming to Donghai. Although she now had quite a favorable impression of Qin Feng, it was still a bit too early for her to meet the parents of both sides. Just as Su Ruoxue was at a loss as to what to do, there was a knock on the door. President Su, there are 3 people downstairs who say they are here to see you from Pei Qianzi's people. Chapter 23 Female Doctor, Meng Yao. Pei Qianzi's people? Su Ruoxue's face became serious, and she said to the door. Ask them to come in. Yes. In a moment, Ada and the others arrived in Su Ruoxue's office. Just seeing the 3 of them enter, Su Ruoxue didn't beat around the bush. I asked you 3 to come over today to help me deal with someone. Hearing this, Ada, who had already had an idea in his heart, looked startled. That person from yesterday? What? Su Ruoxue froze for a moment, not understanding what Ada meant. Ada hurriedly explained. It's the person who passed by you when you were kissing Mr. Qin yesterday. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxue's originally frosty face suddenly turned red. She hadn't seen Ada and the others at all yesterday, so how did they know? Hearing Ada say this, she hurriedly asked. You were also there yesterday? It was the first time Ada had seen Su Ruoxue look so shy and eager, so he immediately said. Well, yesterday when you and Mr. Qin were there, we happened to pass by and chase after that guy. You were probably too focused to see us. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ruoxue's pretty face suddenly turned rosy. Yes, yesterday she was too busy kissing to notice Ada and the others, but she did see Yang Lu. Thinking about this, Su Ruoxue hurriedly adjusted her emotions and said in a slightly messy voice. Well, in that case, I presume you also know that guy, right? Upon hearing this, the three of them nodded. Seeing the three of them nod, Su Ruoxue looked at them with cold eyes. I hope he can stay in the hospital for 3 days. Can you do that? No problem, we'll take care of it. Ada immediately agreed. They didn't have a good time yesterday, and today Su Ruoxue gave them an order again, which was just fine for them. Hearing this, Su Ruoxue's cold gaze softened a lot, and she immediately handed over 3 bank cards from the drawer and placed them in Ada's hands. President Su, you. Looking at the bank cards in his hands, Ada panicked a little. Each of these 3 cards has 1 million in it, with a password of 6 zeros. This is the reward for your actions this time. Su Ruoxue said, since you already beat Yan Luo up so badly yesterday, I don't think it would be a problem to beat him up again today. But Ada directly refused. We can't accept this. Su Ruoxue looked at Ada in surprise. Ada continued. Although our line of work is not above board, we do have rules. And you should have discussed this with our leader long ago. We can't accept this money. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxue said in a low voice. Take it, Pei Qianzi won't blame you, and I don't need the money. Su Ruoxue hates nothing more than owing people favors. Yang Lu ruined her plans yesterday, and she won't feel right unless she spends some money. This. Ada hesitated, while Asan hurriedly came up to Ada's ear and said. Just take it, and report back to the big sister when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Ada nodded and immediately said to Su Ruoxue. Don't worry, we guarantee that you won't see the guy's shadow in Donghai for the next 3 days. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxue nodded and stopped replying. Seeing this, Ada and the others directly took their leave. On the other side, inside Donghai Hospital. You really have a special constitution. Yesterday you broke your arm and leg, but I didn't expect you to recover so quickly today. A female nurse looked at the patient in the hospital bed with a face full of amazement after receiving the latest test results. Maybe. Yang Luo revealed a smile that he thought was charming, but beneath that smile, there was a hint of bitterness. Although he had called yesterday, the person on the other end of the line was not in the country, so it would be some time before he could return. During this time, he would have to spend his time in the hospital. Fortunately, he had been beaten up yesterday, which had caused him to break through. Otherwise, all the injuries on his body would have been fatal. By the way, where was the doctor who had helped me with my medical treatment? Why wasn't she here? He had originally just wanted to recuperate in the hospital, but he had not expected that there would be a bonus. That is, the doctor who helped him was a female doctor, and her appearance was not inferior to Su Ruoxue or Pei Qianzi in the least, which fascinated Yang Lu. But logically speaking, it should be the doctor who came to inform him of his condition, so why did it turn out to be a nurse? Dr. Meng, what do you want with Dr. Meng? I want to be discharged from the hospital if that's possible. Yang Lu glanced at his body and said indifferently. He didn't want to stay here and smell like a hospital forever. Of course, if there is a beautiful woman to keep him company, that's a different story. Hearing this, the nurse was also at a loss. I'll go find her for you. With that, the nurse left the ward and went to the attending physician's office. Dr. Meng, Dr. Meng. In the office, a woman suddenly raised her head. The rosy lips matched the charming eyes, and the white coat made the nurse feel a trance. What's wrong? The woman asked in an even tone. And the nurse also remembered why she had come. The patient who was admitted yesterday said that he wanted to check out. When Yang Luo was mentioned, Meng Yao's face showed a hint of impatience. I know. Half an hour later. In the ward, Yang Luo looked around and couldn't help but exclaim. There are so many beautiful women in the East China Sea, and I never thought that just after I got back, I would meet 3 of the best. A beautiful CEO, a gangster boss, and a beautiful doctor. And all of them are so disastrous for the country and its people. I just don't know why, but all 3 women seem to have a bad attitude towards him. Creak. Just as he was thinking this, the door to the ward opened. Meng Yao walked in with the discharge slip. Bring this slip to the front desk to sign, and you can be discharged. Seeing Meng Yao so close, a faint smile suddenly appeared on Yang Luo's face. Beauty, haven't we met somewhere before? Hearing this, Meng Yao's face changed slightly. Do you want to be discharged or not? Of course, but before that. Get out. With that, Meng Yao directly flung the slip in Yang Luo's face, turned her head, and left. Ha! Seeing this, Yang Lu was not angry, but instead smiled to himself as he watched Meng Yao's enchanting figure as she left. Interesting. The East Sea is getting more and more exciting. Subsequently, Yang Lu did not waste any time, and directly picked up the list, briefly processed it, and was then discharged from the hospital. What Yang Lu did not notice was that as he was just about to walk out of the hospital, not far away, 3 pairs of eyes had set their sights on him. He's out. Chapter 24. Why is it here again? Pei Qianzi is considered somewhat powerful in the East China Sea. So the intelligence is quite good. Plus, with the full support of the Bai family and the Su family group, they were waiting in front of the hospital early in the morning. What now? A San looked at a D and asked. Follow. A D said, and the 3 immediately followed Yang Luo. The 3 were at the pinnacle of the dark realm, and they were all used to this life of blood and guts. They were very good at following people. Yang Luo didn't even notice the 3 of them, but walked stupidly towards his newly bought house. As he passed through an unmanned passage, he suddenly felt a cold wind behind him. Who? Yang Luo looked behind him with a grave expression. When he saw the figures of Ade and the others, Yang Luo's face tightened. It's you again. Speaking, Yang Lu seemed to think of something. Did Qin Feng send you again? Go. In the face of Yang Lu's question, Ade didn't even have the interest to answer, and directly beckoned the 2 people next to him to rush towards Yang Lu. Seeing this, Yang Lu's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly fled towards his own house. In the hospital. The nurse who gave Yang Luo the examination report looked at Meng Yao with some confusion. Dr. Meng, why were you so rude to that patient just now? They are all patients here, isn't this not very good? Upon hearing the nurse's words, Meng Yao's brows furrowed. During this period of time, she had heard a lot of Qin Feng's inner thoughts, and she had also learned a lot about Yang Luo's character. She even knew that Yang Luo was the protagonist of this world. However, she was a bit confused. Why was the protagonist of this world like this? Can someone with such character become the protagonist? And why can she hear this inner voice? Could it be that she is also this guy's woman? When she guessed that this was possible, Meng Yao lost all good impression of Yang Luo. She is still young and has a promising future, and she doesn't want her future husband to be this kind of person. Thinking about this, Meng Yao couldn't help but say. You don't need to care so much, that guy just thinks with his lower body. You should stay away from this guy in the future too. In the future? Will he come back? The nurse was a little surprised. In the hospital, they need to be careful with their words. For example, you can't say goodbye when a patient leaves. You also can't tell a patient to eat whatever they want. Although Dr. Meng is pretty, she is not just a pretty face. She is considered one of the most skilled doctors in the hospital, so how could she make such a low-level mistake? Meng Yao also knew that she had said the wrong thing, but she still frowned and said, Who knows about these things? Fine, go back to your work. With that, Meng Yao stopped bothering with the nurse and got back to her work. The nurse saw that Meng Yao didn't want to chat and didn't dare to ask any more questions, so she left directly. Just as Meng Yao was about to calm down and deal with the paperwork on her desk. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was being knocked on. Come in. Meng Yao said indifferently, and the door was pushed open. Dr. Meng, it's bad. Meng Yao was a little surprised to see that the person who came was the same nurse as before. What's wrong? The patient from just now is here again. Didn't he just go out? Why is he here again? Hearing this, Meng Yao was a little surprised, but when she thought about the hearts of those people, her face immediately turned gloomy. Let's go and take a look. Subsequently, Meng Yao followed the nurse and walked out. The nurse took Meng Yao to the ward. Soon, Meng Yao saw Yang Luo again. Yang Luo, who had been lively and active just an hour ago, looked miserable. Meng Yao asked the doctor next to her about Yang Luo's examination report. Terrible. It's terrible. Yesterday, he was admitted to the hospital with an injured arm and leg, and now all 4 limbs are broken. Next to her, a doctor in charge wearing glasses looked at Meng Yao and said, "This surgery is too difficult. Dr. Meng Yao, why don't you take over? All 4 limbs are broken, some bones are broken, and many blood vessels in the body have ruptured. This is a technical task, and there is less than a 20% chance of survival at his level." Meng Yao is a woman, but she is the only one who can perform this surgery. After all, Meng Yao's medical skills are famous throughout the hospital. However, to the attending physician's surprise, Meng Yao shook her head when she heard this. "No, I'm in too bad a condition to undergo surgery, so you do it." Hearing this, the attending physician froze, but seeing Meng Yao's slightly tired expression, he could only nod. "Hurry and send him to the emergency room." Saying this, the nurse beside him hurriedly sent Yang Luo to the emergency room. The attending physician also hurried to the emergency room after a little preparation. Meng Yao was left standing there quietly. After glancing at the examination report, Meng Yao couldn't help but frown, and then placed the examination report on the table and left. Meanwhile, at the beach house. "You said Su Ruoxue agreed? What's with your tone? Isn't this what you've always wanted to see?" Qin Zhan was a little confused when faced with his son's question. He didn't understand why his son had such a big reaction, and it was still a reluctant look. "Okay, I get it." Qin Feng almost went crazy when he heard this, hastily replied and hung up the phone. "Su Ruoxue, how could you just agree? Haven't you always hated me? How can you justify what you've done with your previous efforts?" Qin Feng was a little confused. "Su Ruoxue, didn't you just start your own company after you became an adult in order to prove to your family that you were not a bargaining chip for them? After all these years of hard work, how could you just agree to it? Where is your dignity? Where is your initial intention? Where is your QQ? Where is your address?" Forget it, at this point in time, it is no longer possible to expect Su Ruoxue to hate him. He can only rely on outside help. Thinking about this, Qin Feng couldn't help but dial Pei Qianzi's phone. "Oh, why did young Master Qin think to call me?" Pei Qianzi, who was not by Qin Feng's side, appeared to be unusually active. Qin Feng heard this and did not dare to directly ask Yang Luo for the address, so he casually picked a topic. "What are you doing?" "I'm cheering for Yang Luo," Pei Qianzi said with righteous words. "Cheering?" Qin Feng was stunned, and for a moment he did not react to Pei Qianzi's wrong attitude. "What fuel? Is Yang Luo playing a game?" "Yes." "What kind of competition?" Qin Feng was a little curious. Competitions only happened when the protagonist entered the school dungeon, so where was the competition now? Pei Qianzi was still cheering for him? Before Qin Feng could think much more, Pei Qianzi's voice came again. "LCU, Resurrection Match. Chapter 25, Change. LCU, Resurrection Match? Huh?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a cold breath. How the hell did he get into the LCU again? Yesterday, he only broke an arm and a leg. With his constitution, he should be able to recover in one night, right? How did he get in? Could it be that this Pei Qianzi is up to no good again? Right, apart from Ada and the other two, no one in Donghai can beat Yang Luo. But why did you beat someone up just because they annoyed you? Qin Feng's head was spinning. On one side, Su Ruoxue's matter had not been resolved, and on the other, Yang Luo was about to die. The god of war had returned, and within 2 days, he had been beaten twice? But the problem was that Yang Luo was in the hospital. It now seemed that a meeting was out of the question, and Yang Luo was definitely not to be counted on. Just as Qin Feng was still trying to figure out how to get around the family meeting. What he didn't know was that Pei Qianzi was already a little upset. She had never told Ada and the others to go beat someone up. The first time was by Hui Jing, and the second time was Su Ruoxue. Although Ada and the others were her people, they weren't the ones she wanted to beat up Yan Lu. Qin Feng, on the other hand, had taken the blame for everything. Thinking about this, Pei Qianzi's face revealed a dangerous arc. "What? It seems like you've been quite concerned about this Yang Lu lately. Hearing this, Qin Feng froze, not even picking up the displeasure in Pei Qianzi's words. He hurriedly adjusted his emotions, and then said with disdain, "I care about him? Ha, you're thinking too much. You continue to cheer for this Yang Lu, I have something else to do." With that, Qin Feng hurriedly hung up the phone. "No, this can't continue, something must be done. If nothing is done, I'm afraid the protagonist really has to die here. If the protagonist dies, then he'll have to start all over again. This world is so strange, and he doesn't even know why it's turned out this way. In this life, not only has he not taken the initiative to deal with the protagonist, he's even done everything he can to help the protagonist act cocky. But why? Why have Pei Qianzi and the others all become so strange? Pei Qianzi sent someone to beat Yang Lu. If it was just once, it might be said to be currying favor with me, but you went twice, and even sent the person directly to the ICU the second time. What does that mean? And this Su Ruoxue, she actually agreed to the engagement request from her family? It's really ridiculous. I really don't know what she was thinking, how she could have agreed to it. Didn't she hate the arrangements of her family the most? And, you don't even look at who you're being introduced to. I'm such a villain, and you actually like me? This protagonist is also a waste. He just returned 2 days ago, and I'm still helping you act cool, and you're already in the hospital. There's no hope for Yang Lu, so you'll just have to improvise when the time comes." Chapter 26, Fleeting Sympathy. In the bar. After Ade and the other two had successfully completed their mission and returned to the bar, they went straight to Pei Qianzi. In the office, Pei Qianzi looked at the 3 bank cards lying quietly on the table and said indifferently, "Since they were given to you by President Su, you can take them." Hearing this, the 3 men politely accepted the bank cards. Pei Qianzi quietly watched this scene, and after the 3 men had put the bank cards away, she asked them, "How long do you think Yang Lu will be in the hospital?" Hearing this, the 3 of them were taken aback, but Ada was the first to react and said honestly, "If it were an ordinary person, they might be disabled for the rest of their lives, but this Yang Lu has already broken through to the middle stage of the Ming realm, and I'm afraid he will recover in less than 3 days. If there is medication to help, it might be even faster." Hearing this, Pei Qianzi was a little surprised. 3 days? This speed really exceeded her expectations. Then she saw Ada's hesitant expression, and Pei Qianzi's face turned serious. "If you have something to say, just say it." "Yes." Ada immediately stood up when he heard this. "Big sister, that guy is probably not simple. We have offended him to death with these actions, but neither President Su nor President Bai has told us to kill him. I'm afraid that when he gets out." He didn't finish his sentence, but he believed that Pei Qianzi understood. And indeed, Pei Qianzi understood. Yang Luo is no ordinary person. She knew it long ago, otherwise she would not have become the protagonist of this world. However, what Ada was worried about was Yang Luo's retaliation. Thinking about this, Pei Qianzi nodded and said in a deep voice, "Well, you also have a point. But this guy cannot be killed yet." "Why?" Ada was a little puzzled. Such a potential opponent, if they don't eliminate the root, it will be a problem for them in the future. Logically, Pei Qianzi would not make this mistake. "You don't need to ask any more questions, I have my own plan." "Yes." Upon hearing Pei Qianzi say this, Ada did not ask any more questions. Then Pei Qianzi said, "But you guys will have to work hard for a few days." Ada and the others did not say anything, and were quietly preparing to listen to Pei Qianzi's next instructions. They saw Pei Qianzi slowly say, "You guys guard the entrance to the hospital for a while, and when Yang Luo comes out, beat him back in. This time, it's best if he stays in the hospital for half a month." Upon hearing this, Adi and the others' faces showed slight surprise, but they quickly nodded. "Yes." With that, Adi and the others retreated. As they watched Adi and the others leave, Pei Qianzi couldn't help but think of Qin Feng's previous words in her mind, and her face slightly turned sour. "Humph, how dare he blame me? I won't take the blame for this." Pei Qianzi had only wanted to borrow some people, but now Qin Feng stubbornly believed that she was the one who had asked someone to do it. In that case, it would be better to send someone to beat Yang Lu up again. Although it wouldn't have much effect, it would make Pei Qianzi feel better. They were both hostesses, so why should she bear the brunt when the other hostess had done something? On the other side, Qin Feng didn't know that Pei Qianzi was going to attack Yang Lu again. But even if he knew, it wouldn't help. He couldn't possibly tell Pei Qianzi not to mess with Yang Lu, could he? If that happened, it wouldn't just be the heroine's character that would collapse, but his own as well. Since he was following the original plot, his character was the one that couldn't afford to collapse. If he collapsed, the protagonist would have no one to sharpen his sword against, and even if all the heroines were by the protagonist's side, he would probably have to start the plot all over again. Of course, these are just his guesses. Anyway, if he can help the protagonist, he can only do so secretly, and he absolutely cannot help him openly. Putting that aside, next, Qin Feng has another more important matter, which is the issue of meeting Su Ruoxue's parents. How do I get this done without openly rejecting Su Ruoxue? I can't really follow the usual steps and let my family arrange for Su Ruoxue to be by my side, can I? If so, what kind of plot would it become? I'm afraid the title of the book would have to be changed, The Return of the War God's Life as a Cuckold? That being said, Qin Feng sighed helplessly. If only things could just go with the flow like this, how good would that be? This girl Su Ruoxue, although she has always rejected me as the villain, I am afraid that apart from herself, no one else knows her inner fragility. Although she has had no worries about food and clothing since she was young, once she turned 18, Su Qinghai has been looking for a good family for her. Although he says it is for her own good, he is only using her as a tool to climb up the social ladder. Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do. I want to go home and I want to see my family. Su Group. At first, when she saw Qin Feng trying to find a way to reject her, an expression of displeasure could not be helped. But when she looked behind her, Su Ruoxue was deeply shocked. She had never thought that someone could understand her so well. And not someone from this world. I'm afraid this guy Qin Feng is also homesick, right? Yes, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to do his best to help someone she particularly dislikes in this situation. Even though she knows the plot, she cannot change the development of the plot. Is Qin Feng doing this just to see his family? Is she being selfish by blocking him like this? When she thought about this, Su Ruoxue could not help but feel some self-reproach. Especially when she thought about Qin Feng being lonely in this world alone. Although he had a family, it was not his real family after all. He must be very lonely here, right? Not only the Su Group, the Bai Group, the bar, the hospital, and dozens of places in a special organization. A woman who looks quite outstanding originally just used these as seasonings in life. But after hearing Qin Feng's heart, they all felt that trace of loneliness in his words. Compared to them, Qin Feng is even more pitiful. Although they are women in other people's writing, they are all heroines after all, but what about Qin Feng? He is a villain behind the scenes who becomes the protagonist's stepping stone. Knowing the plot, he could obviously live a comfortable life in this world, but he had to help his enemy, just because he wanted to go home. Su Ruoxue's face fell, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. She even wondered if she should cooperate with Qin Feng, but the next second, Su Ruoxue's face suddenly changed, and the guilt she felt towards Qin Feng disappeared in the next sentence. Hey, but I'm afraid that girl Su Ruoxue still doesn't know that I know exactly what shape she is in. Ha ha ha, although a white tiger is more likely to be unlucky, it's damn good looking. Chapter 27, Father and Son Meet. Donghai. After hearing that Su Ruoxue had agreed to the engagement, Su Qinghai was so excited that he directly cancelled his overseas business and took a plane back that same day. In his opinion, no business could be compared to the Qin family's connections. Although in the short term he would lose a considerable amount of wealth, it would even deal a heavy blow to the Su family afterwards. But in the long term? As long as Su Ruoxue married Qin Feng, then he would be Qin Feng's father-in-law. With the help of the Qin family, those forces that previously needed his favor would turn around and favor him. After returning to the country, Su Qinghai did not stop for a moment, and went directly to find Qin Zhan. He wanted to return to Donghai with Qin Zhan as soon as possible. After all, his daughter had cried and argued with him the day before, and the next day she directly agreed to marry Qin Feng. He was afraid of any unexpected changes, so he wanted to confirm their status as soon as possible. And Qin Zhan, because he hadn't seen his son for many years and wanted to see Qin Feng when he saw his son grow up, also agreed directly with Su Qinghai. After arriving in Donghai, Su Qinghai didn't even contact Su Ruoxue, but instead took the lead in booking the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Donghai, and then called Su Ruoxue. Ruoxue, your uncle Qin and I have already arrived at the Blue Sky Hotel in Donghai. When are you bringing Qin Feng over? So soon? Just give me a moment, I'll get Qin Feng ready and he'll be there. Upon learning that her father had already arrived in Donghai, Su Ruoxue was surprised at how quickly he had done so, and hurriedly replied. After hanging up the phone, Su Qinghai looked at Qin Zhan with a smile of ingratiation and said, My dear family, please forgive me. I just got back from abroad, and Ruoxue doesn't know yet. Seeing Su Qinghai's appearance, Qin Zhan smiled slightly. It's fine, but in the future, we'll be considered family, so there's no need to be so nervous. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghai's face stiffened, but soon his smile grew even more exuberant. That's right, that's right. After those words, Su Qinghai didn't know what to say. Obviously, Qin Zhan had no desire to chat with him. Looking at Qin Zhan, who was quietly drinking his tea, Su Qinghai immediately took a menu and smiled. Why don't we eat first? Su Qinghai was extra careful with his words when facing Qin Zhan. He did not add something like, I will pay for everything today. Because saying such things would be pretty stupid. And it was in front of Qin Zhan. Although he was much richer than other people, Qin Zhan would only have more money than him. What's more, the person in front of him is the head of the Qin family. So he can't say anything like I'll pay the bill or something like that, because that would be a bit of a distraction, and it would be like trying to show off his wealth in front of Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan didn't know about Su Qinghai's little mind, but after hearing this, he smiled faintly and shook his head. Forget it, just wait for Qin Feng and the others to come over. He mainly wanted to see his son when he came back this time. As for Su Qinghai next to him, if it were normal, I'm afraid he wouldn't even want to meet Su Qinghai, but who let their son fancy Su Qinghai's daughter? So Qin Zhan's words did not show disgust. Good. After Su Qinghai finished speaking, he sat there, looking a little at a loss. Now he just hoped that Su Ruoxue would arrive as soon as possible and conclude this matter. And after Su Ruoxue received the phone call, she was stunned. It was the first time she had met her parents, and as a woman, Su Ruoxue was still very nervous, and subconsciously, she didn't dare go alone. So she immediately dialed Qin Feng's number. When Qin Feng heard Su Ruoxue say that her father had arrived in Donghai, he just hung up after leaving a sentence saying that he would go to your company right away. In a short while, Qin Feng arrived at the underground parking lot of the Su Group. Su Ruoxue hurriedly got into the car after learning that Qin Feng was here, and the two of them went all the way to the Blue Sky Hotel. Along the way, Su Ruoxue was extremely nervous. Qin Feng saw Su Ruoxue's nervous appearance and subconsciously wanted to comfort her, but when he thought about his identity, he gave up on the idea. If the heroine is nervous, that's the protagonist's business. What does it have to do with me, the villain? Thinking so, Qin Feng didn't say anything, and the two of them quickly arrived at the Blue Sky Hotel. The waiter showed the way, and the two quickly arrived at the presidential suite of the Blue Sky Hotel. Creak. The waiter opened the door and made a gesture of invitation. And Qin Feng also led Su Ruoxue directly into the presidential suite. After entering the room, Qin Feng stopped. There were only two people in the room. One was a middle-aged man who looked quite similar to him, Qin Zhan. For Qin Zhan, Qin Feng had seen him countless times in his previous life. But this was the first time he had seen him in this life. Next to him, a man who looked a bit like a greasy middle-aged uncle was sitting motionless. From his trembling legs, it could be seen that this middle-aged uncle was a bit nervous. I think this is Su Ruoxue's father, Su Qinghai. Why is only the father here? Qin Feng knew exactly why, because his family situation was almost exactly the same as Su Ruoxue's. His mother was gone. And his father was here. Why didn't you let me know when you were coming? Su Ruoxue's tension eased a lot when she saw Su Qinghai, but she still didn't dare to look at Qin Zhan's position during the conversation. Su Qinghai also laughed apologetically when he saw this. It's just that I want to make things happen between you and Qin Feng as soon as possible. With that, the two of them stopped communicating. Next, they should introduce Qin Feng and Qin Zhan. However, Qin Feng had not spoken since entering the room, and had been staring at Qin Zhan the whole time. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. While Qin Feng was sizing up Qin Zhan was also sizing up Qin Feng. When he saw that Qin Feng dared to look at him without blinking and didn't look the least bit guilty, Qin Zhan's expression obviously softened a lot. This son of mine has really grown up. In the past, when he saw his father, Qin Feng didn't have the current boldness. Thinking about this, Qin Zhan couldn't help but smile. What are you doing standing there at the door? Come in and sit down. Qin Feng nodded and slowly walked in. Seeing Qin Feng getting closer and closer to him, Su Qinghai suddenly stood up and praised him with a bow. I presume this is Mr. Qin Zhan's son, Qin Feng? He really is a person of talent. Well, good choice. Qin Feng spoke in a neutral tone, but this opened up Su Qinghai. However, Su Qinghai is also a person who has seen the world. After seeing Qin Feng take his seat, the smile on his face did not diminish. "Why don't we order first? We can chat while eating." Saying this, he looked at Qin Zhan and Qin Feng with a questioning look, and the two nodded at almost the same time. Seeing this, Su Qinghai didn't waste any words and directly called out to the waiter waiting nearby. Chapter 28, Knock. As the waiter brought each dish and finally left the private room, Su Qinghai spoke up at this time. "I heard that young Master Qin confessed to my daughter a few days ago? The whole city of Donghai is talking about it, and Su Qinghai knows a little about it." Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxue immediately thought of what happened that day, and she immediately lowered her head, as if she didn't want people to see her expression. Qin Feng, on the other hand, nodded calmly. Seeing Qin Feng nod, Su Qinghai also smiled, and turned to look at Qin Zhan and asked, "Mr. Qin, it can be seen that young Master Qin still has feelings for my daughter. The two of them have just reached the right age, so why don't we arrange a marriage for them?" Qin Zhan didn't say anything in response, but glanced at Qin Feng beside him. Su Qinghai, who was standing nearby, suddenly understood what Qin Zhan meant. Everything would be decided by Qin Feng. Seeing this, Su Qinghai also fixed his gaze on Qin Feng. Facing the gaze of the two, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What's meant to be will always be. In fact, he didn't want to answer this question at all. After all, he had been pursuing Su Ruoxue for so long, and if he refused, I'm afraid it would soon become obvious. But if I accept it, does it mean that I really have to marry Su Ruoxue? In that case, the entire plot will go awry. At the moment, Qin Feng was in a dilemma. He definitely couldn't refuse, but if he refused now, when the protagonist and heroine got along better in the future, what reason would he have to stop them? The other party had already introduced them as a couple, and you were the one who refused. How could you face them? After thinking about it for a while, Qin Feng chose the lesser of the two evils and immediately adjusted his emotions. He smiled and said. Hearing this, Su Qinghai was overjoyed. "Why don't you two get ready, and let's organize your wedding with my daughter in a few days. The Qin family is a giant, and everyone wants to get on their good side. Su Qinghai's business has hit a bottleneck, and to move up, he needs to have some connections behind the scenes. And the Qin family is undoubtedly the best choice in all of China. So at this time, Su Qinghai can't wait for Qin Feng and Su Ruoxue to get together." However, when she heard this, Su Ruoxue was unhappy. Her head, which had been lowered, suddenly lifted with Su Qinghai's words. "Dad, what are you talking about? There's no way I'm getting married so early." Although Su Ruoxue's feelings for Qin Feng had rapidly intensified, after all, she had never even been in a relationship, nor had she held a boy's hand. Now that she had just started to like Qin Feng a little, Su Qinghai wanted to make them get married, so how could Su Ruoxue possibly agree? Why not? Su Qinghai doesn't look kindly on his daughter. Qin Feng's status is right here, and even Mr. Qin Zhan came in person. Do you still feel aggrieved? Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxue seemed to think of the bad memories from that day, and her face changed slightly. However, seeing Qin Zhan there, she couldn't lash out, and just twisted her head to the side with a displeased expression. "You." Su Qinghai was furious. This is a good opportunity to get connected with the Qin family, but what is wrong with his daughter? Also because Qin Zhan was present, Su Qinghai didn't want to say anything too extreme, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, he whispered. "Didn't you agree yourself? Mr. Qin, this is the first time you've come to the East China Sea, you can't get married so soon," Su Ruoxue said weakly. Seeing this scene, Su Qinghai could hardly bear it. "Don't you know what Qin Feng thinks of you? Not getting married and just dating is just playing the field. I'm telling you, Su Ruoxue, if you hadn't agreed, it would be fine, but since you've already said it." Su Qinghai's voice got louder and louder, and it even made Qin Zhan on the side frown. "Uncle Su, let's respect Ruoxue's thoughts." And it was at this moment that Qin Feng, who had not spoken since entering, could no longer bear to watch. Qin Feng's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly cooling down Su Qinghai, who had almost burst into flames with anger. He looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Su Qinghai was a little confused about what Qin Feng meant. Before, didn't Qin Feng always like Su Ruoxue very much? Why did he now refuse to let the two get married in the same place? Young Master Qin, you are different from Su Ruoxue. When dealing with Qin Feng, he would not dare to yell, even if Qin Zhan was not present, let alone the fact that Qin Zhan was present. Qin Feng, on the other hand, smiled lightly and said, Ruoxue is only in her early 20s, and she has never had a boyfriend before. If we get married now, it will be too early for both her and me. However, Su Qinghai was about to say something else when Qin Feng spoke again. Take your time. Since Ruoxue already has the intention to get married, I'm not in a hurry. With that, Qin Feng's face became serious, looking into Su Qinghai's eyes as he said, word for word. On the contrary, Uncle Su was a bit too eager to succeed. Since the relationship has been confirmed, we have to give Ruoxue and I some time to prepare, don't we? The first sentence was still polite, but this one was an accusation of Su Qinghai. Su Qinghai has been involved in the business world for so many years, how can he not hear what Qin Feng meant? After a slight moment of confusion, his face immediately revealed the previous smile again. Young Master Qin is right. Since you have said so, if I continue to insist, I would be ungrateful. Qin Feng saw this and nodded with a smile. If that's the case, then this matter is settled. Su Qinghai was a little unhappy, but since Qin Feng had already spoken, if he were to rush things, it would backfire. Seeing Su Qinghai nod in agreement, Qin Feng smiled. Then in the future, I will need to ask Uncle Su to take care of me more. I dare not. Hearing this, Su Qinghai was so scared that he hurriedly waved his hands, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. Qin Feng's words also recognized him as a person. What was he so eager to achieve? He has been eager to succeed in order to get the help of the Qin family. Now that the only son of the Qin family has spoken, his goal has been achieved halfway. Next to him, Qin Zhan, who had not spoken, suddenly brightened up when Qin Feng's last sentence fell. To give a beating and then a date, although the impact seems to be small, he still knows a little about Su Qinghai. All businessmen are unscrupulous. If the last sentence is not said, it is inevitable that Su Qinghai will have other thoughts. But Qin Feng's words directly dispelled all of Su Qinghai's concerns. In this way, Qin Feng did not have to worry about any subsequent accidents. Thinking about this, Qin Zhan looked at Qin Feng with increasing satisfaction. He never imagined that after just a short time apart, his son had grown so much. Chapter 29, You Have No Shame. When she saw Qin Feng speaking up for her, Su Ruoxue felt a sense of warmth in her heart, but also a little bit of loss. The warmth in her heart was because she finally felt protected. Her father had always been like this, only seeing benefits in good and bad, never caring about her thoughts. Although she had a good impression of Qin Feng, they were getting married in a couple of days, which was too fast and too much for her to get used to. If Qin Feng hadn't spoken up, she really wouldn't know what to do. But she was disappointed because she understood that Qin Feng wasn't really thinking about her. He didn't want her, the heroine, to fall for the villain. Su Ruoxue was disappointed, but Su Qinghai was happy. Soon, everyone was full and satisfied. After finishing his meal, Qin Zhan took a sip of tea and smiled faintly at Su Qinghai. Qinghai. Mr. Qin, please speak. It's been a long time since my son and I last saw each other, I want to chat with him more. Hearing this, Su Qinghai suddenly understood and hurriedly said. That's good, I have some things to take care of here, so you and the young master can chat first, I'll leave. Things? His Su Qinghai's business is not in Donghai, so what's the matter? Su Qinghai's display of the ways of the world in the marketplace was vivid. Qin Feng didn't know what his father was going to say, but when he saw Su Qinghai about to take Su Ruoxue away, he hurriedly said. Uncle Su, let Ruoxue wait for me at the door for a while, and then she can accompany me for a while. Oh, yes, don't worry, young Master Qin. Su Qinghai said, and then he took Su Ruoxue and left. In the room, there were soon only two people left, Qin Zhan and Qin Feng. Silence. There was nothing but silence in the room. After Qin Zhan left Qin Feng alone, he did not rush to speak to him, but instead kept quietly sizing him up. Even from the very beginning, when Qin Feng first entered, Qin Zhan had never taken his eyes off him. He had been observing Qin Feng's posture while standing, sitting, and in various other postures while eating. Overall, Qin Feng's performance had been quite satisfactory, especially the final conversation with Su Qinghai. Dad, why did you leave me here? Although he had contact with Qin Zhan in his previous life, the contact was relatively minimal. The novel also did not introduce much about this cheap father. He only knew that this Qin Zhan was very calculating and deep-seated, and he knew nothing else. Looking at Qin Feng in front of him, who was not afraid of him, Qin Zhan nodded with satisfaction. Just let you know that in the future, if there are any resources you need, you can use them directly. Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. What have I been working so hard for all this time? Isn't it so that I can use the resources of the Qin family? The Qin family, all he can do now is just take some money, but he can't use anything else at all. If not, there wouldn't be so many people mocking him, and a butler and bodyguard wouldn't be unable to defeat Yang Lu, who is at the early stage of Mingjing. He has been acting like a mature person since he entered the door, just so that he can obtain the resources of the Qin family. In fact, it was still a bit early for him to get the family's resources at this point in time. But there was nothing he could do about it. This Pei Qianzi always liked to send Yang Lu to the hospital. If he wasn't careful, Yang Lu would end up in the ICU. However, none of his subordinates could deal with De and the others. He had to call in a few people from Kyoto to keep Yang Lu from going to the hospital so often. That was Qin Feng's real goal. Thinking about this, Qin Feng said with a neutral expression, "Well, I understand." His tone was neither happy nor upset, which took Qin Zhan by surprise. He had expected his son's face to show some joy. After thinking for a moment, Qin Zhan continued. "So, about you and Su Ruoxue. I will handle this matter myself." "Well, I believe you, you have finally grown up." Qin Zhan smiled and stood up. "In that case, I won't stay in Donghai any longer." "Are you leaving?" Qin Feng's expression changed. Qin Zhan also nodded. "Well, after all, I can't leave Kyoto for too long. I won't ask any more about your business here." "Good." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng also stood up, and then followed Qin Zhan step by step out of the room. After they left, Su Qinghai and Su Ruoxue did not leave, but stood there waiting quietly. Su Qinghai went straight up to Qin Zhan after seeing him. After a few brief words of greeting, Qin Zhan and Su Qinghai left the restaurant, obviously wanting to give the young people some space. After seeing the two leave, Su Ruoxue looked at Qin Feng and asked, "What do you want me to do here?" "Go see someone," Qin Feng said indifferently, and then left with Su Ruoxue. On the way out, Su Ruoxue was a little confused. "Who?" "Well, you'll know when we get there." Just as Su Ruoxue was feeling a little puzzled, the voice of Qin Feng in her heart came again. "Of course it's to see Yang Lu. This guy is really useless. It's been many days since he returned, and there's been no movement at all. I almost married Su Ruoxue today." Qin Feng knows the potential of the protagonist, but he just doesn't know why Yang Lu can't even deal with Pei Qianzi until now. In that case, Qin Feng planned to spice things up for Yang Lu. He took Su Ruoxue for a stroll in front of Yang Lu to see what Yang Lu would say. He couldn't keep on being so depressed, otherwise he and Su Ruoxue would have a baby. The car pulled up to the hospital entrance. Qin Feng then slowly said to Su Ruoxue behind him, "Once we get there, you must cooperate with me and act like a loving couple. Do you hear me? Why should I listen to you?" Although she knew Qin Feng's intentions, Su Ruoxue's words showed some reluctance. It wasn't that she was reluctant to cooperate with Qin Feng to anger Yang Luo, on the contrary, she also particularly disliked that guy, but she couldn't stand Qin Feng's commanding tone. After the words fell, Qin Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned his head and glanced at Su Ruoxue, and said with a smile, "You won't listen to me?" Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Su Ruoxue subconsciously took 2 steps back. "What do you want?" "I want you to get out. I'm telling you, you have to listen now, whether you want to or not." "Why?" "If you don't listen, I'll call Uncle Su right now and arrange for us to get married tomorrow." Hearing this, Su Ruoxue's expression of initial defiance immediately wilted. Call her father? Su Ruoxue knew that if Qin Feng called now, Su Qinghai could make the plane turn around even though he was on it and come discuss the wedding. Thinking about this, Su Ruoxue didn't know what to say, and could only point at Qin Feng, and after a while, she said with difficulty, "You have no shame." Chapter 30 Provocation. Su Ruoxue was a little reluctant, but she followed Qin Feng's pace. Reluctant, not reluctant to cooperate with Qin Feng. On the contrary, she was quite willing. After all, she didn't have the slightest favorable impression of Yang Lu. Not only was the first impression bad, she even felt that Yang Lu's brain was sick. Such a person, she was going to become his woman with many other women in the future? How was that possible? Su Ruoxue would never allow such a thing to happen. After asking for directions, Qin Feng quickly found Yang Luo's hospital room. When he arrived at the room, Qin Feng looked at Su Ruoxue, who was still lost in thought, and put his arm around her. "Ah!" Su Ruoxue exclaimed, but before she could react, Qin Feng had already opened the door to the room. In the room, Yang Luo had already come to. After waking up, seeing the surroundings and the painful part of his body, Yang Lu's entire face twisted. Thinking of the previous three people, Yang Lu's eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Qin Feng, right? I remember, don't let me catch you, one day, I will make you pay a more tragic price than me. Creak. At this moment, the door opened, and Yang Lu suddenly saw Qin Feng walk in so openly, embracing Su Ruoxue. Enemies meet with red eyes. Seeing Qin Feng walk in with the woman of his dreams, and even with his arm around her, Yang Lu completely lost his temper. It's you! Yang Lu's voice was hoarse, like a beast living in the forest, making Su Ruoxue tremble all over. However, after feeling the warmth from Qin Feng's body, Su Ruoxue quickly returned to normal. It's me! Qin Feng said flatly. Seeing Qin Feng's carefree appearance, Yang Lu was infuriated. What are you doing here? Qin Feng slowly came to Yang Lu's side, sat down by his bed, and carefully looked up and down at Yang Lu. Not bad, the injury is not life-threatening, worthy of being the protagonist, it's only been a short while, I didn't expect that after such a beating, he's as good as new. While thinking this in his heart, Qin Feng's face revealed a mocking smile. It's fine, I just came to see you. Hoo-hoo. Seeing the murderer who had caused him to be hospitalized sitting right in front of him, Yang Lu took a deep breath in anger, and then looked at Qin Feng with a face full of anger. Kid, don't be smug. You must always remember one thing, although you have a strong background, there are some people you can't mess with. Background can only be used as a short-term umbrella of protection. Yes, that's the effect I want. Seeing Yang Lu's hatred for him grow deeper and deeper, Qin Feng's deep eyes couldn't help but narrow. Just you? Now I'm sitting next to you, what can you do to me? Saying this, Qin Feng did not wait for Yang Luo to continue speaking, and said to himself. What's more, your strength is so poor now, and just a few people can put you in the hospital, so what makes you think you can fight me? The protagonist is lying in the hospital, and the villain next to him is constantly adding fuel to the fire. Qin Feng is not even a little worried that Yang Luo will go berserk. Once Yang Lu went berserk, it would be just as well for Qin Feng. He would have a reason to be angry, even if it was a bit forced. As long as Yang Lu attacked him, he would be able to get the plot back on track. Thinking about this, Qin Feng came even more unscrupulously to Yang Lu's side and extended his hand, patting Yang Lu's face. Kid, background is also a kind of strength. With your little three-legged cat kung fu, you'd better not show it and embarrass yourself. The insulting action combined with Qin Feng's words made Yang Luo almost lose his temper. However, thinking that he was still seriously injured and that the Lu family would soon return, Yang Luo quickly calmed down and looked at Qin Feng in front of him and said, Background is also a kind of strength? It also depends on how deep your background is. Do you think that your 3-peak level Mingjing wastes can really protect you? Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxue also reacted on the side. So Yang Luo thought that those 3 people were brought over by Qin Feng? Enough, I brought those 3 people over. Su Ruoxue hurriedly explained. Although he knew that Qin Feng was happy to admit this, subconsciously Su Ruoxue didn't want Qin Feng to take the blame for her. Hearing this, Qin Feng's brows slightly furrowed, and he just wanted to say something when he heard Yang Luo speak directly. Fine, I know you were threatened by him. Yang Lu glanced at Su Ruoxue, and a flash of greed flickered in his eyes. However, this greed was directly captured by Su Ruoxue, who glared at him with disgust and hurriedly said, Who is being threatened by him? Can you stop being so self-absorbed? Don't worry, I know you are also being threatened by this guy next to you. Don't worry, I will help you escape from this suffering. Yang Lu said. Su Ruoxue, on the other hand, was a little desperate. This is the protagonist? Can someone with this IQ really be the protagonist? Just as Su Ruoxue was complaining about Yang Lu's IQ, Qin Feng, who was standing nearby, glanced at Yang Lu and then at Su Ruoxue and smiled. It seems that you have your eye on my woman? Hearing this, the two were both stunned, and then they both looked over at Qin Feng at the same time. Su Ruoxue was a little embarrassed in her surprise. This was the first time Qin Feng had said in front of other people that she was his woman. Yang Lu, on the other hand, was a little angry. In his opinion, this was completely Qin Feng's provocation. Seeing Yang Lu's increasingly angry expression, Qin Feng laughed. Just in time, Su Ruoxue was also there, let me show you what acting is. Directly in the astonished gaze of the two, he took Su Ruoxue in his arms and brought his face close to hers. Su Ruoxue's body stiffened at the sight. In front of so many people, Qin Feng wanted to kiss her? At this time, there was more than just Yang Lu in the hospital room. It was just that the others seemed to have realized Qin Feng's extraordinary nature and were afraid to speak up until now. However, thinking about Yang Lu's misunderstanding of Qin Feng's words just now, and Su Ruoxue, who wanted Yang Lu to give up, didn't care about the people around them and directly closed her eyes and welcomed him. Pao Qi. The two lips directly stuck together. Su Ruoxue's body stiffened, and her reluctance on her face was all seen by Yang Lu. Su Ruoxue's unwillingness to kiss in front of everyone was, in his opinion, completely due to the pressure from Qin Feng, and she had to cater to Qin Feng. Seeing the two kissing, Yang Lu could no longer hold back. Shut up! Yang Lu struggled to get up, but with all his limbs injured, he couldn't even move an inch even if Qin Feng sat next to him, let alone make such a big move now. The wounds tore open, causing Yang Lu to feel a splitting pain all over his body. Just as he was about to get out of bed, he fell straight to the ground. Pat! With a sound of impact, Yang Lu fell to the ground like a vegetable and couldn't move. Chapter 31, First Meeting with Meng Yao. It hurts like hell. But Yang Lu's first reaction after all was not to look after himself, but to look up at Qin Feng and Su Ruoxue. At this moment, due to Yang Luo's movement, Su Ruoxue was like a frightened fawn, trying to break free. But the next second, Qin Feng's broad palm directly pressed her head, preventing her from moving. Seeing this, Yang Luo was even more convinced that Su Ruoxue was forced by Qin Feng. He wanted to speak up to stop, but just as he was about to speak, the pain in his body directly made him faint. Bang! Even as he fainted, he didn't notice Su Ruoxue's small, white hands wrapped around Qin Feng's back. Seeing this, all the patients around were stunned. They wanted to ask, but were afraid to speak, but seeing the guy lying on the ground, some patients still pressed the button by the bed. Okay, all's well that ends well. In this way, Yang Lu should hate me even more, right? This is what Qin Feng wants to do, to immerse the protagonist in anger and squeeze all the potential out of him. In this way, he will be trampled on by the protagonist step by step, allowing the protagonist to reach the pinnacle. Seeing Yang Lu fall to the ground, Qin Feng was about to leave. But just as he tried to separate from Su Ruoxue, he found that he couldn't. At this time, Su Ruoxue had already lost herself in passion. Her breathing became heavier, and her hands wrapped around him like an octopus. Damn it! Qin Feng directly grabbed Su Ruoxue's hands on his body and forcibly separated the two. After Su Ruoxue was pulled down by Qin Feng, her face was covered with blushes, and her whole body looked at Qin Feng with hazy eyes, a little puzzled inside. But when she saw the surroundings and saw the patients looking at her with drooling faces, she reacted. She and Qin Feng were still in the hospital. Thinking of this, Su Ruoxue's face suddenly turned red. Creak! At this moment, the door to the ward suddenly opened, startling Su Ruoxue. A nurse in professional attire came in. The moment she saw the ward door open, Su Ruoxue's heart pounded like a deer's. She was afraid that just now her appearance had been seen by more people. What's going on? The nurse didn't notice anything unusual about Su Ruoxue when she came in, but went directly to Yang Luo's side. Yang Luo, who was unconscious, was definitely unable to give her an answer, so she directly set her sights on the other patients. However, the other patients were all suffering from various physical discomfort at this time, and they were all huddled under the covers. This guy who dared to blatantly come over and lecture people was not a presence that they could afford to provoke. Seeing the patients in this state, the nurse could only give up asking and tried with some difficulty to lift Yang Luo onto the bed. But how could a weak woman like her do it? Subconsciously, she looked to Qin Feng for help. However, Qin Feng looked up at the ceiling and simply ignored her. Are you kidding me? He's the villain, how could he help the protagonist? Seeing this, the nurse had no choice but to go out and call for help again. Oh no, Dr. Meng, the patient in bed 302 has fallen to the ground, would you like to go take a look? What? Meng Yao, who was originally feeling a bit annoyed by the heart's voice, froze upon hearing this, but soon frowned again. Why is it him again? Dr. Meng, hurry up and go take a look, I feel like something's wrong with that patient. Let's go. Meng Yao had no choice. Although she didn't want to go, she still had to go check on the patients in the hospital. In the ward, seeing Yang Luo, who had already fallen into a coma, Qin Feng said to Su Ruoxue, "Let's go." Su Ruoxue nodded in response and prepared to follow Qin Feng and leave. Just as they were about to leave, the nurse walked in with Meng Yao. When he saw Meng Yao, Qin Feng froze. Why is it her? Meng Yao? Meng Yao, who had originally been thinking about going to see Yang Lu's condition, suddenly felt a trance when she heard this voice. For a moment, she couldn't tell if it was reality or the voice in her head. Turning her head to look, she saw Qin Feng staring at her intently. "You know me?" Seeing this scene, Meng Yao was a little curious and asked forward. "I don't know." Qin Feng shook his head and walked towards the outside while thinking in his heart. Strange, why did Meng Yao appear so early? Why did she meet the protagonist so early? Didn't she appear even later than the Bai family mother and daughter? Why did the plot advance to this stage? In the original plot, the protagonist met Meng Yao through Bai Runya, and Meng Yao happened to be a teacher at Bai Runya's school. But that was already in the middle of the story. What Qin Feng didn't expect was that before she became a teacher, Meng Yao was actually a doctor at this hospital. Never mind, it doesn't matter, it's better to get to know her earlier, so that way you don't have to worry about the character of this Meng Yao collapsing. Qin Feng's thoughts made Meng Yao, who was originally preparing to check on Yang Luo's condition, suddenly freeze in place. Is that him? So the thoughts that have been nagging at my heart are actually coming from this man? She turned her head and looked towards the door, but where was Qin Feng's figure? Dr. Meng, what's wrong? Just as Meng Yao was in shock, the nurse beside her called out to her in time. Meng Yao suddenly came back to her senses, shook her head and said, "It's nothing." With that, she came to Yang Luo, who was lying on the ground. She greeted the male nurses at the door and put Yang Luo on the bed. Meng Yao then immediately began to examine Yang Luo's physical condition. "It's nothing serious, she just fainted from the rush of blood, she'll be fine after a little rest," Meng Yao said to the nurse next to her after the examination was complete. The female nurse also let out a sigh of relief. This patient is under her care, and if anything happens, she will have to bear a lot of responsibility. After knowing that the patient is fine, the nurse immediately said, "Thank you, Dr. Meng." Meng Yao waved her hand upon hearing this, and upon seeing Yang Lu being fine, her thoughts had already drifted far away. The Bai family mother and daughter, were they the mother and daughter mentioned in her heart earlier, both of whom were with this guy in front of her? Next would be herself? And where was that guy just now? He was the villain of this world, and the stepping stone for this unlucky guy in front of her? The one next to him was Su Ruoxue, right? But judging from his relationship with Su Ruoxue, the two of them don't seem to be a combination of a dog licker and a goddess. Instead, it's more like a combination of a rich second generation and his young mistress. Before Meng Yao could think much more, the voice in her head came again. But Meng Yao is also having fun, as if the first time was with Yang Lu in her own office. Yang Lu, who was lying on the hospital bed, slowly woke up. As expected, being the protagonist, he was able to wake up so quickly under such circumstances. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Meng Yao sitting by his bedside. Yang Luo's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he was about to say hello when, in the next second, Meng Yao suddenly turned pale as if she had heard something she shouldn't have. Bang! He was already extremely weak, and when Meng Yao slammed him with all her strength, he fainted again. Chapter 32, The Bai Group's Crisis. On the other side, Qin Feng had no idea what was going on in the hospital. At this time, Qin Feng was still constantly remembering the plot related to Meng Yao. "I still remember, it was at school, Meng Yao was still Yang Luo's teacher, because she was harassed by the school leaders, and in the end, Yang Luo rescued her heroically. You guys are touching my woman, isn't that a bit disrespectful to me?" It seems that from that time on, Meng Yao tacitly agreed that she was Yang Luo's woman. Meng Yao was a very important factor in Yang Luo's defeat. I never thought that the two of them would run into each other now. It's God's help. Qin Feng was thinking happily, completely unaware of the extent of the damage his thoughts had caused Yang Luo. What's more, he didn't expect that Meng Yao at this time even had the heart to kill him. With Meng Yao's treatment, I'm sure Yang Luo will be able to get up soon, right? This woman's medical skills are amazing. As long as Yang Lu can get out of bed, then he will be able to contact someone from the Lu family soon. As long as someone from the Lu family arrives, then the protagonist will have the capital to fight against him. Of course, the main prerequisite is still that Yang Lu stops lying in the hospital. With Meng Yao's help, none of these problems seem like a problem to Qin Feng. In the next few days, he can rest well and just wait for Yang Lu to show up. With this in mind, Qin Feng quickly sent Su Ruoxue to the company. Then he also retreated to the big villa and didn't plan on going out. The main reason was that Su Ruoxue had gone too far. Kissing me regardless of the situation, isn't that only reserved for the protagonist? Don't look at Su Ruoxue as cold and aloof, that's just because no one has opened her heart. Once that iceberg melts, she'll still appear as the cold and aloof CEO, but no one can compare to her in private except Bai Huijing. The plot about herself is over, and the next part is mostly about Bai Huijing and the protagonist. I think the Bai group is in chaos right now, and Bai Huijing must be overwhelmed. After all, she is just a woman, and there are many people after her, not just those who want Bai Huijing, but also all the wealth she controls. She has managed to hold on until now purely because the protagonist has not appeared, but now that he has, all the people who should have problems are having them. Protagonists are generally like the sons of fortune. However, those around the protagonist are not so lucky. This is not just empty talk, but is based on facts. The first to bear the brunt are the protagonist's parents. The protagonist's parents have a high-risk occupation. Generally, they start out without parents, and the sister or younger brother is abused. There is also Su Ruoxue. Why do you think Su Ruoxue was forced into marriage by her family? Wasn't it all because of the protagonist? If the protagonist hadn't appeared, how could she have possibly lived such a miserable life? Su Qinghai's despicable father, whose face even Qin Feng couldn't stand, let alone Su Ruoxue? And Pei Qianzi, Yang Lu was targeted by the Hong family the night before she appeared, and in the end, she almost had her power uprooted. And that by Huijing, whose company was cheated, and in the end, not only did she give herself away, she even gave her daughter to Yang Lu. It seems like a success, but in reality, it's just so-so. What is the current emphasis? Monogamy. Although the extrajudicial maniac Zhang San once said that if you have a wedding with 7 or 8 women at the same time, as long as you don't get a marriage certificate, you can't convict him. But which woman likes to share her man with other women? Many people may not feel it, but if you read women's novels, you will know how uncomfortable it is for a woman to be with multiple men. They are all miserable women. Qin Feng thought about this and didn't think about it anymore. The most urgent task was to first transfer a few people from the capital. However, what Qin Feng didn't know was that in almost dozens of places around the world, women of all kinds and outstanding appearances all had a trace of sadness in their hearts after hearing this voice. In particular, those who already knew about the existence of Qin Feng and Yang Luo, Pei Qianzi, Bai Huijing, Meng Yao, and others. Su Ruoxue didn't feel much, and when she heard Qin Feng's thoughts, there was even a faint smile on her face. I didn't expect this guy to be quite considerate of others. Although Su Ruoxue knows that she is the main female character, her heart is now completely on Qin Feng. As for Yang Luo? From the time she followed Qin Feng to the hospital and kissed him in public in front of Yang Luo, she knew her attitude. It's not just because she hates Yang Luo as a person, but also because she wants to break free from the control of this fictional world. She only needs Qin Feng, and as for Yang Luo, let other women fight over her. Thinking about this, Su Ruoxue's mood suddenly improved a lot, and with a smile on her face, she began to deal with the documents on her desk. In contrast to her, Bai Huijing, who also controlled a company, was having a terrible time. Sitting in her office, Bai Huijing's face was full of bitterness. Could it be that I can only wait for Yang Luo to come and help me? Is there no escape from this fate for me and my daughter? Looking at the office ceiling, Bai Huijing couldn't help but close her eyes, and a little weariness appeared on her delicate face. Just now, something big happened at the company. When their company competed for land, none of it was won. This is very normal, after all, no company can do everything smoothly. However, this competition was a bit infuriating. Because there were several places where Bai's group was only $1,000 away from the highest price. If there was only one such thing, it could be described as a coincidence. But this happened in several places where they were determined to win, so it could not be described as a coincidence. Almost instantly, all the shareholders of Bai's group, including her, knew what had happened. That being said, who is the mole? She, who has always been the chairman of the Bai group, has absolutely no idea. She doesn't even know if she has any enemies. This is quite terrifying. If you know who it is, you can still have a direction for the investigation, and after finding the mole, there is a solution. But if you can't find it, then things could get really bad. If you fail this time, what about next time? If you keep failing, how can those shareholders rest assured about investing in the Bai group? So just now, the Bai group directly convened a board meeting, wanting Bai Huijing to give them an explanation. Chapter 33, Ask Pei Qianzi for help. If we can't catch the mole within 3 days, then we'll collectively withdraw our shares. Those were the exact words of the shareholders at the board meeting. If the mole can't be caught within 3 days, then Bai's group will probably face bankruptcy soon. Qin Feng's words made her realize that this crisis was not a crisis at all. Rather, it was an opportunity for Yang Lu to appear by her side. If it were just her alone, perhaps she wouldn't have a headache either, she just needed to find Yang Lu. But she couldn't do that. She still had her daughter, and her daughter was still in school. She couldn't let her daughter also go into the fire. Although she didn't know why in the original plot she could feel at ease with her daughter. But in this life, under these circumstances, she absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. Something must be done. Bai Huijing gritted her teeth, her tone of voice was incredibly firm. But if someone were here, they would definitely be able to see the panic in the corner of Bai Huijing's eyes. Creak. At this moment, the office door opened. A girl in school uniform walked in. Why are you here? Bai Huijing was a little surprised to see the person. The person was her daughter Bai Yunya. Today is the weekend. Bai Yunya said absent-mindedly. Bai Huijing was a little surprised. Her daughter usually wouldn't come to her company unless something was wrong, so why was she here today? Seeing a hint of worry in the corner of her daughter's eye, Bai Huijing instantly understood. I'm afraid my daughter has heard my thoughts and is worried about me, which is why she's here, right? As Bai Huijing had guessed, Bai Yunxia had just set down her things and was looking at Bai Huijing with a worried face. Mom, are you doing okay lately? Bai Yunxia had just heard her mother's thoughts and then taken a taxi over here. Although she knew she could not help her mother much, she still wanted to come over and see if she could be of some use. Seeing her daughter's actions, Bai Huijing was even more unwilling to sit back and do nothing. She could only say, "It's nothing, but recently I've been a bit busy and haven't been able to take care of you. Why don't you go find somewhere to rest for a while? I'll come find you when I'm done?" Bai Yunxia looked at her mother with some concern, but for the moment she didn't know how to confess to her mother. After all, she still didn't know that her mother could also hear Qin Feng's thoughts. In the end, Bai Yunxia could only nod. Okay, I'll go out first, and you take care of yourself, too, Mom. Okay. Facing her daughter's concern, Bai Huijing's face revealed a forced smile. After her daughter had gone out, Bai Huijing even admonished herself in her heart. Absolutely not to wait for Yang Lu to help. Although she said that, Bai Huijing had no way to help, and could only flip through her phone randomly. Just as Bai Huijing was browsing through the phone book, she suddenly saw a phone number that she had dialed just a few days ago. Pei Qianzi. When she saw Pei Qianzi, Bai Huijing's eyes lit up. Perhaps she has a way out? Although Pei Qianzi knows nothing about the company's affairs and is a woman. According to Bai Huijing's understanding, Pei Qianzi is no ordinary woman. Her ability is far superior to that of men. Otherwise, it would be impossible for 3 powerful people like Ade to work for her willingly. It would also be impossible for the Hong family, which was having a headache, to directly go to the Chen family to deal with Pei Qianzi. Thinking of this, Bai Huijing immediately dialed Pei Qianzi's phone. Chairman Bai, why did you think of asking for my help? Almost as soon as the phone was connected, Pei Qianzi knew the reason Bai Huijing had come. Bai Huijing heard this teasing tone and could only helplessly smile bitterly. I really have no other choice, I have no choice but to trouble you, after all, you have much more experience dealing with this kind of thing than I do. Don't you want to wait for Yan Luo? Pei Qianzi asked tentatively. But as soon as the words Yan Luo came out, Bai Huijing's face subconsciously revealed a look of disgust, but in the face of Pei Qianzi, she still smiled bitterly. Don't tease me, you know the result. If she wanted to wait for Yang Luo, she would not have asked someone to beat Yan Luo up in the first place, nor would she have called Pei Qianzi to ask for help in a low voice. If she didn't have no way out, why would she have dialed Pei Qianzi's phone number? It seemed that she heard the loneliness in Bai Huijing's words, and Pei Qianzi stopped teasing. Can you tell me about the specific situation at your company? Upon hearing this, Bai Huijing immediately told Pei Qianzi everything about the company. Pei Qianzi had only heard from Bai Huijing's heart that something had happened at her company, but after Bai Huijing had finished talking, she realized what exactly had happened. When she learned that there was a mole in Bai Huijing's company and that they had no clue who it was, Pei Qianzi's face turned a little ugly. This is a bit difficult. There is a mole, but they haven't caught him. Then there are only 2 ways to solve it. 2 ways? Which 2? Hearing this, Bai Huijing's face lit up with joy, and she suddenly felt that she had found the right person. Pei Qianzi was indeed the right person to handle this kind of thing, and just with a few words she had already come up with a solution. The first is to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey? Bai Huijing didn't quite understand. How do you kill the chicken to warn the monkey? If we find it, we can do that, but now we haven't even found the chicken, so how can we kill the chicken to warn the monkey? Let my people go to your company and investigate. Kick out anyone who is even remotely suspicious. Pei Qianzi said honestly. If she is allowed to investigate Bai Huijing's company, she will definitely be able to find out a lot of things, and in this way, she can basically find out everything about using personal interests for public gain. However, in this way, Bai Huijing's company will definitely have a lot less people by the time. Moreover, they will all be the backbone of the company, and even if the crisis is resolved, the company will still be in a short period of paralysis. Upon hearing this decision, Bai Huijing hurriedly shook her head. No, this way, although we can deal with the crisis, the company will lose a large part of its staff. Absolutely not. Bai Huijing's worries were the same as Pei Qianzi's. Bai Huijing directly passed this one off. As if she had already thought of it, Pei Qianzi smiled and said, "If this method doesn't work, then you can choose the second one." The second one? Take advantage of the situation. Take advantage of the situation? Take advantage of whose situation? Qin Feng. Qin Feng? Hearing this word suddenly, Bai Huijing's pupils shrank slightly. She didn't know much about Qin Feng, but she knew Qin Feng's position in this world. The villain who was hostile to Yang Luo. But the two of them have never met before, and now she is going to find Qin Feng rashly. What kind of excuse should she use to ask Qin Feng for help? And what makes Qin Feng help her? Chapter 34, Taking Advantage of the Situation. How could he possibly help me? Qin Feng is the villain, and his idea has always been to help the protagonist subdue the heroines like her. In a situation like this, it would be good if Qin Feng didn't add fuel to the fire, let alone help her. Although Pei Qianzi also approached Qin Feng, it was because the protagonist had not yet appeared. If he didn't help, Pei Qianzi would not be able to wait for the protagonist. This is completely different in nature from the problem she is now facing. She doesn't believe Pei Qianzi doesn't know about all this. Of course he won't help you. Pei Qianzi seemed to have anticipated this. Bai Huijing was even more surprised. If he won't help me, how can I leverage his power? Of course you leverage the people around him. Pei Qianzi said with a smile. The people around him. Bai Huijing was a little confused. After Qin Feng came here, hasn't he been courting Su Ruoxue? What people around him? Although the people of Donghai are in awe of Qin Feng, it doesn't mean that Qin Feng has a lot of power in Donghai. On the contrary, Qin Feng doesn't have any power at all in Donghai, and all of it is in the capital. What others fear is not Qin Feng, but the Qin family behind him. She can't just fly to the capital to ask the Qin family for help, can she? Pei Qianzi immediately explained when she saw this. Do you remember the other day when you asked me to borrow someone and Qin Feng confessed to Su Ruoxue that night? Upon hearing this, Bai Huijing froze for a moment and nodded. I remember. Why? If you want to use Qin Feng's influence, you might as well go find Su Ruoxue. If Su Ruoxue is willing to step forward, these problems will naturally be solved. I suppose those people in your company wouldn't dare offend the Qin family, right? Upon hearing this, Bai Huijing suddenly reacted. Go find Su Ruoxue. It's not to use Su Ruoxue's identity, but to use Su Ruoxue to step forward and give people the mistaken impression that Qin Feng is her backing. If Su Ruoxue is willing to step forward and admit that Qin Feng is her man, then it is almost impossible for anyone in her company to doubt it. After all, it is well known in Donghai that Qin Feng is pursuing Su Ruoxue, and whether Qin Feng is Su Ruoxue's man only needs Su Ruoxue's attitude. If Su Ruoxue admits it herself, then who else would doubt it? Who would dare to doubt it? How could she even dare to ask Qin Feng herself? At this thought, a flash of light passed through Bai Huijing's eyes, but she quickly asked again. But will Su Ruoxue help me? Chairman Bai, that depends on you. I can't teach you this kind of thing, can I? Pei Qianzi said with a smile. But she can also understand Bai Huijing. After all, it's a matter of burning eyebrows. If she were in her place, she would probably not be better than Bai Huijing. Upon hearing this, Bai Huijing could not help but struggle in her heart for a moment, and finally gritted her teeth and said, Okay. I'll go to the Su group this afternoon to find Su Ruoxue. Let's meet somewhere this afternoon, together. Pei Qianzi said. That's right. For something like this, she, the main female character, should know more. Upon hearing this, Bai Huijing understood that Pei Qianzi was planning to confront Su Ruoxue. Confrontations allow the heroines to hear the other's true feelings. Su Ruoxue obviously didn't know about this, and if she did, she wouldn't have had no communication with them. If Su Ruoxue joined them, then in the future, they could help each other if they encountered any problems. Instead, she was like a headless fly, considering whether or not to wait for the so-called protagonist. After the two women made an appointment, they hung up the phone directly. If they knew that the three women planned to join forces to boycott the protagonist, I'm afraid Qin Feng would only have one thing on his mind. Disaster is always one step ahead of me. Yes, Bai Huijing's decision not to seek help from the protagonist was undoubtedly a disaster for him. However, Qin Feng was completely unaware of this at the moment, as he was still busy with his own arrangements. Someone from Kyoto is here. It's Qin Zhan's thug he sent. Right now, he only had one thought in mind, and that was to get Yang Lu out of the hospital first. Without henchmen at his disposal, and without the presence of people like Ade to contend with, he knew that unless Yang Lu broke through to the pinnacle of the Ming realm, he would probably have to spend the rest of his life in the hospital. However, he had no such worries now, because the people sent down from Kyoto this time were very strong. Perhaps because of Qin Feng's growth, Qin Zhan had directly arranged for 5 people at the pinnacle of the Dark Realm to come down. The Dark Realm. This is a realm that transcends the realm of the bright. The pinnacle of the Dark Realm, regardless of which family, is a transcendent being. However, this time, Qin Zhan directly arranged 5 for Qin Feng. Facing 5 pinnacles of the Dark Realm, Qin Feng did not dare to be negligent. After treating them to all kinds of delicious food and drink, he said to the 5 of them, "Now that we've eaten, let's get down to business." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the 5 men's faces all turned serious. They quickly said to Qin Feng with respect, "Please, young master, command. Protect someone for me." Saying this, Qin Feng took out a photo from his pocket that he had prepared long ago. A photo of Yang Luo. Qin Feng placed the photo in front of the 5 men. The one at the head, a peak of the Dark Realm, couldn't help but ask in confusion after seeing the photo. "Young master, is this person your friend?" Qin Feng immediately shook his head upon hearing this. "Not a friend, it's not even an exaggeration to say he's an enemy." Hearing this, the several men were surprised. "An enemy? Then young master. If he's an enemy, why are you still sending people to protect him? Wouldn't it be better to just find someone to kill him?" As if he could see the doubts in the hearts of the several men, Qin Feng smiled faintly. "This is my future enemy, he's also a kind of sharpening stone for me, I need him for my future growth, so he can't die now." After saying this, the hearts of the several people suddenly became clear. When they looked at Qin Feng, they couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. To regard one's enemy as a sharpening stone is something that not just anyone can do. But Qin Feng not only did it, he even sent them to protect this enemy. This magnanimity is worthy of being the son of Qin Zhan. What do you think? Any questions? Young master, may I ask, what realm are the people who are causing him trouble? The pinnacle of the Ming realm. Ming Jing? The leader was a little surprised. Qin Feng nodded in response. Yes, it's Ming Jing. In that case, there's no need for 5 people, is there? We can just send 2 people, and the rest can protect the young master's safety, right? To them, their top priority was to protect Qin Feng, not Qin Feng's enemy. Although the young master wanted to use this person as a sharpening stone, there was no need for them to do their best to protect a stone, right? Fine, it's up to you to arrange it. Qin Feng said nonchalantly. He didn't care if there were 2 people or 5 people, what mattered was that Yang Luo couldn't be hospitalized again, because if he was hospitalized again, it would be too late. Chapter 35, The 3 Women Meet. Su Group. President Su, please take a look at this proposal. Leave it, I'll call you when I'm done. Su Ruoxue's eyes were like crescent moons, smiling at her subordinate. The smile directly made the person come stare in awe. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me? A sentence like cold water was poured directly over his head. He hurriedly shook his head. No, it's just that I think General Manager Su looks so beautiful when she smiles. The person said with some disorientation. Su Ruoxue was a little puzzled. Really? After saying that, she laughed self-deprecatingly and said, maybe. On the side, the subordinate was dumbfounded, as if unable to speak, stammering. Then you are busy, I will go down first. Well, go down. After saying this, the subordinate hurriedly left, with Su Ruoxue's smile constantly imprinted in his mind. Seeing the subordinate leave, Su Ruoxue's face revealed confusion. Didn't I used to smile? The next second, Su Ruoxue's face was once again filled with a smile. She also understood what had caused her recent changes. Because she had promised Qin Feng, the pressure at home had disappeared, and her father no longer talked to her so aggressively. She knew that a large part of the reason for this was because of Qin Feng, but she also liked her current life more. Thinking about this, Su Ruoxue once again bowed her head and busied herself with work. At this time, she had completely forgotten how resistant she had been to Qin Feng in the beginning. Just as Su Ruoxue had just bowed her head, her phone rang in her pocket. Pei Qianzi. Seeing that the phone was ringing in her pocket while Pei Qianzi, who was also one of the heroines in the novel, was calling her, Su Ruoxue froze for a moment, but then she thought about how Pei Qianzi had lent her the phone without hesitation, so she answered the phone. Hello? Su Ruoxue, do you have a moment? After glancing at the documents on the side, Su Ruoxue said indifferently. I'm a bit busy. Why? Come downstairs? Bai Huijing and I are waiting for you downstairs. We have something important to tell you. Bai Huijing? Upon hearing this name, Su Ruoxue was a little surprised, but before she could ask anything, the person on the other end of the line hung up. Bai Huijing, isn't she also one of the female leads? How is she connected to Pei Qianzi? And why were they both looking for her at the same time? At this moment, Su Ruoxue had too many doubts in her heart. After glancing at the unprocessed documents on the side, Su Ruoxue thought about it for a while, and decided to put aside her work for the time being. After tidying up her clothes, Su Ruoxue quickly took the elevator to the underground garage. As soon as she arrived in the underground garage, she saw Pei Qianzi waiting for her next to a red luxury car. Next to her was a woman with a figure that was much better than theirs, who was looking a little haggard and chatting with Pei Qianzi. As soon as she saw Su Ruoxue come down, Pei Qianzi immediately waved at her with a smile on her face. Su Ruoxue saw this and walked over in her high heels. When she arrived at the two of them, Su Ruoxue first greeted Pei Qianzi. Sister Qianzi, why did you think of looking for me? Is there something the matter? Pei Qianzi had helped her before, so naturally she was also pleasant to her. Pei Qianzi, on the other hand, said with a smile. It's not that I have something to ask you, but this person, said Pei Qianzi, pointing to Bai Huijing. Chairman Bai? Su Ruoxue turned her head in surprise, not knowing the reason for their visit for a moment. As Su Ruoxue's gaze drifted towards her, Bai Huijing nodded slightly. Chairman Bai is looking for me? It's a long story, let's go somewhere quiet and talk, said Pei Qianzi. Although Su Ruoxue was extremely puzzled, she didn't say anything and got straight into the car. Chapter 36, Showdown with Su Ruoxue. Su Ruoxue panicked when she heard Pei Qianzi's words. She panicked completely. As everyone knows, the four animals known as the four sacred animals are the white tiger, the green dragon, the vermilion bird, and the black turtle. No one knows that she is the white tiger except for herself. No, besides her, Qin Feng also knows, but how would Pei Qianzi know about this? Could it be that Qin Feng told her? Almost instantly, Su Ruoxue suspected Qin Feng. Because this was a secret, even Xiaoya, her classmate and assistant, didn't know about it. But the next second, Su Ruoxue rejected it. With the heroine in front of her, it was impossible for Qin Feng to have anything to do with several people. After all, she still knew what Qin Feng's goal was. Since it wasn't Qin Feng who said it, where did they know it from? Where did you learn this? Saying this, Su Ruoxue stood up directly. She could no longer stay. Right now, she only felt like she was standing in front of the two of them as if she had been stripped naked. Don't worry. Pei Qianzi saw this scene and helplessly got up, pushing Su Ruoxue back down into her seat. However, Su Ruoxue had completely lost her previous calmness. She fixed her gaze on Pei Qianzi, as if she wanted an explanation from Pei Qianzi. I heard it from Qin Feng's heart. Pei Qianzi wanted to speak directly to Su Ruoxue, but when the words reached her lips, she couldn't say anything. She had forgotten that this was the rule of the world. She knew that all heroines could hear the heart's thoughts, but they could not speak them. In desperation, Pei Qianzi had to say, I'll explain to you later. No, I want it now. Su Ruoxue's attitude was firm, not budging an inch. She never thought that such a secret matter would actually let Pei Qianzi know. At this moment, the way she looked at Pei Qianzi began to gradually turn cold. just as Pei Qianzi didn't know what to do. On the other side, Qin Feng finally discussed it with the 5 pinnacle of the Dark Realm under his command. 2 of them would protect Yan Lu, while the other 3 would follow Qin Feng. Qin Feng was at a loss for words. He really wanted to say, "You peak realm masters are nothing in front of me, I don't need protection." But with his current persona, there was no way to explain the source of his martial prowess. With no choice, Qin Feng had to agree to the 5 men's request. When 2 of them left to protect Yan Lu according to Qin Feng's instructions, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Forget it, 2 people at the pinnacle of the Dark Realm protecting Yan Lu is enough. I think Pei Qianzi's sidekick, Ade, and the others, are also no threat to them. But if they still try to harm Yan Lu, will my people killing Ade and the others affect the subsequent plot? Forget it, they are all insignificant. As long as nothing happens to the heroine, it's none of my business. Thinking about this, Qin Feng stopped caring. The most pressing task was to stop the protagonist from going to the hospital so easily. Over here, Su Ruoxue was still asking Pei Qianzi for an explanation, and Pei Qianzi didn't know how to explain it. Including the 3 women by Hui Jing, they all heard Qin Feng's thoughts. The 3 women almost froze at the same time. Pei Qianzi, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief. Under Su Ruoxue's questioning gaze, Pei Qianzi did not continue to explain, but instead directly called Ada on the phone. "Hey, big sister. The operation has been called off. There's no need to deal with Yang Lu." No need to deal with him? Why? If this were any other time, Pei Qianzi would have definitely said, "Don't ask questions you shouldn't." But this was a rare opportunity to explain, so Pei Qianzi said directly, "You've gone too far this time. Qin Feng has already sent 2 peak Dark Realm Masters to protect Yan Lu. If you try anything else, you might die there." 2 Pinnacle Realm? Upon hearing this, Ada was shocked. But before they could say anything more, Pei Qianzi hung up the phone. Next to Ada, Air and Asan immediately asked, "What are the new instructions from the leader?" Upon hearing this, Ada took a deep breath. "We just got the news that Yang Lu is being protected by 2 Pinnacle Realm, the operation is cancelled." Upon hearing this, Air and Asan's faces changed slightly. They were only Ming Realm cultivators, and when they encountered 2 Dark Realm Pinnacles, even though they had 1 more person, they were definitely no match for their opponents. Thinking about this, they could only give up on this operation and leave directly. In the private room, after hanging up the phone, Pei Qianzi turned her head directly towards Su Ruoxue. "Do you understand now?" On the other side, Su Ruoxue had already been dumbfounded for a long time. She understood. She understood completely. She finally knew why Pei Qianzi knew so much about something that only she and Qin Feng knew. It turned out that she wasn't the only one who could hear Qin Feng's thoughts. As long as she was the heroine of this novel, she could hear them. Her mouth hung open, she wanted to say something, but when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she just couldn't get them out. Pei Qianzi seemed to understand the shock in Su Ruoxue's heart, and with news like this, a young girl like Su Ruoxue would definitely need some time to process it. Pei Qianzi thought for a moment and continued. "Do you remember the day you confessed your love, and someone from my side appeared and beat Yang Luo?" Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxue immediately thought of the day when she kissed Qin Feng, and Ada and the others passed by. Before, she didn't know that Ada was Pei Qianzi's man, and she only found out after she asked Pei Qianzi for someone to borrow. Hearing Pei Qianzi say this, Su Ruoxue subconsciously nodded. "That day, it was actually Bai Huijing who asked me to borrow someone." Chairman Bai borrowed someone? Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxue subconsciously looked at Bai Huijing. Then it seemed as if she had thought of something. In Qin Feng's heart, there was Bai Huijing's script. "In that case, Chairman Bai, you also borrowed someone because you knew that you and your daughter would be together?" Su Ruoxue was still shy and did not say something like a mother and daughter serving the same man. Although Bai Huijing knew that this was something difficult to talk about, she still nodded because she was asking Su Ruoxue for help. Seeing Bai Huijing nod, Su Ruoxue's mind was completely confused. However, she also understood one thing, and that was that all the heroines could hear Qin Feng's voice. But what did they come to see her about today? Could it be that they just came to tell her about this? Soon, Su Ruoxue asked her question. "Then why did you come here today?" As soon as the words fell, Bai Huijing stood up. "This time, we mainly want to ask President Su for a favor." "A favor?" Su Ruoxue looked at Bai Huijing as she stood up, and also stood up in a panic. "What kind of favor?" Chapter 37, Cunning. But just as she stood up, Su Ruoxue suddenly reacted. Something about the company? Bai Huijing nodded. There is a mole in the company, and the shareholders are trying to withdraw their shares because of it, so she came here this time to ask for Su's help. There is a mole in the company. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxue's face suddenly changed. She also runs a company and of course knows how serious this matter is. But how can I help you? At this point, Pei Qianzi also stepped forward. It depends on whether or not President Su is willing to pull her face. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxue froze for a moment. And Pei Qianzi also told her all her previous thoughts. When she heard that she needed to support Bai Huijing when she opened the board meeting, Su Ruoxue subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. But when she heard that she also needed to admit that Qin Feng was her man, Su Ruoxue hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands. No, absolutely not. How can I admit that Qin Feng is my man? The fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. Moreover, Qin Feng's attitude towards her can be seen from Qin Feng's innermost thoughts. This is completely inconsistent with her character. Pei Qianzi, who was watching the scene, helplessly shrugged towards Bai Huijing and said, If Miss Su Ruoxue doesn't want to, then I'm afraid you'll have to give your daughter and yourself to Yan Lu. Su Ruoxue froze upon seeing this. In that instant, she thought of Qin Feng's previous thoughts, as if Bai Huijing could not solve this problem herself, then she would have to wait for Yang Luo's help. She knew Yang Luo well, a person who only knows how to think with his lower body. If she married such a person, she would rather die now. But now, if she does not help Bai Huijing, not only Bai Huijing herself, but also her daughter. Just as Su Ruoxue was thinking, Bai Huijing pushed her chair away and tried to kneel down to Su Ruoxue. President Bai, what are you doing? Su Ruoxue grabbed Bai Huijing, but Bai Huijing said with a bitter face. President Su, if it were just me, I would have given myself to you. Although I don't like this man very much, I am old after all. But, Bai Huijing said, her face became more and more bitter. But I also have a daughter, my daughter is still in school, I can't push my daughter into the fire because of company matters. President Su, we are both the same type of woman, I have never begged anyone in my life, but now can I beg you to help me? For the sake of the fact that we are both women with the same fate. Seeing Bai Huijing in this state, how could Su Ruoxue continue watching? Hurriedly, she said. I promise, I promise. Ms. Bai, please get up first. Can we get up and talk again? Su Ruoxue said with some difficulty. And upon hearing Su Ruoxue's promise to help, a glimmer of hope appeared on Bai Huijing's face. You're willing to help me? Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxue's face once again fell into hesitation. What she didn't notice was that Bai Huijing, who had been looking bitter, gave Pei Qianzi a wink. Seeing that the time was ripe, Pei Qianzi said. Actually, you don't need to hesitate too much. In fact, helping Bai Huijing is also helping you. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxue immediately looked up, a little confused, and glanced at Pei Qianzi. Pei Qianzi then asked, How do you feel about Qin Feng? How do I feel about Qin Feng? Su Ruoxue immediately thought of Qin Feng's confession to her that day, and she also thought of the scene when Qin Feng helped her out during the family meeting that day. Her face suddenly flushed. Seeing this, Pei Qianzi continued to ask without waiting for her to speak. What about Yang Lu? Why did you mention him? Su Ruoxue looked at Pei Qianzi with confusion. If she said she had a little good impression of Qin Feng, then she hated Yang Lu. If not for this reason, she would not have asked Pei Qianzi to borrow someone to beat him up. You know your attitude towards Qin Feng, but have you ever thought about Qin Feng's attitude towards us? Qin Feng's attitude towards them? Su Ruoxue instantly reacted at this moment. But before she could speak, Pei Qianzi added. You also know his attitude. He has always wanted to send us towards Yan Lu. You don't like Yan Lu either, do you? How could that be? Su Ruoxue said subconsciously. Seeing this, Pei Qianzi smiled. Yes, you don't like it either, and none of us like it, but if we don't do anything, sooner or later Qin Feng will send us to Yan Luo's side, won't he? Hearing this, Su Ruoxue's face fell a little. Although she didn't want to admit what Pei Qianzi said, she knew that Pei Qianzi was telling the truth. After all, Qin Feng knows the follow-up script. Although they are now engaged and have met the parents, she also understands that Qin Feng has always wanted to send all the heroines within her to Yan Luo. Seeing Su Ruoxue's sad face, Pei Qianzi took advantage of the situation. In that case, we can't just sit back and do nothing. We must resist. After all, none of us like that Yang Luo, right? Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxue's originally despondent face also revealed a trace of determination. Yes, she originally did not like being controlled by fate, and now that she is about to be controlled by fate, she must resist. You are right. Su Ruoxue looked at Pei Qianzi. We should resist. Upon hearing this, Pei Qianzi's smile on her face grew even wider, but the next second, she changed the subject. But if we resist, we also need to have the ability. If it's just one person, there's no way to resist. Su Ruoxue was stunned, but before she could think much more, she heard Pei Qianzi say. For example, before, the Hong family allied with the Qin family against me. Although it was Qin Feng who helped me, her goal was to let me live, so that I could get in touch with Yang Lu later. And for example, Qin Feng was able to confess his love for you, and that was also to arouse Yang Lu's fighting spirit. But what if Qin Feng doesn't want to help anymore? Before Su Ruoxue could answer, Pei Qianzi said directly. If something happens to your company, like what happened to President Bai today, and Qin Feng doesn't help you, you'll just have to wait and see what happens. Qin Feng would be happy to see this happen, and let you wait for Yang Luo's help. Is that really what you want to see? Su Ruoxue was stunned. If in the future the company is in the same situation as Bai Huijing's and no one is there to help, then it seems that she has no other choice but to wait for Yang Lu. Pei Qianzi continued. Therefore, the three of us should stick together and at least not let fate be controlled by others, right? If we stand alone, we can't really influence anything, but if the three of us stick together, then even if we encounter difficulties in the future, there will be more ways to solve them, won't there? Hearing this, Su Ruoxue also completely responded, and she turned to Pei Qianzi. So what should I do? Chapter 38, The Arrival of the Lu Family. What should I do? Hearing this, Pei Qianzi let out a sigh of relief. Finally, she had Su Ruoxue in the same trenches. Roping in Su Ruoxue was not just for Bai Huijing's company, but also a necessary means to deal with Qin Feng and give them to Yang Lu in the future. Although she and Su Ruoxue did not like being controlled by fate, she could not feel any good towards Yang Lu. However, as Qin Feng said, Yang Luo has already appeared, and they have gradually encountered various crises. However, this kind of crisis cannot be solved by them alone, and even if she and Bai Huijing put their heads together, it would be useless. Think about the Hong family in the beginning. If it weren't for Qin Feng's help, I'm afraid my situation would not be much better than Bai Huijing's. However, it's different if you can win over Su Ruoxue. Su Ruoxue is not only the main female character, but according to Qin Feng's thinking, Qin Feng is the #1 dog-licker in this novel. In this way, whatever Su Ruoxue does, there will be a shadow of Qin Feng behind her. Even if Qin Feng doesn't want to, he has to do it. Roping in Su Ruoxue is beneficial to both of them, whether you look at the present or the future. Thinking about this, Pei Qianzi immediately discussed the next countermeasures with the two people in front of her. Su Ruoxue and Bai Huijing in front of her obviously knew this as well. The three people, who normally had no interaction at all, suddenly became as close as sisters. At this time, Qin Feng still had no idea that the three heroines had already become allies. His attention was now focused entirely on Yang Luo. After all, the heroine setup had collapsed beyond repair. Apart from Yang Luo, he had no way to solve the problems of the current heroines. However, with the passing of the two pinnacles of the Dark Realm, Qin Feng's heart also felt a lot more at ease. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to quietly become a salted fish, his phone suddenly rang at this moment. It was the two pinnacles of the Dark Realm he had just sent out. What's wrong? What happened? Reporting to Mr. Qin, we didn't find any suspicious people watching your enemy when we came over, but the Lu family took Yang Lu away from the hospital. The Lu family? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. The key players are here. The Lu family is full of key players, and the protagonist's rise to power in the country is entirely due to the help of the Lu family. Now that the Lu family has entered the scene, I'm afraid the plot will soon get back on track, right? Just as Qin Feng was pondering, a question came from the other end of the phone. Young master, should we continue to follow them now? No, come back. Qin Feng said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the person on the other end of the line hung up without saying anything else. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. Sending someone to protect Yang Lu was impossible for the rest of his life, and the main purpose of sending someone was to wait for the Lu family to appear in Donghai. He had previously worried that if the Lu family did not return, Yang Lu would go to the hospital every other day. However, since the Lu family had returned, There was no need for this protection. After all, the Lu family is considered a respectable family, and there are quite a few experts in the family. Although they are not as good as the Qin family, they can still handle the three pinnacles of the Ming realm without any problem. The mere mention of the Lu family put a smile on Qin Feng's face. If Yang Luo is compared to Lu Guan and Zheng, then this Lu family is his Zhuge Liang. Tomorrow the Lu family will directly seek out Bai Huijing, right? Shareholders causing trouble seems like a big problem, but no one expected that the Lu family would buy the shares of the Bai Group the first day they came to Donghai. With the shares, the entire Bai Group will be under the Lu family's control. By the time Yang Lu steps in again, Bai Huijing will be in his debt. And then Yang Lu will fondle Bai Huijing in the office? Bai Huijing resisted at first, but after a few seconds of resistance, she fell. I'm afraid that only Bai Huijing is in a position where her soul has not yet fallen, but her body has. Ha. The original plot was that the Lu family had just arrived and discovered that the Bai family had a mole, and they wanted to take over the Bai Group and give Yang Luo a chance to develop. But they didn't expect Yang Luo to see Bai Huijing for the first time and immediately take a fancy to this woman. In the end, Yang Lu didn't kick Bai Huijing out directly, but instead let her continue to serve as the president of the Bai Group, which was actually a puppet of Yang Lu. What Qin Feng didn't know was that in a coffee shop, the three women were discussing a countermeasure when they suddenly heard this heartfelt confession. Su Ruoxue looked at Bai Huijing, who was sitting there with a red face, in surprise. After a short period of contact, Su Ruoxue already regarded the two as big sisters, and she never expected Bai Huijing to be so open-minded. However, Pei Qianzi said to Bai Huijing with a smile, "Why don't we try? Get out." Bai Huijing scolded with a blushing face, but there was no anger on her face. Because she also knew that Pei Qianzi was joking. Just as Bai Huijing was about to explain something, the voice in her head came again. But it's not Bai Huijing's fault. She's almost 30, and she hasn't even touched a man's hand. Suddenly she encounters a veteran of the love scene, so how could she possibly resist? Tut, they're already fighting in the office. She's worthy of being the most unrestrained heroine. Bai Huijing sat there with clenched teeth. Now her heart was full of shame and anger, as well as resentment towards Qin Feng. If Qin Feng thought one more thing now, she would hate him so much that she would want to go and die with him. On the side, Su Ruoxue was obviously embarrassed to hear this in front of Bai Huijing. But Pei Qianzi had no such scruples. At this moment, Pei Qianzi was about to laugh. "President Bai, I didn't expect that you would be so open-minded." As she said this, Pei Qianzi glanced at the angry Bai Huijing and laughed. "But it's true, after all, the age is here, it's time to find a man." "Shut up," Bai Huijing said viciously. "Do you think you are better than me?" Hearing this, Pei Qianzi froze. No other reason, she was a little panicked. Although she knew she was not that kind of person, but was Bai Huijing? Obviously not. The reason they had become like this was entirely because of the appearance of the so-called Yang Luo. Although Qin Feng had never evaluated her in her heart, she knew that it was not because there was nothing to evaluate, but because it was not yet time for her to appear. As if to confirm Pei Qianzi's thoughts, Qin Feng's thoughts also came out in time. But when it comes to verbal skills, Pei Qianzi is still the best. Among the heroines in this book, no one seems to be able to compete with her, except Bai Huijing. Chapter 39 Yang Lu's Plan. Inside the World Trade Apartment. It was only a few dozen meters from Su Ruoxue's home. Yang Lu sat in a chair with a gloomy face. It had been a few days since he bought this house, but he had not even stayed for a day. The first time, he was beaten in front of his home and sent to the hospital. The second time, he was beaten in his home and sent to the hospital. However, everything was all thanks to Qin Feng. Although those three people were Pei Qianzi's men, in his heart, he and Pei Qianzi had no grudges against each other, and Pei Qianzi had no reason to find someone to target him. Apart from Qin Feng, only Qin Feng would find someone to beat him up. And yesterday, when Qin Feng entered the hospital, it further confirmed what he thought in his heart. When it came to yesterday, Yang Lu thought of Su Ruoxue's appearance in the hospital yesterday, with her eyes closed and her face red, kissing in Qin Feng's arms. In his opinion, that was entirely due to Qin Feng's coercion. Otherwise, it was impossible for a woman like Su Ruoxue to have such an attitude towards Qin Feng. After all, Su Ruoxue was the woman he had his eye on. How could the woman he had his eye on possibly feel for another man? Just as Yang Lu was feeling angry at what Qin Feng had done, the door to the room was opened. Creak. Yang Lu suddenly looked up and looked towards the door. At the door, a young man of similar age to him, who looked extraordinary, was standing at the door with great respect.
Mr. Yang. How is the investigation going? We've checked, and we can't do anything to him now. Why?
Yang Lu was full of confusion, but the young man replied.
Right now, Qin Feng has 5 masters at the pinnacle of the Dark Realm by his side, and even if all of our people came out, they wouldn't be a match for the people around him. The young man's name was Lu Yong.
After arriving in the Eastern Sea and delivering the Yinqing grass to Yang Luo, he went to check the combat effectiveness of the people around Qin Feng as Yang Luo had requested. But it was a shock to find out that there were 5 peak Dark Realm masters. Even if the Lu family headquarters moved here, it would not be an easy task to deal with these 5 people. Yang Luo's plan to quietly deal with Qin Feng was completely impossible.
What? 5 pinnacles of the Dark Realm?
Yang Lu was shocked. He barely broke through to the middle stage of the Ming realm a few days ago due to various coincidences, and he never expected that there were actually 5 pinnacles of the Dark Realm around him. In that case, he could be considered to have given up on everything. But when he thought about what had happened to him in the past few days, how could Yang Lu just give up? Seeing Yang Lu's ugly face, Lu Yong also said with a difficult expression. Mr. Yang, in fact, directly attacking Qin Feng is not a good thing for us either. If Qin Zhan knows that his only son has had an accident, he will definitely go crazy.
In that case, not only you, Mr. Yang, but I'm afraid the entire Lu family will be destroyed.
After arriving here, Lu Yong has learned about what has happened to Yang Luo in the past few days, and he has some understanding of the hatred in Yang Luo's heart. But as he said, they cannot attack Qin Feng yet.
Are you telling me to swallow my broken teeth?
Yang Lu looked at Lu Yong with a displeased expression on his face. Lu Yong, however, was not angry when he saw this. Instead, he shook his head and said,
Of course not.
Swallowing one's broken teeth is simply not the style of our Lu family, nor is it the style of you, Mr. Yang.
Upon hearing this, Yang Lu looked up suspiciously. What do you mean? Lu Yong smiled faintly.
It is unrealistic for us to take the initiative against Qin Feng.
In that case, why don't we let Qin Feng take the initiative against us?
Upon hearing this, Yang Lu's eyebrows shot up, and he didn't quite understand what Lu Yong meant.
Lu Yong continued to explain.
I heard that this Qin Feng has been pursuing Su Ruoxue for many years, and it has become common knowledge in the East Sea. If Mr. Yang can get Su Ruoxue's favor, then this will make Qin Feng mad.
As long as he takes action against us, then we will have reason to fight back.
But you just said that Qin Zhan.
The world is not dominated by the Qin family alone.
If we take the initiative to go to Yang Luo's trouble, it may be a bit troublesome if Qin Zhan finds out, but if Qin Feng takes the initiative to do something to us, then it's not our fault.
Hearing this, Yang Luo's eyes lit up.
Lu Yong, on the other hand, continued to add. However, now all we need is for Mr. Yang to be able to win Su Ruoxue's heart.
This shouldn't be a difficult task for Mr. Yang, right?
Of course. Yang Lu has plenty of tricks up his sleeve when it comes to women. Especially women like Su Ruoxue. Such a woman should be in his arms. That trash Qin Feng is not worthy of such a supreme being on earth.
Thinking about the scenes he had seen of Su Ruoxue in the past few days, and the touching appearance of Su Ruoxue in the hospital, Yang Lu couldn't help but feel a greedy color in his heart. Su Ruoxue is the president of the Su Group.
If he wants to win her heart, Mr. Yang must have a company so that Su Ruoxue can see Mr. Yang's strength.
Hearing Lu Yong's words, Yang Luo couldn't help but frown. A company? How long will that take?
As a veteran of the love scene, he naturally understands that starting a company is indeed the best way to get close to Su Ruoxue. But he had just returned to the country, and he thought that it would be impossible to reach Su Ruoxue's level without 3 to 5 years. Even with the help of the Lu family, this time would not be shortened much. It seems that he had long anticipated this, and Lu Yong gave a faint smile. Young Master Yang doesn't need to worry about this, I had already prepared long before I arrived.
What do you mean? Yang Luo didn't quite understand what Lu Yong meant, and Lu Yong continued.
When I arrived in Donghai, I discovered that there was a small problem with the Bai group.
There is a mole in the Bai group. A mole?
Well, it is said that the president of the Bai group still does not know who the mole is, and the board meeting is tomorrow. If we can buy the shares held by all the shareholders of the Bai group at that time, then the Bai group will be ours.
Yang Lu's eyes lit up at this.
Indeed, in this way, he would be able to establish a company in Donghai as quickly as possible. As for the mole, Yang Lu didn't need to worry about it.
As long as he had money, anything that could be solved with money was not a big deal for Yang Lu. Once I take down the Bai family group, then I can use some minor tricks to make Su Ruoxue lie obediently in my arms. Thinking of Su Ruoxue's impressive figure, Yang Lu's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a smug smile. Chapter 40, Asking Qin Feng for help? After yawning, Yang Lu couldn't help but glance at Lu Yong next to him, patted his shoulder and laughed. Thank you very much. If it wasn't for you coming over, I don't know when I would have been able to leave the hospital. If it wasn't for Lu Yong coming over and bringing the Inxin grass he needed, he would probably still be in the hospital. Lu Yong, on the other hand, said respectfully, "These are all my grandfather's instructions, and they are what the Lu family should do." In fact, Yang Luo's current performance of being hospitalized from time to time in the country really isn't worthy of the Lu family's help. Not to mention calling the eldest son of the Lu family to come over in person. The reason why he did so was because when his grandfather died, he had set down the ancestral precept that Yang Luo before them was the son of destiny, and that as long as they kept by Yang Luo's side and worked for him, the Lu family would one day become prosperous. Although he was a little puzzled, since it was an ancestral precept, there was no reason for him to disobey it. Thinking about this, Lu Yong couldn't help but look up again. Next, Mr. Yang just needed to wait for tomorrow to arrive. Tomorrow? Yang Luo smiled, and the charming figure of Su Ruoxue unconsciously appeared in his mind. On the other hand, Su Ruoxue and the others also discussed everything they had prepared for the next day. Then tomorrow, I'll get rid of Ruoxue. After a brief chat, the three women's relationship quickly warmed up. Hesitating that Bai Huijing was the oldest, she took the role of the eldest sister. And the youngest Su Ruoxue was called sister by the other two. It's only right, and it's the least I can do. Su Ruoxue smiled. After spending so much time with the two, Su Ruoxue had found a kindred spirit. With a father like Su Qinghai, Su Ruoxue had always had to do everything on her own. Now, although Bai Huijing had asked her for help, after learning their shared secret, Su Ruoxue clearly had her own little team. After saying that, Su Ruoxue picked up her bag and stood up, saying, "Since there's nothing else, I'll be going now. I have a bunch of things waiting for me to take care of at the company. I've got a lot of things to take care of at the company today." When they heard that Su Ruoxue still had things to do, the two of them didn't stop her, but instead laughed. "Then Sister Ruoxue, go take care of your own things, and we won't bother you." With that, Su Ruoxue closed the door and left. The room was left with only Bai Huijing and Pei Qianzi. "You're still the best." As soon as Su Ruoxue had left, Bai Huijing couldn't help but give Pei Qianzi a thumbs up. Pei Qianzi, on the other hand, smiled and said, "We all have our own needs. And I meant everything I just said. The three of us are more or less the same. If we don't help each other, sooner or later, we'll end up like Qin Feng once." Hearing this, Bai Huijing also instantly understood. Qin Feng's wish was naturally to send them to Yang Luo's side. But no one wanted to see this happen. Su Ruoxue and Pei Qianzi had a bad first impression of Yang Luo, while Bai Huijing simply knew that she and her daughter would be. "If you're not busy, why don't you come over to my place for a drink?" Pei Qianzi directly issued an invitation as she watched Bai Huijing remain silent. "Since we're in the same trenches, we should get to know each other better. Su Ruoxue has something to do, so she can't stop me, but Bai Huijing doesn't have anything to do, so now we just have to wait for Su Ruoxue to make her appearance tomorrow." However, Bai Huijing shook her head when she heard this. Seeing Bai Huijing shake her head, Pei Qianzi was a little puzzled. "What's wrong?" "The short-term shareholder crisis has been resolved, but the mole has not been caught yet. I need to go back and take care of it while I still have time." Bai Huijing voiced her concerns. Although Su Ruoxue has stepped in, she doesn't need to worry about Yang Lu showing up. But the company's crisis has not been lifted as a result. Because the mole has not been caught, this is always a hidden danger. "You don't need to worry about this matter," Pei Qianzi said indifferently. Bai Huijing looked up in confusion. "Why?" "For this kind of thing, if you don't have a clue, no matter how hard you look, you won't be able to find out. It's better to think of other ways than this." "Other ways?" Bai Huijing felt that her intelligence was a bit inadequate. "Apart from investigating it myself, what other methods are there?" Bai Huijing voiced her doubts. Pei Qianzi, however, beamed and said, "Qin Feng." Bai Huijing froze. Pei Qianzi continued, "He must know the plot very well. Although Yang Lu originally helped you, do you think he, who knows all the plot, would not know who the mole is? Hearing this, Bai Huijing suddenly understood. But she soon asked the question in her heart. But Qin Feng and I haven't even met face to face yet. Hasn't she thought of this method? Not really. She has thought of it, but Qin Feng doesn't know her well, so she can't just go looking for Qin Feng for no reason. And with Qin Feng's current state of mind, he's not going to help us, is he? Upon hearing this, Pei Qianzi laughed. Of course, if it were just the two of us, we probably wouldn't be able to do it, but with Su Ruoxue it's a different story. Bai Huijing suddenly understood when she heard this. Yes, they can use Su Ruoxue to see Qin Feng. As long as they can see Qin Feng, then everything will be fine. Although Qin Feng is unwilling to help them, they can hear Qin Feng's thoughts. Qin Feng herself must not know about this matter. As long as Qin Feng says in her heart who the mole is, even if she doesn't have evidence, but having a direction to investigate is better than her current situation of being like a headless fly. As for how Qin Feng can tell who the mole is in her heart, it depends on how they can get Qin Feng's thoughts there. Although this matter is a bit difficult, it is still much better than investigating on her own. Let's go for a drink. Bai Huijing, who had figured it out, immediately accepted Pei Qianzi's invitation. Upon hearing this, Pei Qianzi said with a smile. Have you figured it out? A word that awakens the sleeper in a dream. It seems that I underestimated Qianzi in the past. You're just in the middle of it, after all, an outsider has a clear view. She knew that Bai Huijing was not unable to think of it, but because she was in the middle of it, she was completely confused. If she were as indifferent as she was, I'm afraid Bai Huijing would soon be able to consider the reasons. Thinking of this, Pei Qianzi said. The board meeting is tomorrow, and I'm afraid you've been exhausted these past few days. Why don't you come over to my place to relax, and stay the night? Sure. Bai Huijing agreed after a short moment of thought. The two then got up almost at the same time and left the cafe. Chapter 41, The board meeting starts. At 9 a.m. the next day. The Bai Group's headquarters. A large proportion of the Bai Group's shareholders do not live in Donghai, as this is not their only source of income. Therefore, the Bai Group's board of directors often needs to give half a month's or even a month's notice, to give these shareholders more time to prepare. And because they are all wealthy people, their sleeping and waking times are not very stable, so the meeting time is always scheduled for the afternoon. However, this time, the meeting room was almost full at 9 a.m. This anomaly did not surprise the people present at all, because they knew that a meeting that would change the fate of the White Group was about to begin. So many people had arrived early. In the office, people were talking about it. Hey, I rushed here as soon as I heard the news yesterday. How could this happen to the White Group? After all, it's a company controlled by a woman. What a pity about my shares. By the way, where is Lao Su? Doesn't he live in Donghai? Why haven't I seen him? Didn't I hear that something happened to Bai's group and he sold his shares and ran away yesterday? On hearing this, the man was shocked. No way? Under these circumstances, which idiot would buy Bai's group's shares? There are plenty of idiots. Everyone is willing to take a chance, aren't they? Although the Bai Group is now facing a major crisis, it is also an opportunity for many people who have not bought shares. After all, in this situation, shares will be sold at a low price. These people are gambling by buying shares at a low price. They are gambling that the Bai Group will be able to overcome this crisis. As long as the Bai Group can survive this crisis, it will be a surefire business for people who buy new shares. Of course, this kind of risk is still quite big, and generally very few people would bet on a company that is about to have an accident. But there is no shortage of people in the world who want to get rich quick. Thinking about this, the shock on the face of the person who had previously inquired suddenly diminished. But after taking a look around and seeing that there were still quite a few people missing from the board of directors, he continued to ask. Lao Zhang, Lao Lu, they all ran away? They all ran away. Then I'm afraid the price has been driven down very low, right? Who knows? Listening to the conversation between the two, a middle-aged man in his 30s who looked a bit rakish couldn't help but smile. The middle-aged man's name is Yu Zhao, and the old Su they were discussing ran away yesterday, and he was right next to him. And it was completely different from what they expected. When Lao Su and the others sold their shares, not only was the price not suppressed very much, it was even higher than the price of the White Group when nothing had happened. Anyone who could offer such a high price at this time was either a fool or had some other ulterior motive. The man who approached Lao Su yesterday, although he didn't know what his identity was, looked extraordinary and definitely wasn't a fool. After buying Lao Su and the others' shares, he was prepared to buy Lao Su as well, but Yu Zhao refused. He wasn't a fool, and he naturally knew what a man who could spend money like water to buy Bai's group represented. As long as he clung to this man's thigh, it would only be good for his future and no harm. Therefore, Yu Zhao not only refused, but also followed his lead in the future. The man did not refuse when he heard this, and left. At this time, 2 more people entered the conference room. Hearing the noise, Yu Zhao's gaze immediately fell on the door. Not only Yu Zhao, but everyone else also looked at the door curiously. Because the 2 people who came they didn't know. Is this the person who acquired the shareholder Lao Su? Someone said, not knowing who had come. After all, no one not qualified to enter the elevator of the company would be able to enter the meeting room, let alone the meeting room. Basically, only shareholders of the company would be able to get here. The 2 people who came heard the noise in the meeting room, but they didn't say a word and walked silently into the meeting room. When he saw this, Yu Zhao was just about to stand up to say hello, but then he saw that some other people in the company all stood up at the same time. Seeing this, Yu Zhao froze. But he quickly reacted. It seems that he is not the only one who wants to curry favor with the boss. Lu Yong saw these people standing up and signaled to each one of them, but in the end, he stood unobtrusively behind Yang Lu. Seeing this, those who were originally going to curry favor with Lu Yong looked at Yang Lu in surprise. It seems that this Yang Lu is the real deal. Yang Lu and Lu Yong found a seat. After seeing the flattering and reverent glances of the people around them, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, soon, Yang Luo noticed that the gaze of these people shifted to the door again. Entering was a man in his 40s with a beer belly. Yang Luo noticed that as this middle-aged man walked into the room, the usual gaze of the people around him had become awe-inspiring. Who is this? Yang Luo frowned, as if he didn't like someone stealing his limelight. Seeing the person coming, Lu Yong immediately explained. This person is called Wang Zongping, the second in command of the Bai group. Obviously, Lu Yong had done a lot of preparation before coming. Wang Zongping? Upon hearing this, Yang Luo couldn't help but frown. This guy looks like he's having a good time. Because everyone present had more or less concern on their faces, while the guy in front of him had never stopped smiling since he entered. Hearing this, Lu Yong said again. Well, if Bai Huijing falls from power, then he will be in charge of the entire Bai group. Is that so? It seems that this guy is more or less connected to the mole. Yang Lu pondered. The 2 men spoke very quietly, and with the loud discussions in the meeting room, no one heard their conversation at all. Lu Yong, on the other hand, was standing next to Yang Lu, explaining. Well, not only you, but many people in the company have been discussing this matter recently. However, since there is no evidence, they are only discussing it in private, and they are still afraid to offend this guy in public. Oh? Upon hearing this, Yang Luo couldn't help but frown. Then isn't this person a hidden danger? Having such a person in the company is completely like a time bomb. Even if Yang Luo takes over the company, I'm afraid he still has to deal with this guy. Mr. Yang, don't worry, you don't need to do anything about this guy, I'll help you deal with him when the time comes. Okay. Yang Luo waved his hand in response. Since Lu Yong had already said that, he didn't say much more. After all, Lu Yong was much better at company matters than he was. However, at this time, Yang Luo's attention was fully focused on Wang Zongping, because he noticed that since this guy had come in, he had greeted just as many people as they had, and it seemed that he was determined to win this meeting, that is, the future direction of the Bai group. Just as Yang Lu was thinking this, a voice suddenly came from beside him. President Bai is here. Upon hearing this, not only Yang Lu, but almost everyone present looked up at the same time and looked towards the door. Then, a pair of long legs in black high heels and black stockings caught everyone's eye. Chapter 42, Conflict. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw Bai Huijing, wearing a black wrap skirt and a hot body, walk into the meeting room with a serious expression. When he saw Bai Huijing's serious expression and hot attire, Yang Lu's eyes went straight. This is. Next to him, Lu Yong immediately whispered in Yang Lu's ear. This is Bai Huijing, the chairman of the Bai group. She is the chairman of the Bai group? Yang Lu's gaze never left Bai Huijing as he spoke. He had previously been intent on getting Su Ruoxue and using the Bai group as his foundation. But he never imagined that the Bai group's chairman looked no less attractive than Su Ruoxue. As he thought about this, Yang Lu couldn't help but feel a little excited. Then, after looking around and seeing that no one was paying attention to them, Yang Lu suddenly waved at Lu Yong. Don't be in a hurry to stand out later. Yang Lu whispered in Lu Yong's ear.
Lu Yong immediately glanced at Bai Huijing, and then at Yang Lu, who was staring intently, and immediately understood Yang Lu's meaning.
Yang Lu was interested in Bai Huijing. He wanted to let him stand out at the critical moment without being the first to do so. Lu Yong couldn't help but frown at the sight of Yang Lu.
He was puzzled by Yang Lu's behavior, which was dominated by women. He wondered why his family had sent him here to help someone like him.
However, thinking about his family's instructions, in the end Lu Yong still didn't say much.
After all, this was also a matter of doing things for him. On the side, the other shareholders also noticed Bai Huijing, but soon they discovered that Bai Huijing did not come in alone. Behind her, there was a woman with a similar appearance. Yang Lu's eyes went wide when he saw this woman.
Is she Pei Qianzi?
Yang Lu knew her, having met her with Qin Feng in the clothing store that day. He didn't expect that this woman was actually still related to Bai Huijing.
Yang Lu's mouth curled when he saw Pei Qianzi appear.
He didn't expect to run into her here, but it was just as well, so that she could see how capable I am. He hadn't had the chance to get in touch with Pei Qianzi before, but now that they had met, he would naturally let her see what he was capable of. Yang Lu welcomed her, but the others were different.
President Bai, this is our company's board of directors. You've brought an outsider here, which I'm afraid is not very good. The first person to speak up was Wang Zongping. Pei Qianzi is known to most people here.
She was a small gangster leader, and people like her had some power in Donghai.
Why was Bai Huijing with her? Just as everyone was puzzled. What do you mean? Hearing this, Bai Huijing was furious. It's just what it means.
Wang Zongping said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes.
I don't know why President Bai would be in contact with someone like this, but she really doesn't fit in with our occasion, does she? Pei Qianzi couldn't help but frown when she saw Wang Zongping in front of her.
She didn't expect Bai Huijing's company to have reached this point. She originally thought that Bai Huijing's company was going smoothly, and that there was just a mole that had appeared and disrupted the rhythm. But now Bai Huijing is still the president of the Bai Group, and before the result has been finalized, someone has already dared to jump out and openly contradict Bai Huijing.
You.
At this moment, Bai Huijing was completely annoyed. She had even wanted Su Ruoxue to come out early, because these people were too disrespectful.
This is.
Just as Bai Huijing was on the verge of anger, Pei Qianzi spoke up.
Who am I, and what does it matter to you? Wang Zongping was not at all polite when facing Pei Qianzi.
However, Pei Qianzi was not angry at being spoken to in such a way, but instead her smile grew even wider.
I think you make a lot of sense. I am indeed not from the Bai Group, so I should go.
Seeing that Pei Qianzi could still put on a smile under such circumstances, Wang Zongping's face became slightly solemn.
Not to mention anything else, at least this mentality is worth paying attention to. Pei Qianzi then continued.
In that case, I will go out too, but I hope this gentleman won't regret it later. With that, Pei Qianzi turned around and patted Bai Huijing on the shoulder, her lips moving slightly.
Follow the original plan. After this tap, Bai Huijing's whole body calmed down.
Pei Qianzi, on the other hand, was all smiles as she prepared to leave. For a while, in the meeting room, neither Wang Zongping's people nor Bai Huijing's people spoke up. Wang Zongping's people felt that there was no need to speak up, while Bai Huijing's people did not speak up either, so naturally they did not feel the need to speak up either. For a moment, the entire room was silent, and only the sound of Pei Qianzi's high heels could be heard. At this moment, a voice slowly sounded. I said, since you are a friend of President Bai, we should give President Bai a little face, so maybe we don't need to go out after all.
Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Swish. 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 Almost immediately, dozens of pairs of eyes in the room were focused on the person speaking.
Wang Zongping, including him, looked at the person speaking with a frown.
He wanted to know who. At this time, even Bai Huijing didn't dare speak, and yet someone else dared to speak up and stop him? Who is it? Who is it?
He turned his head and saw Yang Lu sitting there with a lazy expression on his face, smiling at him.
When he saw this unfamiliar face, Wang Zongping was momentarily taken aback. And who are you?
Just as Wang Zongping finished speaking, Yu Zhao stood up and spoke.
This is our company's new shareholder.
Saying this, Yu Zhao looked at Wang Zongping with a smile on his face.
I said, Mr. Wang, since you are a friend of Mr. Su, you shouldn't be thrown out, should you? Upon hearing Yu Zhao's words, Wang Zongping's brows furrowed even more tightly. Yu Xiao, he knew, belonged to the neutral faction. He never imagined that this guy would dare to contradict him at this time. Was it because of that young man? Thinking so, he once again set his gaze on Yang Luo, and then sneered in his heart. However, just one Yu Xiao was not worth his attention. Just as Wang Zongping was about to open his mouth to rebuke, another voice sounded again from the side. President Wang, I think this gentleman has a point. You're being a bit impulsive. This time, it was an elderly man with white hair and glasses who spoke. He looked to be in his 50s, but was still full of energy. When they saw that the old man had spoken at this time, not only Wang Zongping, but also the other people's faces changed. Wei Shan. He is the think tank of the Bai group. Normally, he is very opinionated, and sometimes he doesn't even listen to Bai Huijing's words. Such a person, whether it is Bai Huijing or Wang Zongping, wants to pull him into their camp, but they have never succeeded. I never thought that he would actually stand up to. Chapter 43, No Face Saving. Wei Shan's stand took everyone by surprise, but before they could react, 3 more people stood up. President Wang, President Bai is the president now, so what you're doing seems a bit face-saving. Zhong Qi, Ma Yang, and Lu Binhui? Seeing this, Wang Zongping's face completely changed. If Wei Shan surprised him, these 3 people standing up made him feel terrified. These 3 people, like Wei Shan, were all people he wanted to win over but couldn't, people who had always remained neutral and only needed to collect their dividends. He never expected that they would also start choosing sides. 5. Including Yu Zhao, a total of 5 people who had remained neutral stood up. Who is this young man? The next second, Wang Zongping looked at Yang Luo, who was sitting there lazily. Soon, he thought of what Yu Zhao had just said. New shareholders? Thinking about this, Wang Zongping gave a wry smile and looked at the group of people who had stood up and said, I just feel that this person is not one of us. It's not very good here. If you all don't mind, I'll forget it. Seeing this, everyone understood that Wang Zongping had backed down. However, although they understood, they did not look down on Wang Zongping in the slightest. On the contrary, they felt that Wang Zongping's retreat was very wise. After all, the company had just had an accident just a few days ago. In just a few days, he was able to win over such a group of people, which was enough to show the terror of this young man. And Wang Zongping is only the second in command now. Although Bai Huijing is in crisis, she still has so many people under her. If Wang Zongping wants to offend Bai Huijing again, and also offend this young man, then it is very likely that these 2 will join forces. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Wang Zongping cannot possibly not understand this truth. Once the 2 of them unite because of his attitude, then Wang Zongping will never be able to stir up the slightest ripple in the company. Wang Zongping knows this very well, so he simply admitted defeat. At this, everyone's gaze towards Yang Lu completely changed. Although they knew the reason, the young man who could make Wang Zongping admit defeat didn't seem simple. Who exactly was he? The gazes of the crowd carried a hint of surprise, a hint of doubt, and a hint of fear. On the contrary, Yang Lu was as carefree as if nothing had happened, lying there very lazily, and he thoroughly enjoyed the stares of the people around him. Even at this moment, he turned his gaze to Pei Qianzi and Bai Huijing, his eyes flashing with greed, his indifferent expression as if to say, Come on, worship me, thank me. Ben originally wanted to get Bai Huijing and help Bai Huijing at the critical moment, and now doing so is nothing more than advancing this goal. Even in Yang Luo's opinion, being able to help Bai Huijing and also be able to help Pei Qianzi is undoubtedly killing 2 birds with 1 stone, a sure win situation. Just as Yang Lu looked at Pei Qianzi, and Bai Huijing also saw Yang Lu. Bai Huijing looked confused. Although she had asked someone to beat Yang Lu up before, she didn't know Yang Lu at all. At this moment, someone came out and stood on her side, so she didn't know what was going on. However, Pei Qianzi recognized Yang Lu at first glance. She had wanted to leave directly, but when she saw Bai Huijing's confused expression, she immediately understood. She immediately narrowed her eyes at Yang Lu and smiled. Mr. Yang Lu, I think I'd better go. After all, I'm not from this company, don't you think so? With that, Pei Qianzi didn't wait for Yang Lu to reply, and she left directly in her high heels. Arrogant, no face saving. Pei Qianzi's actions left everyone present confused. Yang Lu's earlier words were clearly an attempt to take Bai Huijing's side and speak for her. But now Pei Qianzi, although she looked smiling, her words were very clear. Trying to help me? No way. What's going on? Wei Shan and the others looked at Yang Lu with some confusion. In their gaze, Yang Lu narrowed his eyes, but didn't say anything. At this time, the crowd had no idea what Yang Lu was thinking, but they were definitely unhappy. Wang Zongping and the others also reacted instantly after a brief moment of daze, but their faces were much better.
Originally, Wang Zongping, including those who supported him, were worried that Bai Huijing would team up with this newcomer. This was not just difficult for Wang Zongping alone, but also for those who supported him.
After all, they chose their own team.
Now, they didn't know why Pei Qianzi had said that, but Pei Qianzi had been brought by Bai Huijing, and Pei Qianzi's attitude also represented Bai Huijing's attitude. Whether Bai Huijing was happy or not, she was going to take the blame. Several people looked in the direction of Bai Huijing with some teasing. Yang Lu, on the other hand, felt a little embarrassed and touched his nose, before saying to Bai Huijing, "Since your friend doesn't want to stay, then the shareholders' meeting can begin." Although he didn't know why Pei Qianzi had that attitude towards him, he didn't care. With time, he would win over the hot-bodied Bai Huijing in front of him. Bai Huijing was originally a little surprised at Pei Qianzi's attitude, but when she realized that the young man in front of her was Yang Lu, she immediately understood. Upon hearing Yang Lu's words, Bai Huijing glanced at the crowd in the stadium and said indifferently, "Since everyone is here, I declare the shareholders' meeting open." The crowd below was not in a hurry to see this, because they knew that Bai Huijing still had something to say, and it was unlikely that she would simply say that and go away. After glancing at the crowd in the room, Bai Huijing cut to the chase without further ado. As you all know, the people we sent to compete for land this time were overwhelmed by 5 landmarks at a price of 1,000 yuan each.
I'm sure you all know what this means.
Bai Huijing said this matter with a very serious face.
On the other side,
Pei Qianzi, when she walked out of the meeting room, went directly to a small room next to the meeting room. There, Su Ruoxue, who had already prepared herself, was waiting quietly. When she saw Pei Qianzi come, Su Ruoxue was a little surprised.
"Qianzi? How come you're out so soon?" Pei Qianzi waved her hands helplessly. "Forget it, guess who I just met in the meeting room?"
"Who?"
"Yang Luo."
"Him? Why is he here?"
Hearing the name Yang Luo, Su Ruoxue subconsciously frowned. Although she knew Yang Luo would appear through Qin Feng's thoughts, wasn't this only for shareholders to participate in? Why is he here?
Chapter 44 Forced Resignation. Who knows where that guy got the Bai Group's shares from? Pei Qianzi gave a cold stare, but the next second she said to Su Ruoxue with a smile,
"Hey, do you think you should not show up at the time, leaving Bai Huijing alone and helpless there, just so you can make a beautiful thing happen?" Su Ruoxue's face stiffened upon hearing this. "That's not good, is it? I already promised Bai Huijing. She's already here, so if I say I'm not going now, isn't that cheating?" "Just kidding." Pei Qianzi almost burst out laughing when she saw Su Ruoxue's reaction. Su Ruoxue is really as simple as a blank piece of paper.
At this moment, Su Ruoxue also reacted, and suddenly she started playing with Pei Qianzi.
Meanwhile, in the office. Unlike Su Ruoxue's side, the office was quiet at this moment. Only Bai Huijing's voice slowly came out. Bai Huijing looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "This is what happened. I know that everyone here is not sure what to do, and wants to sell their stocks. So this time, I just want everyone to express their opinions. If you want to stay, I, Bai Huijing, welcome you with open arms. If you want to leave, I won't stop you either." Hearing this, everyone subconsciously focused their attention on Yang Luo. At first, it was true that some people wanted to sell their stocks and leave. They even knew that many people had already done so, and Yang Lu's presence here was good proof of that. But after they saw Yang Lu, they gave up on that idea. As for why? The reason they sold their stocks was because there was a mole in the Bai Group, but they had never been able to find out who it was, and they knew that if it continued like that for a long time, the Bai Group's stocks would definitely fall sharply. If they sold now, they could still protect their interests. However, someone who can enter Bai's group at this time is either stupid and rich or has been well prepared. Of course, the main reason is not Yang Luo's appearance here, but Wei Shan's choice just now. They don't know why Wei Shan chose to stand behind Yang Luo, but they still understand that someone who can support such a person is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. If someone like this joins their Bai's group, then do they still need to worry about their interests being damaged? If this is considered a gamble, then they will have a very good chance of winning. Therefore, apart from Wang Zongping and the others, the neutral staff who originally wanted to withdraw surprisingly did not say anything. Seeing this scene, Bai Huijing felt a little sorry in her heart. She had originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of some unstable factors, but she never expected that Yang Lu's appearance would suddenly make her plan fall through. Looking at the crowd in the arena, who were motionless, Bai Huijing's face revealed a forced smile. Very good, much better than I expected. I didn't think you all liked the Bai group so much that you would choose to stay under these circumstances. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. They knew that Bai Huijing was just doing her job. And just as Bai Huijing finished speaking, Wang Zongping, who had been silent until then, stood up. President Bai, I have a question. Seeing Wang Zongping, Bai Huijing had a bad feeling, but her expression did not change. Speak. I want to know, has the traitor been caught? Upon hearing these words, everyone's attention was focused on Bai Huijing. Bai Huijing then smiled faintly and said, Not yet. As you know, this incident happened recently, and catching the traitor won't be solved overnight. Before Bai Huijing could finish speaking, Wang Zongping interrupted. So when do you plan to solve it? What do you mean? Interrupted, Bai Huijing was obviously a little upset. Wang Zongping, on the other hand, said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Bai, we all work for you. No one wants to see problems in the company. You have to give us an accurate answer, so that we can all feel at ease, don't you think? Bai Huijing said coldly. I can't give you an accurate answer, but I want to say that one day I will catch the traitor. Wang Zongping naturally didn't buy this, and immediately laughed. President Bai, this is just empty talk. Although the words you said today sound good, what about afterwards? If President Bai can't catch the traitor, won't the brothers continue to suffer under President Bai? Hearing this, the neutral staff and Bai Huijing's side all changed expression. Because they knew what Wang Zongping was going to do next. What do you mean? Bai Huijing seemed to understand Wang Zongping's thoughts as well, and said with a displeased expression. Wang Zongping, on the other hand, said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Since such a big mistake occurred while you were in the position of president, I think you must be tired. Why don't you take some time off first, give up the position of president, and come back when you find the traitor? How about it? Hearing this, the heartbeat of almost everyone present suddenly accelerated. Although they were prepared for it, they still didn't expect Wang Zongping to say such a thing on this occasion. Isn't this going to make Bai Hui lose face? If President Bai Huijing loses her status, then she will lose face on a huge scale. Even if the traitor is really found, Bai Huijing's prestige in the Bai group will be swept away. Even if she resumes her position as president in the future, the entire company will not listen to her, but to Wang Zongping. As everyone guessed, Bai Huijing's face immediately turned gloomy when she heard this. Is this what he means, and what you all mean? Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. Although Wang Zongping and Bai Huijing were against each other, the president's authority was there after all, and for a while no one dared to look Bai Huijing in the eye. Wang Zongping then smiled and said, President Bai, there is no need to scare the brothers. How about this, don't blame us for being too snobbish. If you like President Bai to continue to serve as president, raise your hand. Upon hearing this, Bai Huijing also fell silent, as if she had tacitly agreed with Wang Zongping's words. As Wang Zongping's words fell, two people immediately raised their hands. Everyone knew the two people who raised their hands. Xiao Qi and Liang Ping. These two people are Bai Huijing's close aides. However, the next second, Bai Huijing frowned. Because apart from these two people, no one else raised their hands. This proves that those who originally supported Bai Huijing have already begun to waver in their hearts. Chapter 45, the main character makes his entrance. The office was quiet. Apart from Xiao Qi and Liang Ping, no one else raised their hands. Although Bai Huijing had been prepared for this, when she saw that no one else supported her except for these two, her heart sank to the bottom. At this moment, she stood there with a cold expression, scanning the factions that had once belonged to her. No one knew what she was thinking at this moment. At this time, Wang Zongping's ill-timed voice followed. President Bai, it seems that not many people support you continuing to be the president. Seeing this, Wang Zongping was not surprised. He knew Qiao Qi and Liang Ping, and knew them very well. These two people originally worked for a small company, but were ostracized by others and directly forced out of the company. Bai Huijing was also considered a talent scout at the time. After seeing the talent of these two people, she gave them some shares without saying a word. This made the two people work for her. Not much, just a few hundredths of a %. Although the shares may not seem high, the market value of the Bai Group,
which is already worth hundreds of millions of dollars, is much better than a dead-end salary. Plus, both of them come from families that are not well off, so they have always been devoted to Bai Huijing. From the beginning, Wang Zongping never counted on the votes of these two people.
But apart from these two people, do you have anyone else to support you? Seeing Bai Huijing's increasingly gloomy and helpless face, Wang Zongping's face revealed a smug smile.
In his opinion, if Bai Huijing couldn't come up with a corresponding bargaining chip to stabilize the hearts of the others today, then after today, the Bai Group would be renamed the Wang Group. Bai Huijing's helpless expression was not only seen by Wang Zongping, but also by all the shareholders present.
Almost everyone had the same thought pop into their heads at this time. Bai Huijing is going to fall.
With this thought, those who had previously hesitated about whether or not to raise their hands suddenly did not hesitate anymore, and sat up straight. Seeing this scene around her, Bai Huijing's face became even more unpleasant.
Half of it was because she was distressed, and the other half was fake.
According to Pei Qianzi's previous arrangements, she had to ensure that she appeared to be at a loss for what to do at the board meeting.
Why?
Pei Qianzi had long since thought that there was another main reason why Bai Huijing did not know who the traitor was, and that was that the Bai Group had always been controlled by Bai Huijing, and naturally she would not pay attention to anyone who was hostile towards her. It was only when she was truly alone that she could know who her friends and enemies were.
Some potential enemies also revealed themselves at this time.
What saddened her was that, apart from her two trusted aides, there was not a single person standing by her side. Bai Huijing looked at those who had originally supported her with a somewhat gloomy expression, and said with gritted teeth, "You really are a bunch of wind shelter grasses." Wherever she looked, no one dared to make eye contact with her.
Guilt.
Yes, at this time, for the interests in their hands, they chose to betray, and a feeling of guilt swept over their bodies in an instant. However, no one changed their minds because of Bai Huijing's words.
Because in their opinion, it was meaningless.
Even if they supported Bai Huijing, they could not change the final outcome. Wang Zongping couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene in the room.
President Bai, the winner takes all.
Things have come to this, so you might as well accept your fate. As soon as he finished speaking, an ill-timed voice rang out again.
President Bai, it seems that there aren't many people in this company who support you.
Hearing someone interrupt him, Wang Zongping's face turned slightly displeased.
At this time, who would dare to undermine him?
But when he turned his head to look, Wang Zongping's face completely changed.
Was it him?
Yang Luo, who had originally looked lazy and indifferent to the outcome of this meeting, was now like a different person.
He stood up and looked at Bai Huijing with a smile. When Yang Lu stood up, Wang Zongping's brows furrowed.
If Yang Lu also supported Bai Huijing, not only would the neutral faction defect to Bai Huijing, but even the group of people who had been hesitant would once again support Bai Huijing. This was not good news for him.
Thinking about this, Wang Zongping's brows twitched slightly. The people present also looked at Yang Lu with some surprise. They wanted to hear Yang Luo's next words and see Yang Luo's position. As everyone's attention shifted to him, Yang Luo smiled slightly and said, "President Bai, I just joined the company not long ago, and for the time being, I don't know who to support. How about we chat privately for a bit? If we get along, maybe we can cooperate." As soon as the words fell, Wang Zongping, who had originally thought he had the upper hand, suddenly felt his heart racing. A thought suddenly came to his mind: if someone is interested in you for no reason, they are either a scoundrel or a thief. Of course, it was impossible for him to be a thief. After all, Yang Lu was not someone who lacked money, so there was only one possibility. Thinking about this, Wang Zongping looked nervously in the direction of Bai Huijing. Not only Wang Zongping, but everyone present also looked at Bai Huijing after these words were spoken. Because Bai Huijing's next choice would determine the future direction of the Bai Group and who would have the final say in the future. Everyone was on tenterhooks.
Yang Lu, on the other hand, felt just as confident as Wang Zongping had felt before. In his opinion, Bai Huijing was now in a corner and had no reason to refuse him. If she refused, there would only be one outcome for Bai Huijing today, and that was to leave the Bai Group. Yes. There is no other choice but to accept, because the situation is already very clear. Bai Huijing has no one on her side.
On the contrary, everyone is on Wang Zongping's side. His attitude is the key. At this critical moment, his attitude is a lifesaver for Bai Huijing.
Bai Huijing has no reason to refuse him. As long as Bai Huijing accepts his proposal, he is confident that he will soon be able to make Bai Huijing his woman. After all, he hasn't been wasting his time abroad for years. Yang Lu carefully surveyed Bai Huijing's impressive figure and seductive attire. A woman with an impressive figure and the aura of a cold CEO, Bai Huijing was almost everyone's dream lover.
If he could make this woman his woman, then he would be considered a womanizer even in the afterlife.
Just as Wang Zongping looked worried, and Yang Lu felt confident of victory, Bai Huijing finally spoke, and this opening made everyone present change their faces.
Who are you? Get lost. Chapter 46 Buying Shares? Do you have money? Who are you? Get lost. One sentence instantly left everyone present dumbfounded.
The first to bear the brunt were Qiu Qi and Liang Peng. If it weren't for the inappropriate situation, they really wanted to say to Bai Huijing at this moment,
"Boss, this is an ally."
If they too were like this, what about the others? The others looked at Bai Huijing strangely. Seeing Bai Huijing's angry face, they all felt inexplicable.
Has Bai Huijing gone crazy?
In their opinion, if they wanted to turn the tables, they were afraid that only this newcomer could help them, but now she had kicked someone else out of the door? Although Yang Lu's thoughts were more or less understood by those present, no one thought that Bai Huijing in front of them was loyal or anything. Instead, they felt that Bai Huijing was crazy. Yang Lu, on the other hand, was also a bit confused by Bai Huijing's outburst. In particular, he noticed Bai Huijing's look of hatred for him, and he was even more surprised.
What did he do to offend this woman? Are all the women in the East Sea so full of character?
The three women he met before, Su Ruoxue, Pei Qianzi, and Meng Yao, were in his eyes not much different from Bai Huijing in terms of appearance, but no matter who he wanted to chat with, the other person could always say something offensive.
Who did he offend?
Yang Lu was puzzled, while Wang Zongping, who was standing next to him, almost couldn't stop laughing. 1 second ago, he was worried that Yang Lu would side with Bai Huijing, which would make his plans come to nothing.
But the next second, Bai Huijing actually offended Yang Lu to death.
Although he didn't know why Bai Huijing did it, at this moment, he no longer cared about that.
He even dared not say much to Yang Lu now.
He was afraid that he would attract hatred to himself, causing Yang Lu to hate him.
After all, Yang Lu must be in a bad mood right now. Bad?
Yes. Yang Lu looked at Bai Huijing with some displeasure, but after seeing Bai Huijing's straight legs, he forcibly suppressed his anger and asked with a forced smile,
"This beauty, is there some kind of misunderstanding between us?"
His words were interrupted by Bai Huijing directly.
"Do I know you well?"
"You. Although I don't know who sold their shares to you, I am still the president and the holder of the highest number of shares."
"If you say that again, then please get out."
Bai Huijing pointed to the door without any courtesy, not giving Yang Lu any face at all. Yang Lu pointed at Bai Huijing in a flustered manner, but when he thought about Bai Huijing's current situation, he didn't say anything more.
"You'll be begging me later."
Thinking to himself, Yang Lu sat down with a displeased expression.
Haste makes waste.
In his opinion, Bai Huijing still didn't understand the gravity of the situation. When the time came for her to be stripped of her position as CEO, and she came to beg him then, he would not be in such a good mood. Seeing that Yang Lu was no longer speaking, Wang Zongping did not foolishly taunt him, but instead looked at the panting Bai Huijing and asked with a smile,
"So what are your plans now, President Bai?"
Bai Huijing, who had been so angry that she almost exploded, could not help but sneer when she heard this.
"Are you planning to have me relinquish my position as president and investigate the matter of the mole?"
Wang Zongping smiled and did not reply, but the meaning was very clear. As if she had long expected this, Bai Huijing's face turned slightly cold.
"Although it seems like a good suggestion, do you think it's possible?" "Is it possible?" These three words struck a chord in everyone's heart, and the next second, an answer came to everyone's mind. No way.
In their opinion, it was completely impossible for Bai Huijing, who had always been aloof and arrogant, to give up her position as president.
Wang Zongping obviously anticipated this as well, and his smile did not diminish. "Of course it's impossible. After all, I've been with President Bai for so long and know her personality. Of course, don't blame me for being ruthless, I can still give President Bai a second choice."
"What?" Bai Huijing said expressionlessly. Wang Zongping, on the other hand, laughed and said, "That is, President Bai gives up her current shares, and I can let you have them at the original price."
"What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Bai Huijing's face completely darkened.
Let her give up her shares. Once she agreed, although she would get a sum of money, she would have nothing to do with all the affairs of the Bai Group in the future, and Wang Zongping, who had obtained her shares, would become the sole person in charge of the Bai Group.
Because Wang Zongping was the second largest shareholder after her, and if he obtained Bai Huijing's shares, then the shares he held in the company would exceed 50%. In other words, in the future, Wang Zongping would be the one making all the decisions in the company. Even if the other shareholders object, it will be useless. Thinking about this, Bai Huijing couldn't help but snort. President Wang, you really have a good plan. Upon hearing this, Wang Zongping said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. After all, the loss of interest to the company this time is not small, and we have to give the brothers an explanation, don't we? What if I say no? Bai Huijing suddenly said this. Say no? Wang Zongping was stunned. He didn't expect Bai Huijing to say such a thing at this time. However, Wang Zongping then revealed a smile from the bottom of his heart. You can't say no, after all, your shares haven't exceeded 50%, have they? If they haven't, buying a little bit is enough. After Bai Huijing finished speaking, she looked at the crowd. Would anyone be willing to sell their shares to me? If you sell to me, I'll pay double the price. Double the price? Upon hearing this, some of the shareholders present were already tempted. What was the main reason they refused to sell their shares? It was because Yang Luo was present, and they felt that Bai's group still had a future. But no matter how promising the future is, the scale of Bai's group is already here, and it is unlikely that their shares will rise more than double. It seemed that he could sense the hesitation in everyone's hearts, and Wang Zongping smiled and said, President Bai has a big mouth, he can even come up with a double price. With that, Wang Zongping's tone suddenly changed, and he looked at Bai Huijing with a playful expression. But President Bai, can you come up with that much money? Can you come up with that much money? Upon hearing these words, the shareholders present, who had been somewhat tempted, suddenly calmed down, and an answer also emerged in their minds. No. There is no other reason, Bai Huijing doesn't have that much money. Everyone became quiet at this thought, and Wang Zongping's smile on his face grew even wider. In his opinion, the outcome of this battle had been decided the moment Bai Huijing had rejected Yang Lu. He was the ultimate winner of this battle, but just as he had finished thinking this, a pleasant voice sounded in their ears. President Bai doesn't have that kind of money, but I do. Chapter 47, Money Can't Buy It. President Bai doesn't have that kind of money, but I do. As soon as the words fell, everyone present turned their attention to the source of the sound. Pei Qianzi? Why is she here again? What came into view was the figure of Pei Qianzi, who had just left, but she wasn't alone. Behind her was another woman. When they saw the appearance of this woman, there was a gasp from the crowd. Su Ruoxue. Why is she here too? They are all shareholders of the Bai Group, and they more or less know which companies the Bai Group is close to and which they are not. But they have absolutely no impression of the Su Group. Because the two companies are fundamentally different in nature, one sells cosmetics and the other sells clothes. There is absolutely no need for them to cooperate. But why is Su Ruoxue here at this time? Everyone was puzzled, and Yang Lu was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Su Ruoxue to come over as well. So it seems that all three women have arrived? Thinking about this, Yang Lu couldn't help but let a playful smile appear on his face. This is just as well. It's also more suitable for him to play his next move. He wants to make a good impression in front of these women. In the gaze of everyone, Su Ruoxue stepped in wearing high heels. Then she stood in front of the meeting room and looked at Wang Zongping. If you think President Bai doesn't have the money to buy these stocks, do you think I do? Su Ruoxue looked at Wang Zongping with a cold gaze. Other than being cold, her eyes were still cold. However, when Wang Zongping heard this, there was no panic on his face at all. Instead, he asked nonchalantly. President Su, it seems that this is a matter for our Bai Group and has nothing to do with you, right? Although Su Ruoxue is considered to have the simplest personality among the three women, as the president of a company in the Su Group, how could she not hear Wang Zongping's simple test? Su Ruoxue said with a smile in her eyes as she looked at Wang Zongping. President Bai and I have been friends for many years. Now something has happened to my friend. Do you think I would just stand by and do nothing? Best friends for many years. This is a lie. Su Ruoxue met Bai Huijing for the first time yesterday, and her understanding of Bai Huijing seems to be mostly based on Qin Feng's words. What she is saying now was taught to her by Pei Qianzi in the coffee shop yesterday. Hearing Su Ruoxue's words, Wang Zongping's face turned slightly cold, and he said, You have to know that the stocks of everyone present add up to more than 70%, and the market value of the Bai Group is several hundred million.
Although your Su group is also quite large, I'm afraid it's not as simple as you say if you want to take all of this, and even double it. Wang Zongping had originally wanted to say several hundred million, but after thinking about Su Ruoxue's father's identity, he decided to play it safe and mention the double acquisition that Bai Huijing had mentioned earlier. Although Su Qinghai has a lot of money, he would not spend such a fortune for Bai Huijing. If it was just Su Ruoxue herself, it would be even more impossible. The Su group is about the same size as the Bai group. Although Su Ruoxue has a 100% stake, that is after all the market value, not the turnover. It would be a pipe dream to try to take over so much at the same time. Facing Wang Zongping's such a naive doubt, Su Ruoxue disdainfully laughed. Do I need to buy all the shares? I only need to get Bai to buy half of the shares, don't I? Besides, what does it matter to you whether I have that much money? Do you think I'm going to buy the shares you have? Why does she need to buy all the shares? She only needs Bai Huijing to have enough say in the Bai group. And even if she buys the shares, she's not going to buy Wang Zongping's. As long as Bai Huijing has enough say in the Bai group, then she believes that with the help of Pei Qianzi and herself, Bai Huijing will sooner or later be able to marginalize Wang Zongping, and Wang Zongping's position in the Bai group will be very embarrassing. At that time, whether to sell the shares will not be Wang Zongping's business. He will have to sell, whether he wants to or not. Su Ruoxue is no novice when it comes to the operations of a company. Upon hearing Su Ruoxue's words, Wang Zongping's face completely turned ugly. He was in a difficult situation. This was the perfect way to describe his current situation. Today, he had originally been certain that he could solve this problem with Bai Huijing, but he had not expected so many unexpected events to occur. He had never expected that Su Ruoxue would appear here, unreservedly supporting Bai Huijing, as if daring him to sell, and she would then take over the company. Even at this moment, Wang Zongping did not dare to say a harsh word. However, the main cause of all these accidents was not Su Ruoxue, but subconsciously, Wang Zongping looked behind him at Yang Luo. The main cause was still this Yang Luo. Wang Zongping did not know Yang Luo's identity, but Yang Luo had won over all the neutral people in the company, which was really beyond his expectations. Originally, he thought that by using the power at his disposal and the fact that there was a mole in the company, he could get all the neutral employees to follow him, just like Bai Huijing's forces. After all, these people were all in it for the benefits. However, Yang Lu's appearance directly ruined his plan. If Yang Lu came out in support of Bai Huijing, there was no way he could win. The same was true now. He could prevent the people under him from selling their shares, but what about Yang Lu's side? He can't guarantee it. Once Yang Luo's people sell their shares, the situation will be very unfavorable for him. Just as he turned his head to look at Yang Luo gave him a wink. Seeing this, Wang Zongping, who had an ugly expression on his face, suddenly froze. But before he could react, Yang Luo immediately raised his chin in Su Ruoxue's direction. The meaning seemed to be, go ahead and do it, I'll be on your side. Seeing this, Wang Zongping, who had an extremely ugly expression 1 second ago, suddenly became overjoyed the next. Then he turned his head and said to Su Ruoxue, if you want to buy a stake, it's not that you can buy it if you want to, it also depends on whether or not someone will sell it to you. Hearing this, Su Ruoxue subconsciously glanced at everyone, her gaze sweeping over their figures. However, the people in her line of sight almost all lowered their heads at this moment, unwilling to make eye contact with her. On the contrary, Yang Lu looked in the direction of Su Ruoxue with anticipation. He was looking forward to it with all his heart, thinking, come, look at me, look at me. If you just say the word, I'll sell you the shares. Su Ruoxue is different from Bai Huijing. If Yang Lu wants to pursue Su Ruoxue, he must gain her favor, because from previous encounters, he also knows that Su Ruoxue's personality is not like that of an open woman. As long as Su Ruoxue asks, he will also consider helping her. In this way, he can also gain Su Ruoxue's favor, thus bringing the two closer. Yang Lu looked at Su Ruoxue expectantly, and Su Ruoxue also quickly saw Yang Lu. Just as Yang Lu thought that Su Ruoxue would ask for his help under these circumstances, he saw Su Ruoxue's gaze jump directly past her and look at the next person. Yang Lu? Chapter 48 Qin Feng's phone call. Surprise, dismay, disgust. These were the emotions Yang Lu felt when he saw Su Ruoxue's expression. Even at this moment, Yang Lu's mind was racing, going over every possible expression and line of conversation in his head. If Su Ruoxue had spoken, he would have been able to pick up the conversation and carry on a conversation with her. But he never expected that Su Ruoxue in front of him would simply ignore him.
This made him freeze for a moment. Su Ruoxue's ignoring of him completely threw him off. Su Ruoxue looked around at the crowd and smiled at Wang Zongping, saying, "As long as I want to buy, no one will not sell." Ha ha. Wang Zongping didn't notice the small detail just now, but was directly amused by Su Ruoxue's words. If Su Qinghai had said this, it might have had some weight, but you were in the middle of speaking, and Wang Zongping didn't say it, but the meaning was clear. Su Ruoxue is not qualified enough. Su Ruoxue heard the unspoken meaning in Wang Zongping's words, but she wasn't angry. Instead, she said with a smile, "Do you think I don't have the money to buy Bai's group stock?" Upon hearing this, Wang Zongping shook his head. "I don't think that President Su can't afford to buy Bai's group stock. On the contrary, buying the stock and Bai's wanting to exceed half of it is a breeze." Having said that, Wang Zongping's face revealed a disdainful smile as he looked at Su Ruoxue. "But do you think they will sell it to you? Will they sell it to you?" Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. In that instant, they thought of Wang Zongping's identity. The Wang family. Although Wang Zongping is not a member of the Wang family, but a branch family, after all, there is the Wang family behind him. And what is behind Su Ruoxue? Just a merchant like Su Qinghai. Under these circumstances, who would want to offend Wang Zongping for the sake of Su Qinghai? Of course, this is not the fundamental reason why they are afraid to stand up. The fundamental reason is Su Ruoxue. With Wang Zongping standing in the way, even if they dare to sell, will Su Ruoxue dare to buy? If they jump out and Su Ruoxue dares not accept it, then they will lose both the wife and the soldiers. It seems to confirm their thoughts. Wang Zongping saw Su Ruoxue hesitate to speak and continued. "In other words, even if they dare to sell, do you dare to accept it, President Su?" This time, Wang Zongping changed his tone from before and spoke arrogantly. If before he was a little concerned about Su Ruoxue's face, then now he completely disregards Su Ruoxue's face. Behind Su Ruoxue, Bai Huijing couldn't help but grind her teeth when she saw Wang Zongping's arrogant appearance. This company has always kept her hand tied precisely because of the existence of someone like Wang Zongping. If not, with her current abilities, how could the Bai group only be this size? But although she resented him secretly, she had no choice. If she wanted to turn the tables now, she could only rely on Su Ruoxue. Unlike Bai Huijing, after hearing this, Su Ruoxue not only didn't get angry, but instead looked at Wang Zongping with a smiling face and said, "Are you threatening me?" Seeing that Su Ruoxue could still smile, Wang Zongping was a little surprised, but his face did not change at all. It can be said that after all, when taking the lead for someone, one always has to weigh one's own weight, doesn't one? You want to buy the shares of the Bai group? Ha ha. Speaking of which, Wang Zongping sneered with disdain. Although Su Qinghai is a bit capable, in the eyes of some family members, he is not worth mentioning. As soon as the words fell, Su Ruoxue immediately asked, "My father is indeed nothing in front of the Wang family, but what about Qin Feng? What about Qin Feng?" Upon hearing this, Yang Lu couldn't help but frown. Qin Feng again? Why do I keep hearing this name over and over again? He didn't take Qin Feng seriously, but the faces of everyone present completely changed. If they could look down on Su Qinghai, a businessman, it would be understandable, but no one would dare look down on Qin Feng. Perhaps Qin Feng is just a rich second-generation playboy in the eyes of the general public, but in the eyes of the people at the top, he is far more than that. Qin Feng has the entire Qin family behind him. Just because they look down on Qin Feng doesn't mean they aren't afraid of him. If Qin Feng asked to buy their stocks, who would dare not sell? Even Wang Zongping wouldn't. Not to mention the fact that the Wang family is not as good as the Qin family. Just based on their identities alone, one is a branch of the Wang family, and the other is the only son of the Qin family, the future successor of the Qin family. Under these circumstances, if they were to make a choice, they could all pick the correct answer with their toes. They didn't expect that at this time, Su Ruoxue would bring up not the Su group, nor Su Qinghai, but Qin Feng. But when did Su Ruoxue start going out with Qin Feng? They heard that Qin Feng came here to woo Su Ruoxue, but didn't Su Ruoxue refuse? For a moment, the faces of the shareholders in the room changed, and some of them began to waver. Not only them, but Wang Zongping was also startled by the name Qin Feng. However, when he turned to look at Bai Huijing, he thought about the efforts he had made in the Bai group over the past few years, and his heart was a little unwilling. Thinking about this, Wang Zongping gritted his teeth and said, "Little girl, who are you trying to scare? You think I'm scared just by mentioning Qin Feng's name? Although everyone in Donghai knows that Qin Feng pursued you, it is also well known that you have repeatedly rejected Qin Feng. How can you prove that Qin Feng will help you? Wang Zongping's voice was loud, as if he was hypnotizing himself and the people who were originally supporting him. However, this method was also very effective. As he finished speaking, the people present suddenly became quiet. Su Ruoxue, including Pei Qianzi and the others, all frowned. So difficult? They had originally expected Su Ruoxue to just mention Qin Feng's name, but they had never expected that this Wang Zongping would still not give up and still want them to prove it? This really stumped them. It would be easy for Su Ruoxue to mention Qin Feng's name, but would Qin Feng really be willing to admit his relationship with Su Ruoxue? Thinking about Qin Feng's previous desperate attempts to give them to Yan Lu, the three women were unsure. Seeing the three women's faces, Wang Zongping seemed to understand something, and a wild smile immediately appeared on his face. Little girl, trying to scare people using someone else's name? You're still a bit green. What he didn't notice was that his back was already wet with sweat when he said this. In his opinion, if Qin Feng really came over and really had a relationship with Su Ruoxue, then what he had done today would be enough to get him out of Donghai, and he might not even be able to stay in the capital. The Qin family's influence was truly terrifying. Fortunately, none of this had happened, and it was all just Su Ruoxue being mysterious. Just as he was thinking this, Su Ruoxue's phone rang. Su Ruoxue took out her phone a little suspiciously. When she saw that the contact on it was Qin Feng, she, for some reason, pressed the answer button and then the speaker button. By the time she reacted, it was already too late, and Qin Feng's voice came out of the phone at that moment. Ruoxue, why aren't you at the company? My father just called me and said that since we've already entered into a marriage contract, he wants you to move in with me. Where are you? Chapter 49. I've tried it all. On the other end of the line, in the underground garage of the Su family's compound, Qin Feng was sitting in his car, feeling a little depressed. Just now, his cheap father had called. He said that although the two of them were not married, they had after all established a relationship, so he wanted Su Ruoxue to move into the villa where he lived, and not let her live alone in the apartment. Qin Feng's heart rejected the idea when he heard it. But what was his status in this world? A dog licker. He's the villain. If he refuses, who knows if someone will find out. Although the probability of this is not very high, it is not small, and Qin Feng simply does not dare to take the risk. Helplessly, Qin Feng could only drive helplessly to the bottom of the Su Group building to talk things over with Su Ruoxue. But after arriving, he discovered that Su Ruoxue was not at the Su Group at all. As for where she had gone, even Su Ruoxue's assistant didn't know. Qin Feng had no choice but to call Su Ruoxue's phone. As for where the phone came from? A qualified dog licker like him could handle this trivial matter. Now he just hoped that Su Ruoxue would resist him and reject him after hearing about this matter. In that case, everyone will be happy. Goody, Guangzhou, I'm sorry for digressing from the topic. But when Qin Feng said this, he noticed something was wrong at the other end of the line. It was strangely quiet, so quiet that he could hear Su Ruoxue's breathing. Shock. After hearing Qin Feng's voice on the phone, a feeling of shock spread through everyone in the office. At this time, everyone looked at Su Ruoxue, who was holding the phone, with horror on their faces. Qin Feng had called Su Ruoxue, and the two were already together, and they had even met the parents. And from what Qin Feng had said, it sounded like he wanted Su Ruoxue to move in with him. Soon, this shock turned into fear, sweeping over everyone's hearts. Everyone present even felt their breathing slow down a bit at this time. They looked at Su Ruoxue, who was holding the phone, without saying a word. At this moment, they were afraid that if Su Ruoxue complained, Qin Feng would come directly to kill them. They could not regret it enough now. At this moment, everyone looked at Wang Zongping with resentment, and some even wanted to show their loyalty to Bai Huizhen. Even if they were asked to sell their stocks now, they would not hesitate to do so. At this moment, they no longer cared whether Su Ruoxue could afford the money or not. The market value of the Bai Group is only a few $100 million, and what about Qin Feng? Just buying Su Ruoxue a few firecrackers is almost the same amount of money. Who cares if he can afford it or not? On the other side, Su Ruoxue was a little taken aback when she heard Qin Feng's voice on the phone. Let's live together. On the phone, Qin Feng's voice came slowly. Aha! I just made the call. Along with this voice came Qin Feng's thoughts. Refuse me quickly, so that I will have a reason to go talk to my father. Otherwise, sooner or later something will happen if this man and woman live together. As Qin Feng had guessed, Su Ruoxue was also shocked at first, and subconsciously wanted to refuse. However, after hearing Qin Feng's thoughts, she couldn't help but feel resentful. You just want to avoid me every day, in your dreams. Thinking this, Su Ruoxue said without thinking. Fine, I know, I'll clean up the house later. Well, I also know that you're a girl. Halfway through his sentence, Qin Feng felt something was wrong. What did you just say? I said I'll clean up the house later. I'm busy right now, I don't have time to go back. Huh? Making sure he heard it right, Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a cold breath. Don't you even have the courtesy to refuse? Don't you know that I'm a villain? How could a rich second generation like me even get into your good graces? Qin Feng realized that this Su Ruoxue was getting more and more out of line. Subconsciously, Qin Feng asked, "Where are you right now?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's inquiry, Su Ruoxue subconsciously glanced at Bai Huijing and Pei Qianzi before smiling and saying, I'm at the Bai Group Corporation right now. Wait for me for a moment, I'll be right there. Do. After saying this, Qin Feng hung up the phone directly. Seeing this, everyone's hearts went from cold to cold. Well, now there is no need to prove whether it is Qin Feng on the other end of the phone, because he is coming right now. After the phone hung up, Su Ruoxue looked at Wang Zongping with a smile as if nothing had happened. My man is coming soon, can we talk about these things later? It may have seemed like a question, but in fact it was a threat. Qin Feng's influence was used to intimidate Wang Zongping. This time, there was no more disdain on Wang Zongping's face, and all he could feel was fear. Very well, Mrs. Qin, you are in charge. Although Wang Zongping was scared, he did not lose his composure. Calling Mrs. Qin not only served to please Su Ruoxue, it also bound Qin Feng and Su Ruoxue together. Of course, there is another point, which is to remind his people that this Su Ruoxue is Qin Feng's person, and we cannot act rashly. One sentence with three meanings. The people behind Wang Zongping obviously understood what Wang Zongping meant, and everyone began to fidget. On the contrary, Su Ruoxue's face suddenly flushed after hearing the words Mrs. Qin. Gulu. Upon seeing Su Ruoxue's charming appearance, I don't know who couldn't help but swallow. Just now, Su Ruoxue was Bai Huijing's friend and their enemy, and their feelings for Su Ruoxue were not so strong. But after learning that Su Ruoxue was Qin Feng's woman, they also knew that Su Ruoxue was already high above them, an existence that was out of their reach. What you can't get is the best. At this moment, everyone demonstrated this saying vividly. Yang Lu, who was standing nearby, heard Su Ruoxue chatting so intimately with Qin Feng, especially the way she looked now, which made him almost unable to resist and wanted to punish her right there and then. A strong wave of jealousy swept through his body. His heart was full of resentment, and he looked at Su Ruoxue in front of him with red eyes. Originally, someone like her should be his, and he should be the only one to enjoy such beauty. However, now there was another man who had already jumped the gun. Hatred. The hatred in his heart was like a raging inferno. If Qin Feng knew what Yang Lu was thinking right now, he would definitely not be able to help but rush forward and shake his hands hard, saying, Big brother, this was originally yours, and I tried it in the last life, and I don't want it now. Of course, there is no if. Qin Feng does not have the function of eavesdropping on the protagonist's thoughts. At this time, Qin Feng, with the passage of time, has already arrived downstairs at the Bai Group. Chapter 50, A Broken Chapter? When she called earlier, Bai Huijing had already prepared everything and notified the people downstairs to bring Qin Feng up. Seeing Bai Huijing's contact, even Wang Zongping didn't dare to block her at this moment. When Qin Feng arrived downstairs, a staff member immediately led him into the elevator. After arriving in the elevator, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Isn't today the protagonist's time to act cocky? Why is Su Ruoxue here too? However, after a brief moment, Qin Feng stopped thinking about it. After all, at this point in time, it should be the plot point for Bai Huijing and Qin Feng, and Su Ruoxue is not described, so who cares where she goes? It's just that why did Su Ruoxue agree to stay at my house? Qin Feng really couldn't figure out what was going on in Su Ruoxue's head. No, I have to find a way to make Su Ruoxue hate me and let Yang Lu beat me up again, otherwise I'm afraid Su Ruoxue's character will completely collapse. While thinking about this, Qin Feng followed the staff to the top floor of the Bai Group. And Su Ruoxue and the others heard Qin Feng's thoughts and were curious about what Qin Feng was going to do. But Qin Feng suddenly didn't want to do it halfway through. Isn't this a broken chapter? Why are you so evil? But the few people didn't think much about it. They would know what Qin Feng would do when he came over.
The three women silently looked at each other and immediately understood.
In a moment. Creak. The door to the meeting room was opened from the outside.
Qin Feng, who was still dressed in casual clothes but still couldn't hide his handsome appearance, slowly walked into the meeting room. The moment they saw Qin Feng, it seemed that everyone present stopped breathing at that moment.
It's true. It really is Qin Feng. Qin Feng is really with Su Ruoxue.
Even though most of the people around them had already been certain, the moment they saw Qin Feng,
they subconsciously thought of Wang Zongping's attitude towards Su Ruoxue just now,
and subconsciously distanced themselves from Wang Zongping as well, as if they didn't know Wang Zongping. Feeling the movement behind him, Wang Zongping could only bitterly smile. He also understood the actions of his subordinates, and even if he were in their shoes, he was afraid that he would not have done any better. It was really because the gap in status between him and Qin Feng was too great.
The gap is like the moon in fireflies. With this kind of emotion, Wang Zongping nervously looked at Su Ruoxue's position.
He was worried that Su Ruoxue would tell on him as soon as Qin Feng entered. But fortunately, this did not happen.
At this time, Su Ruoxue, because of Qin Feng's interruption just now, was now desperately trying to figure out how Qin Feng was going to make him disgusted while also making Yan Luo beat him up.
Of course, she would never do what Qin Feng wanted. As soon as Qin Feng came in, he came over to Su Ruoxue's side and said reproachfully,
"Why are you here?" "President Bai invited me over, so I came."
Su Ruoxue said with a smile, looking like a young girl in love who was flirting with her beloved. Everyone around her, except for Qiu Qi and Liang Peng, who supported by Hui Jing, felt their hearts cool down by half. And after hearing this, Qin Feng was a little surprised.
"President Bai? Keep pretending."
When the three women saw this, they couldn't help but despise Qin Feng in their hearts. This Qin Feng is pretending as if it were real.
He almost deserves an Oscar.
Pei Qianzi and Bai Huijing in particular knew full well that Qin Feng had met Bai Huijing in the hospital.
But none of them called him out on it.
Instead, Bai Huijing beamed at Qin Feng and said,
"Mr. Qin, you've forgotten? We met in the hospital."
Hearing this, Qin Feng seemed to have just suddenly come to his senses and said,
"Ah, it's you.
You were wearing too much that day, so I didn't recognize you."
Flirtatious and lecherous.
At this moment, Qin Feng vividly portrayed the image of a cynical rich second generation.
But surprisingly, the people in the meeting room just quietly watched this scene, and no one dared to speak at this time. Because they were afraid.
Bai Huijing saw Qin Feng's appearance and said with a smile,
"In that case, let's get to know each other again. Hello, my name is Bai Huijing, I'm the president of the Bai Group."
With that, Bai Huijing couldn't help but extend her right hand. Qin Feng, on the other hand, hurriedly extended his hands and grasped Bai Huijing's white right hand between them.
"Hello."
Although he said that, Qin Feng's hands refused to let go of Bai Huijing's. For a moment, Bai Huijing was like a frightened fawn, her face flushed with embarrassment. She looked at Su Ruoxue apprehensively, and when she saw that Su Ruoxue was acting as if she hadn't noticed, she let out a sigh of relief.
Did Su Ruoxue not care?
Of course she cared, but she also understood that this was probably the method that Qin Feng had in mind.
He wanted to make her hate him by projecting an image of frivolity and lechery.
And he wants Yang Luo to see that he is angry and wants to beat him up after he steals Yang Luo's woman.
Knowing that Qin Feng did it on purpose, would Su Ruoxue still be angry? Of course not.
Although she felt a little jealous, she was not angry. And Qin Feng has made a mistake.
The current plot is not based on Qin Feng's thinking at all.
Bai Huijing is not Yang Luo's woman at all, and Yang Luo has no reason to directly beat Qin Feng up for this. Therefore, not only was Su Ruoxue not angry, she was even watching the scene in front of her with interest, wanting to see how Qin Feng would get off the stage next.
Su Ruoxue didn't even try to stop him, so what about the others? Who would dare say anything? Go up there and get yourself killed?
For a moment, the entire conference room fell silent, and Qin Feng, who was clutching Bai Huijing's hand, froze there.
Where were the others? Didn't anyone come out to stop it? Are they all so lacking in integrity? Why didn't Yang Lu step forward? Where was Su Ruoxue? Wasn't her character about to collapse? Why didn't she come out?
As he thought about this, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up.
Could it be that Su Ruoxue had been pretending all along? If not, what reason did Su Ruoxue have for not stopping him?
Su Ruoxue almost laughed out loud when she heard Qin Feng's thoughts, but even so, she still didn't come forward.
the scene suddenly froze. After an unknown period of time, Yang Lu saw the woman he liked being held by Qin Feng like this. Not only did she not struggle, she actually blushed, which was a world of difference from Bai Huijing's attitude towards him before. What's more, what made him feel even more incredible was that Su Ruoxue just watched this scene quietly. How could he still sit there? Pop. That's enough. Yang Lu couldn't stand it anymore, slammed the table, and immediately stood up and walked towards Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Finally. Chapter 51, a script prepared in advance. If Yang Lu didn't come out at this time, he would really be in a difficult situation. However, this time Su Ruoxue's attitude took him by surprise. They had clearly touched hands, so how could there be no movement? Could it be that she appeared to be so shy on the surface, but was actually faking it all? But that's fine. If Su Ruoxue doesn't have feelings for me, then it all makes sense, and the plot can be straightened out. Qin Feng was thinking this, while the three women beside him just quietly watched Qin Feng, not making a sound. Even Bai Huijing subconsciously moved her hand forward a little, making it more convenient for Qin Feng to touch. While the three of them were tacitly agreeing, Yang Lu was about to explode with anger. Su Ruoxue and Pei Qianzi were fine, as neither of them had said anything explicitly. But Bai Huijing was different. He had just said in front of all the shareholders that he wanted to talk to Bai Huijing in private, and I'm afraid everyone there knew exactly what they wanted to talk about. However, Qin Feng's appearance at this time to stroke Bai Huijing's hand was undoubtedly slapping himself in the face. How could he sit still? In Qin Feng's gaze, Yang Lu walked slowly with a gloomy look on his face to stand in front of him. The people in the office looked at this scene with some surprise, and their thoughts kept coming up. Damn, is this guy crazy? Doesn't he know that this is the young master of the Qin family? Who the hell is this guy? How dare he challenge the young master of the Qin family at this time? Although they looked down on Qin Feng's current style, no one dared to speak up. Young Master Qin. This identity is their reason to shut up. The crowd watched this scene in fear, not knowing what Yang Lu was up to. When Qin Feng saw this, he turned around impatiently and looked at Yang Lu. But Qin Feng's heart was almost laughing like crazy. Yes, that's it. I think you've already made Bai Huijing your woman, right? You must not be able to stand by while I tear you down like this. Qin Feng already had the next plot point figured out. Yang Lu would come over and say to him, "Let go of her hand." And he would reply, "None of your damn business." First, he would provoke Yang Lu into hating him. Then, when Yang Lu reminded him again, to the point of being unable to bear it anymore, he would remind him of the hospital's kiss with Su Ruoxue. Yang Lu would definitely explode. He would beat himself up. At that time, I will get up after falling to the ground, and I will show him an expression of hatred and fear. And then I will say, "You have guts." And then I will leave? Because Qin Feng knows the personalities of everyone in this book, and he knows almost everything about the plot that follows. He knows that as long as he does what he imagines, the plot will definitely go in the direction he prefers. When he dares not confront Yang Lu and finally leaves in anger, will the shareholders of this company guess Yang Lu's identity? Will Bai Huijing become even more infatuated with Yang Lu? I'm a genius. Qin Feng thought so, subconsciously glancing at Bai Huijing. What are you blushing for? Of course, none of this mattered to Qin Feng anymore. It was time for him to win the Oscar for Best Actor. Thinking about this, Qin Feng, as if he had just noticed Yang Lu, raised an eyebrow, as if his mind was recalling something. For a split second, Qin Feng instantly reacted. It's you? Qin Feng's tone faintly revealed anger and a hint of disdain. Seeing this scene, Su Ruoxue, Pei Qianzi, and Bai Huijing, who was being stroked, almost couldn't help applauding Qin Feng. This guy is so good at pretending. If they didn't know what Qin Feng was thinking, they would have thought that Qin Feng had just realized that Yang Lu was there. Unlike them, when they heard Qin Feng's words, all the shareholders around them were taken aback. Did they know each other? Judging from Qin Feng's tone, it seemed that they definitely knew each other, and it seemed that their relationship was not very friendly. Everyone held their breath and watched the scene in front of them. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yang Lu's eyes were red, and he walked towards Qin Feng, seemingly out of control. In his mind, one scene after another from after he returned came to mind. In just a few days, he had been in the hospital twice. And in the hospital, Qin Feng had even kissed Su Ruoxue in front of him. He knew that Qin Feng had done it on purpose, and he even knew that Su Ruoxue had been forced by Qin Feng. Now, Qin Feng was once again feeling Bai Huijing's interest when he had just expressed it, and he was touching Bai Huijing's hands with both of his, and had not let go until now. Seeing this scene, Yang Luo's anger rose from the bottom of his heart. Let go of her hand. Coming. Qin Feng's heart was filled with joy, but on the surface, he revealed a hint of disdain. None of your damn business, he said, and even closed his eyes as if he was enjoying it. Well, I have to say, this little hand is really tender. Seeing this scene, Yang Luo's anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and his voice became hoarse at this moment. I'll tell you to let go of her hand. His voice fell. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes and immediately gave Yang Luo a disdainful smile. Are you ordering me? As he spoke, a hint of ridicule appeared on Qin Feng's face. Forgot what happened in the hospital? Want to do it again? The people around them were stunned. Hospital? What hospital? While they were in a daze, Yang Lu seemed to think of something embarrassing, and his whole body exploded. Damn! And Yang Lu was about to go up to him. Qin Feng was overjoyed at this turn of events, and even at this moment, Qin Feng was already in the right position to be beaten. But just as Yang Lu was about to lose his temper, Lu Yong, who was standing nearby, promptly stopped him. Mr. Yang, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. The sudden voice interrupted Qin Feng's script, and Qin Feng couldn't help but glance at the person who spoke. Lu Yong, he knew what this person was capable of, but he never expected that at this time he would actually pull Yang Luo. What surprised him the most was that after he was persuaded like this, Yang Luo seemed to have regained his senses, just panting and looking at him without directly getting involved. Qin Feng frowned when he saw this and said in an unhappy tone. Where did a dog come from barking here? Is this something you have a say in? Lu Yong was also taken aback by these words, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. However, thinking about the identity of the person in front of him, he hurriedly suppressed his anger. This scene took Qin Feng by surprise. Lu Yong can really hold his temper. Just because Lu Yong can hold his temper doesn't mean Yang Lu can. When he saw Qin Feng taunting Lu Yong, Yang Lu almost pounced on him. Lu Yong hurriedly pulled Yang Lu back and whispered in his ear. Don't be impulsive, he is from the Qin family, and we can't have a conflict with him now. Forget about the Lu family, they are not in the same league as the Qin family. Yang Lu has just returned to the country and has no power behind him. If he really beats Qin Feng here, once it gets to Qin Zhan's ears, it will undoubtedly be difficult for them to do anything in the future. Chapter 52 Unexpected Move. Seeing the scene, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. This Lu Yong really can spoil things, but it's not so easy to persuade Yang Luo. As if confirming what Qin Feng was thinking, at this moment, Yang Luo broke free from Lu Yong's restraint like a beast. Bang! Lu Yong was shocked back a few steps by Yang Luo's tremendous strength, and looked at Yang Luo with a worried expression. Mr. Yang, don't be impulsive. However, Yang Luo seemed to have lost his senses at this time and charged straight at Qin Feng. Everyone around them panicked when they saw this. He's gone crazy. Stop him. Hurry, we absolutely cannot let anything happen to young Master Qin here. They didn't expect Yang Luo to choose to take action against Qin Feng at this time. Although this matter has nothing to do with them, they cannot just ignore it. Qin Feng's identity is here, and if something happens to Qin Feng in their company, none of these senior shareholders will get away with it. No one doesn't know how terrifying the strength of the Qin family is. This time, even Wang Zongping didn't dare to be negligent, dragging his obese body and rushing over to Qin Feng. Yang Luo's move was unexpected by everyone. This was an unexpected event in itself, so how could their speed possibly compare to Yang Luo's? It looked as if Yang Luo was about to get close to Qin Feng. A sudden cry came from the distance. No! It was Su Ruoxue. At this moment, Su Ruoxue didn't know where she got the courage, and she directly opened her arms and stood in front of Qin Feng. The weak figure stood between the two of them. Su Ruoxue's appearance was unexpected by everyone. Yang Lu looked at Su Ruoxue in front of him with disbelief. It seemed that he didn't quite understand why Su Ruoxue had chosen to stand up at this time. Not only him, but Qin Feng also didn't expect it. He looked at Su Ruoxue, who was blocking in front of him, with some surprise, and his heart was full of question marks. I just touched Bai Huijing's hand, why didn't you stand up? Now I'm going to get beaten up, the position is set, what are you doing standing up for no reason? Just now, I touched Bai Huijing's hand, and when I saw Su Ruoxue remain indifferent, I thought that Su Ruoxue didn't care about me and that everything she had done before was an act. But now, Why is she standing in front of me again? He wasn't the only one who was confused.
Pei Qianzi and Bai Huijing, who were standing nearby, also looked at Su Ruoxue with some confusion.
Just now, Pei Qianzi saw Yang Luo rushing towards Qin Feng.
Although she also frowned, she knew that this was part of Qin Feng's plan, and that with Qin Feng's abilities, he would definitely not get hurt, so she did not go forward either.
Could Su Ruoxue not know? Of course she knew.
But then Pei Qianzi seemed to have thought of something, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on her face. It seems that this girl Su Ruoxue is really in love with Qin Feng. Only in this way could Su Ruoxue choose to stand up even though she knew the outcome. As for Bai Huijing, at first she was a little taken aback. But soon her thoughts were in line with Pei Qianzi's, and she looked at Su Ruoxue with an extremely ambiguous gaze. At this moment, Su Ruoxue, while looking at Yang Luo in front of her, thought of Yang Luo's fist that had just been less than 1 meter away from her. She couldn't help but feel a wave of fear in her heart, and immediately gasped heavily.
Hoo.
That seductive person also rose and fell with this breathing. But when everything stopped, she suddenly thought about what she had just done, and her face flushed. At this moment, Su Ruoxue was like a bright red rose, delicate and dripping with charm. Not only did other people not understand, she herself didn't understand why she had stood up. Even she knew that all of this was expected by Qin Feng. But when she really saw Qin Feng about to be beaten, her heart felt like it was being stabbed, with a sharp pain. Then she stood in front of Qin Feng. Seeing Su Ruoxue like this in front of him, Yang Lu felt moved, but at the same time, his heart was also bleeding. Why? Why did Su Ruoxue stand in front of Qin Feng?
Was it because of the pressure at home?
Yes.
Definitely.
At this moment, Yang Lu comforted himself in his heart. He absolutely did not believe that Su Ruoxue in front of him would fall in love with Qin Feng. But even so, his mood did not improve at all, and his face became increasingly gloomy. He knew that with Su Ruoxue standing in the way, there was absolutely no way he could touch Qin Feng today.
This was not only because Qin Feng's identity made it difficult to do so.
The main reason was that if he continued to do so, his impression in front of Su Ruoxue would undoubtedly be at an all-time low.
And there are also Pei Qianzi and Bai Huijing on the side.
Continuing to act would be a loss for him in any case. Thinking about this, Yang Lu could only glare fiercely at Qin Feng. You have guts. Saying this, he turned his head and snorted at Lu Yong.
Let's go. After saying this, Yang Lu directly left the meeting room.
What he didn't know was that, as early as a few days ago, his impression in the hearts of the 3 women had already been pulled to the lowest.
Yang Lu left.
The meeting room was left with 3 women with different minds, Qin Feng, who looked confused, and the shareholders, who were still in shock.
He just left? And you have guts. Isn't that my line? You stole my line, you know? Qin Feng didn't know what to say anymore. A well-designed scene, how did it end like this? And Su Ruoxue, this girl, what was going on today?
Qin Feng now had too many questions in his head, but now no one would give him answers.
Let's go.
Su Ruoxue heard what Qin Feng was thinking, and her face suddenly turned red. She no longer had the face to stay, and now she could only find an excuse to leave. As for the shareholders' side of things, she believed that at this point, Bai Huijing should be able to handle it.
Go where?
Qin Feng still didn't know what was going on with Su Ruoxue today, and subconsciously turned his head to look at her. Seeing Qin Feng's gaze turn back, Su Ruoxue was a little afraid to look into his eyes for a moment.
Go back and help me pack. Didn't you say you were moving in with me? Moving things? Let's go. Saying this, Su Ruoxue didn't wait for Qin Feng to say anything else, and immediately left. Right now, she just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible.
Qin Feng, who was equally confused, did not resist, and was simply dragged away by Su Ruoxue. With the 2 of them leaving, the meeting room was left with only Pei Qianzi, Bai Huijing, and the shareholders. They watched the 2 leave, and the people in the meeting room felt a mix of emotions. In particular, the shareholders subconsciously let out a sigh of relief when they saw Qin Feng leave. However, immediately afterwards, they thought about today's meeting. Now Bai Huijing's background is all revealed, and it's a bit intimidating. Even though he didn't say a word about the meeting, no one still dared to make a sound while he was here. They were scared by Qin Feng, and they couldn't hold back.
What about Wang Zongping?
Thinking about this, the crowd subconsciously focused their attention on Wang Zongping. Chapter 53, The Curtain Falls, and Wang Zongping Leaves.
As everyone looked at Wang Zongping felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. He never expected to fail after all. He had worked so hard for the Bai Group for so long, and finally saw an opportunity to take control of it. He had prepared a lot for this. But because of Qin Feng's appearance, it all failed. He glanced at the people behind him. At this time, the shareholders who had originally supported him hurriedly controlled themselves not to make eye contact with Wang Zongping after seeing his gaze. It felt as if they were saying, "I don't know you." Seeing this, Wang Zongping was not surprised. Because even if he were sitting in the place of these shareholders, he would do the same. After all, everyone is an adult, and no one is living for anyone but themselves. And the key point that made everyone lose confidence was still Qin Feng. Thinking of Qin Feng, he couldn't help but close his eyes. There was no hatred, no resentment, just a deep sense of powerlessness. "President Wang, is there anything else you want to say?" Seeing Wang Zongping in such a state, Bai Huijing also spoke up. "Today is such a good opportunity, no matter what, Wang Zongping must be made to leave." Upon hearing this, Wang Zongping said helplessly, It seems that today, I, an old fool, have lost my mind. President Bai is young and capable, and I am sure that he will take the Bai Group to an unprecedented height in the future." After these words, everyone looked at Wang Zongping. Wang Zongping said to Bai Huijing, "My abilities are limited, so perhaps I should leave as well. As for the company's shares, if you don't mind, I would like to hand them all over to you as well." After saying this, Wang Zongping felt as if he had aged decades. Limited abilities? No one believed these words. This includes Bai Huijing and Pei Qianzi. From Pei Qianzi's perspective, Wang Zongping almost took over the Bai Group today with lightning speed. If he hadn't revealed his identity as Qin Feng at the end, Pei Qianzi would have been unable to save Bai Huijing's position as president, no matter how many ideas she had. However, everyone understood the meaning behind Wang Zongping's words. He was leaving, he was afraid. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Bai Huijing, he was afraid of Qin Feng. Knowing this, no one looked down on Wang Zongping. On the contrary, they admired Wang Zongping's decisiveness. The Bai Group was going to rise. When Su Ruoxue expressed her support for Bai Huijing, when Su Ruoxue said that Qin Feng was her man, and when Qin Feng appeared, they knew that the Bai Group was definitely going to rise. As for the mole? There was no need to worry about that at all. In their view, all they needed was for Qin Feng to go back and tell tales, and with a single word from Qin Zhan, the entire business community of Donghai would have to be reshuffled. With such terrifying power, who would dare to continue sending in spies? Although Wang Zongping had backed out now for fear of the Qin family's retaliation in the face of such benefits, could anyone bear to give it up in such a short time? Like everyone else, Bai Huijing's expression had completely changed when she looked at Wang Zongping again. "Yes, but before that, I want to ask you a question." As soon as the words fell, before the crowd could think about what the question was, Wang Zongping gave a bitter smile and said, "Don't ask, I'm not that bored. To get you to abdicate, I sent an insider here. Besides, if I sent an insider, wouldn't I know about your relationship with Miss Su Ruoxue?" Hearing this, Bai Huijing's face turned a little ugly. She didn't expect Wang Zongping to give such an answer. Her relationship with Su Ruoxue? Although she had long known that Su Ruoxue was the heroine, the two of them had only met yesterday. In that case, the insider was obviously not sent by Wang Zongping, otherwise Wang Zongping would not have mistakenly thought that Su Ruoxue was on good terms with her. But if it wasn't the insider sent by Wang Zongping, then who was it? Bai Huijing's face looked a little bad. Originally, he had thought that the insider was sent by Wang Zongping, but he had never expected it to be someone else. This is not a good thing for her. While Bai Huijing was still in deep thought, Wang Zongping also slowly left the meeting room. Since he had already left, Wang Zongping naturally would not stay on. As for the money for the shares, he was not worried that Bai Huijing would renege on the deal. After all, the young master of the Qin family had spent hundreds of millions on a declaration of love, and there was no need to be greedy for his small fortune. Even if he really didn't pay, he could only swallow his pride. Wang Zongping also left. The remaining shareholders were sitting there, a little restless. Without a leader, they knew that Bai Huijing was going to start dealing with people. Sure enough, just as they had finished thinking this, Bai Huijing also suddenly came back to her senses, stopped thinking about the traitor, and stopped looking at Wang Zongping, who had already left. Instead, she looked at the shareholders in the room with a somewhat gloomy expression. In particular, those shareholders who had supported her before said with a gloomy face, "I originally thought this was just a very ordinary matter,
but I didn't expect some of you shareholders to do something that makes me so heartbroken." As she watched Bai Huijing, who was speaking eloquently in the conference room, Pei Qianzi also smiled, turned around, and left the conference room. Next, this Bai Huijing still has a lot of things to deal with, and she doesn't have time to worry about Bai Huijing's affairs. Because today, all of this was within her expectations.
The remaining shareholders didn't leave because they weren't afraid of Qin Feng.
Rather, it was because they were not the masterminds, and with Qin Feng as their protector, they were reluctant to give up the benefits that the Bai Group would bring them in the future. She was no longer curious about the company's affairs, but she was now curious about Su Ruoxue's attitude towards Qin Feng before. She had never expected that Su Ruoxue would have such a good impression of Qin Feng. Even though she knew that nothing would happen to Qin Feng, she subconsciously stood in front of him. When she thought about Qin Feng's thoughts in the past few days and Su Ruoxue's change of heart, Pei Qianzi couldn't help but feel a little amused. Qin Feng had gone to great lengths to help Yang Luo, and he even wanted the heroines to hate him. But now, even though she knew that Qin Feng's goal was to make them hate Qin Feng, Pei Qianzi knew that Qin Feng would probably never be able to achieve that. Su Ruoxue, for one, was so brave as to be willing to die for Qin Feng, so how could she possibly hate him?
And Bai Huijing?
Although Su Ruoxue was the one who did the work today, both she and Bai Huijing understood that behind it all was Qin Feng. She owed Qin Feng a favor because of the Hong family incident.
Under these circumstances, how could the three of them possibly hate Qin Feng?
Thinking about the confusion and helplessness in Qin Feng's heart, Pei Qianzi couldn't help but smile sweetly. Things seemed to be getting more and more interesting.
Chapter 54, Confused. Confused? Helpless?
Yes. At this moment, Qin Feng, with a confused look on his face, was being dragged by Su Ruoxue. He knew that his actions had failed again today.
Yes, again.
The original plot was as he had imagined. After he had thoroughly angered Yan Lu had then beaten him up, and he had left after saying something harsh. In this way, he had been able to vent his anger.
What do women hate most?
People who are incompetent but still like to talk nonsense. But now, with Su Ruoxue blocking in front of him, Yang Lu had to stop his attack, and he knew that his actions had failed.
How many times had he failed in this world?
Thinking about this, Qin Feng looked at Su Ruoxue next to him like a resentful little woman who had been bullied.
It was all her, it was this woman in front of him. If it wasn't for Su Ruoxue, his actions today would definitely have been a success.
But because of Su Ruoxue's appearance, she not only ruined all the well-designed plots, but also allowed the protagonist to steal the villain's lines. While blaming her, he also couldn't understand why Su Ruoxue would disregard her own safety and stand in front of him.
In his opinion, Su Ruoxue didn't know that he had martial arts skills, so in this situation, wasn't she afraid that Yang Lu would lose control of himself for a moment?
When he thought about the scene just now when Su Ruoxue stepped forward, he already had an answer in his heart.
Su Ruoxue is not afraid. But Su Ruoxue's actions also confused Qin Feng.
He no longer knew what to say or do. Ever since he had traveled to the world of the novel, he had been alone. Although in his previous life, out of instinct as a man, he had enjoyed all the heroines in this world.
But now, in front of him was Su Ruoxue, the main female character in this book, who had died for him.
This made him suddenly unsure of what to do. Why was Su Ruoxue willing to step forward? Did she really love me? But what should I do in the future? Do I really still need to send him to Yan Luo's side? It is hard to accept a beautiful woman's kindness. After this happened, Qin Feng didn't know how to plan for his future for a while. Anyway, the protagonist has dozens of heroines. Why not secretly take one away? The system shouldn't be able to find out, right? Hearing Qin Feng's thoughts, Su Ruoxue was secretly delighted to know that Qin Feng was wavering. If Qin Feng is wavering, then it also proves that Qin Feng now has feelings for her? Thinking about this, Su Ruoxue happily took Qin Feng's arm and laughed. Feeling the softness of her arm, Qin Feng froze for a moment and glanced at Su Ruoxue. He pursed his lips, but whatever he wanted to say just wouldn't come out. Forget it, let's just take things one step at a time. In the end, Qin Feng didn't want to think about it anymore, and slowly opened the car door. Su Ruoxue, on the other hand, naturally sat in the passenger seat. Qin Feng drove the luxury car towards Su Ruoxue's home. The entire journey was silent. Qin Feng was torn between how to handle his relationship with Su Ruoxue, while Su Ruoxue's smile never stopped from the moment she got in the car. After arriving at the gate of the World Trade Apartment Complex, Su Ruoxue slowly spoke.
My home has a lot of things, so you might have a hard time.
Hearing this, Qin Feng came back to his senses.
How much stuff?
After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng dialed the new butler's phone number. The previous butler had gone to the Lku and had not come out yet, so Qin Feng arranged a new butler. After the phone was connected, Qin Feng ordered without any courtesy on the other end of the line.
Find 30 people to come over, I'm at the door of the World Trade Apartment.
The person on the other end of the line was stunned upon hearing this and hurriedly said,
Young master, has something happened?
The butler was a little nervous and thought something had happened to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, on the other hand, explained.
Su Ruoxue is moving in with me, you have half an hour. Upon hearing this, the butler was first stunned. Su Ruoxue is moving? Has his young master won Su Ruoxue?
Only Su Qinghai and Su Ruoxue knew that Qin Zhan was back, and no one else knew, including the butlers. Thinking of this, the butler's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly said, Okay, young master, just wait a moment, I will definitely be there within half an hour. Qin Feng hung up the phone and turned his head to look, but saw Su Ruoxue looking at him with a dumbfounded expression. Facing Su Ruoxue, Qin Feng was still confused, not knowing what attitude to adopt when dealing with her.
Seeing Su Ruoxue's dumbfounded expression, he subconsciously asked, What's wrong?
Nothing. Su Ruoxue said so, perhaps because of what had just happened. Su Ruoxue had almost forgotten Qin Feng's identity. She had thought that moving would take at least a day, but she never imagined that Qin Feng could solve it with just one phone call. Even Su Ruoxue, the president of the Su Group, couldn't help but sigh at this moment. It's really good to be rich.
With Su Ruoxue's words, the car fell silent again.
Looking at Su Ruoxue, who was silent on the side, Qin Feng once again didn't know what to do. Su Ruoxue's appearance was on the pure side, but today she was helping Bai Huijing support the event and was dressed more formally. Even if Qin Feng didn't know how many times he had had sex with Su Ruoxue in his previous life, he now felt a nervous emotion for the first time when he saw her. As if he was afraid of being embarrassed, Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. By the way, why did you go to Bai's group today? And you even participated in their board meeting.
Are you and Bai Huijing very close?
Qin Feng was a little puzzled.
Could it be that in the original plot, Su Ruoxue and Bai Huijing knew each other so early?
The original plot didn't mention it, and Qin Feng wasn't very clear about the relationship between the two. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Ruoxue couldn't help but feel a little panicked. They had only met yesterday, and it was precisely because of Qin Feng's inner thoughts that they had met. The fact that they can hear Qin Feng's thoughts is something they absolutely cannot tell Qin Feng. She herself no longer feels safe knowing that she is in a fictional world, and hearing Qin Feng's thoughts is her only protection. If this matter is revealed, she does not know if Qin Feng will still treat her in this manner. From Qin Feng's recent actions and thoughts, it can be seen that Qin Feng no longer wants to give himself away so much. Once she said that she could hear her true feelings, Qin Feng didn't know what kind of action she would take. After thinking about it, Su Ruoxue's face suddenly revealed a forced smile.
Didn't Sister Bai's company have some kind of incident? Someone rebelled, and the neutral part was actually bought off by Yang Luo. I just went over there to take a look.
Chapter 55, the plot collapsed, but it didn't completely collapse.
Upon hearing Su Ruoxue's words, Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed subtly. Sure enough, the plot is still going according to what I thought.
The neutral part of the people was bribed by Yang Lu, and Bai Huijing, who was at her wit's end, could only choose Yang Lu.
In that case, apart from Su Ruoxue's current character being ruined, everything else is on the right track?
Qin Feng thought about this and couldn't help but glance over, relieved to find that Su Ruoxue wasn't looking at him.
But what about Su Ruoxue's line?
The idea of secretly stealing away a female protagonist without the protagonist noticing was just Qin Feng's random thoughts. Su Ruoxue is the main female protagonist, how could she just be taken away like that? This is a character that runs through the entire story, and Qin Feng's subsequent conflicts with Yang Lu are all reflected in Su Ruoxue.
But then, on second thought, Qin Feng quickly realized that something was wrong.
Yang Lu's hatred had already been established, and since I knew the plot, I could instead cooperate with Yang Lu. In the original plot, when the protagonist first met Su Ruoxue developed a favorable impression of Yang Lu. Subsequently, because of her obsessive behavior and the Qin family's overwhelming power, Yang Lu was forced to find Bai Huijing. With Bai Huijing's help, and the assistance of the Lu family, Yang Lu was considered to be all-powerful in the business world of Donghai. This villain even created a company himself, but in the end, it was all for nothing.
Now the plot has gone awry. Su Ruoxue not only did not develop a good impression of Yang Lu, but she has a good impression of him instead. Thinking about the scene in the Bai's group meeting room just now, Qin Feng would be a fool if he still didn't feel Su Ruoxue's intentions. Originally, Qin Feng was wondering if things could not be salvaged. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was not the case. Although Su Ruoxue's heart was with him, Yang Lu's hatred for him was still established. And compared to the original plot, he resented himself even more. In that case, it didn't seem to matter whether Su Ruoxue was by Yang Lu's side or not. Thinking about this, Qin Feng's face brightened and he immediately organized his thoughts. Su Ruoxue's role in the entire story was to attract Qin Feng's hatred. Now Qin Feng himself knows how the plot will go, and if he wants to return to the original world, he must cooperate with Yang Lu. You don't need to worry about the hatred on your side. Similarly, in the original text, Yang Lu had been trying to deal with himself because of his obsessive pursuit of Su Ruoxue. Expand his own power. Now, although Su Ruoxue's heart is not with him, judging from Yang Lu's actions in the meeting room just now, Yang Lu even has the heart to kill him. Against himself, the Lu family will definitely recommend him to expand his power. In that case, although the plot has completely collapsed, it has not completely collapsed? Thinking about this, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and the confusion in his heart was also swept away at this moment. He was confused before because Su Ruoxue had come out to save him regardless of the consequences, and he didn't know whether he should give Su Ruoxue to Yang Lu. However, now it seems that Su Ruoxue does not need to be given away, and the original plot will not deviate in the slightest. After learning that Su Ruoxue, who is so focused on herself, does not need to be given away, Qin Feng's heart could not help but feel a little happy. But then he thought about it, and he felt that something was wrong again. Isn't this a Chinese translation of a Chinese translation? As the name suggests, it is a Chinese translation into Chinese. The plot of this book has been completely replaced by Qin Feng with another plot. But the main line is the same, it's just that a different method is used to achieve this main line. This is literally a Chinese translation into Chinese in the novel industry. Is this really okay? Qin Feng frowned, but then thought about it and let it go. Forget it, the plot has already deviated so much, it is completely impossible to return to the original plot, so just go down this path to the end. The plot has changed from the beginning. Now Su Ruoxue's heart is mostly with me, and even if I give her to Yang Lu, it is impossible to change the plot. What's more, how could Qin Feng possibly give his woman to Yang Lu? If Qin Feng didn't have feelings for Su Ruoxue, that would be fine, but when Su Ruoxue chose to stand in front of him without hesitation and block the punch for him, Qin Feng's heart, which had always been sealed, already had a place for this girl. Since there was no way to change the plot, Qin Feng decided to follow the original plan. Don't change the main plot of the original book when you change the plot. And the system also said that it was because he killed the protagonist, making the heroine fall in love with him, which caused the world to collapse. What does it mean for the world to collapse? That means the main plot has deviated, which is why he can't go back. If the main plot doesn't deviate, then it won't have any impact on whether he can go back or not? Thinking about this, everything made sense, and Qin Feng's eyes once again radiated their former brilliance. Su Ruoxue, who was standing nearby, was instantly attracted to Qin Feng's charming face when she saw this scene. It wasn't long before Qin Feng's people arrived. Of course, they didn't run over, but drove a large truck. Everyone in Donghai knew about Qin Feng's intentions towards Su Ruoxue, including his subordinates. They dared not neglect Su Ruoxue's move, not to mention that she would be living with Qin Feng. They soon saw Qin Feng's parked car after arriving, and immediately parked the truck next to it. The butler led dozens of people to Qin Feng's car and said respectfully, "Young master, everyone is here." Qin Feng nodded and said indifferently, "Let's start moving." Upon hearing these words, the butler immediately walked to the door of the passenger seat, opened the door, and respectfully said, "Please, young mistress." Young mistress. Upon hearing these words, Su Ruoxue's face flushed, but she did not refute, and quickly got out of the car, leading a group of people to her home. There is strength in numbers. With the busyness of dozens of people, Su Ruoxue's home was almost quickly swept clean. They took everything they could carry from the house. 10 minutes later, Su Ruoxue, led by the butler, once again arrived at the passenger seat next to Qin Feng. The butler followed the large group to the large truck, and then the group set off in a grand manner towards the seaside villa where Qin Feng lived. The beautiful and spectacular seaside had several villas standing quietly there. It is like a paradise, so different from the city, and it feels like a fairy tale. Qin Feng, including his subordinates, have long since become accustomed to this sight. But Su Ruoxue, even if she is the president of the Su group, when has she ever seen this kind of scene? When she saw the group of villas by the sea, Su Ruoxue was directly stunned. Chapter 56, The Life of the Rich. These are no seaside villas. They're practically private palaces. 4 or 5 villas are scattered around, with a large villa standing in the middle. And because they knew in advance that Su Ruoxue was coming, Qin Feng's men had already been standing in front of the villa to greet her. After all, Qin Feng's pursuit of Su Ruoxue was known to all his servants, and they dared not neglect Su Ruoxue when she arrived. Who are they? Su Ruoxue asked with some surprise. Qin Feng, however, just glanced at them and then laughed lightly. The servants. Servants? Hearing these words, Su Ruoxue couldn't help but widen her eyes and look ahead. Do you need so many servants? Qin Feng laughed. You'll find out soon enough. This Su Ruoxue has never been to her villa in any life, and this is probably the first time for her. The two drove up to the villa. Before Qin Feng could get out of the car, 4 or 5 people suddenly came running over. The people skillfully divided themselves into 2 groups, helping Qin Feng and Su Ruoxue open the car doors respectively, and bowing 90 degrees, they said. Young master, young mistress, please. Qin Feng got out of the car as usual. Su Ruoxue, on the other hand, looked panicked, but when she saw Qin Feng get out of the car, she hesitated for a moment before getting out too. After getting out of the car, Qin Feng had just taken out the car key when a man suddenly came up and took Qin Feng's key. Then, without waiting for Qin Feng to say anything, he got into the car and drove it to the garage. Qin Feng and Su Ruoxue, on the other hand, were slowly escorted by a group of servants into the villa. Along the way, Su Ruoxue was in a daze. It was really the first time he had come to Qin Feng's villa, and such a spectacular scene really scared her, someone who had never seen the world before. When they arrived at the villa, Su Ruoxue was even more shocked by the scene inside. Inside the villa, the maidens were dressed in various maid outfits and were busy everywhere. There were so many maids outside, but they were not all of them, and there were so many more in this villa? What were these? Maids? Qin Feng looked at Su Ruoxue strangely, and then slowly opened his hands. Immediately, a maid came forward, took Qin Feng's jacket off, and left. Gulu. Su Ruoxue didn't know what to say anymore. 5 villas, hundreds of maids. This kind of extravagant life, not to mention her, who in the whole of China is more extravagant than Qin Feng. Just as Su Ruoxue was thinking this, Qin Feng's voice slowly came. Do you want to eat something? Su Ruoxue froze for a moment upon hearing this, and then nodded in agreement when she thought about how she hadn't eaten much today. Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately turned his head and looked at the butler. Seeing this, the butler didn't even wait for Qin Feng to speak, and hurriedly nodded. Young master, please wait. As soon as he finished speaking, the butler directly sprinted all the way out of the villa, while a group of maids also busied themselves, arranging for Qin Feng and Su Ruoxue to be seated. Qin Feng sat on the sofa without any hesitation, and the maids on the side, seeing this, had long been used to it. 5 or 6 of them pushed Qin Feng to the table together. Then they helped Qin Feng tie on the bib. Su Ruoxue on the side was embarrassed and did not want to sit down carefully like Qin Feng, but the maids on the side quickly came up to her with bibs. Su Ruoxue saw this and hurriedly waved her hands. No, I can do it myself. With that, she grabbed the bib and put it around her neck. Seeing this, the maids had no choice but to slowly step back. At the table, there were only Qin Feng and Su Ruoxue, while the maids stood far away in the back. Looking at the neatly dressed maids standing in the back, Su Ruoxue really couldn't help but ask. Maid, aren't there a bit too many of you? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow on hearing this. How? Not enough? Su Ruoxue wanted to cry but had no tears. The maids on Qin Feng's side were more than her company's employees. Her company's employees could also help her generate revenue, but these maids were here, and Qin Feng was spending money. How much do you have to pay them each month? Su Ruoxue asked. I'm afraid Qin Feng's monthly expenses will be quite high for hiring so many maids? But Qin Feng said nonchalantly. 10,000 yuan per person per month, the butler gets a little more because he has more busy work. 10,000 yuan per month. Su Ruoxue was instantly shocked. The salary expenses for the servants alone would be several million yuan a month. It would be tens of millions of yuan a year, which is already comparable to the annual profit of their company, right? It's really depressing to compare yourself to others. Perhaps it is because she is with Qin Feng, and at this moment she knows that Qin Feng has so many servants and spends so much money every month. Su Ruoxue can't help but feel a little heartache. But there are too many servants too. Speaking of which, Su Ruoxue didn't continue. Qin Feng, on the other hand, instantly understood what Su Ruoxue meant. She thinks that she has too many servants and it's a waste of money? He glanced behind him at the maids, and the many maids turned to follow Qin Feng's gaze, and their hearts became incredibly nervous. Young master, are you going to lay off staff? Just as everyone was caught up in the tension, Qin Feng laughed. Forget it, they're all from poor families. Either the younger siblings can't afford to go to school, so the older siblings work to support the family, or the husbands are gamblers and the wives are left alone with the children. It makes no difference to me whether there are more or fewer of them. Enjoy it, after all, you've all become rich second-generation masters. What's the problem with hiring a few hundred servants? Helping these poor people out while enjoying myself at my own expense is fine with Qin Feng. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Ruoxue also instantly understood and, thinking of what she knew about Qin Feng before, she immediately stopped mentioning the matter. Seeing that Su Ruoxue was no longer speaking, the maids on the side all let out a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Qin Feng would kick them out just now. After all, this kind of job that earns 10,000 yuan a month and requires nothing of them is hard to find anywhere. Although they need to serve 3 meals a day, there are hundreds of people, and there is actually not much work for each person. Soon, with the busy personal chef, the food was quickly served. Su Ruoxue's mind was still thinking about what Qin Feng had just said, and her heart couldn't help but feel sweet. Unexpectedly, the news she knew was actually the most real Qin Feng, who was quite caring. Thinking about her man being so caring, Su Ruoxue felt inexplicably happy. She looked up at Qin Feng, but the next second the scene in front of her made her freeze. Qin Feng was sitting on the sofa with his hands behind his head, looking lazy. In front of him, a long line of maids was waiting, each holding a pair of chopsticks. The first maid went up, picked up a piece of fish and brought it to Qin Feng's mouth. Qin Feng opened his mouth wide and quickly ate the fish. Seeing this, the maid hurriedly took a handkerchief and wiped Qin Feng's mouth, before running to the end of the line. The second maid then stood there waiting, as if waiting for Qin Feng to finish chewing before continuing to feed him. Is this the life of the rich? Seeing this, Su Ruoxue once again felt like crying but had no tears. Chapter 57, Next Plan. Su Ruoxue thought this was already the most outrageous thing she had ever seen. But the next second, something even more outrageous happened. After each maid finished feeding Qin Feng, she placed the chopsticks in the nearby chopsticks basket and then went to get a new pair and waited in line. Everyone did the same. Qin Feng took a few bites of his food and looked at Su Ruoxue, who had been sitting there motionless, and asked in confusion. What are you doing? Eat. Su Ruoxue saw Qin Feng acting as if nothing had happened and didn't say anything more. It wasn't like it was my money anyway, and his family's wealth had nothing to do with me. With that, Su Ruoxue stopped worrying about Qin Feng and ate on her own. During the meal, Qin Feng even asked Su Ruoxue if she wanted to hire 2 people to serve her, which was decisively rejected by Su Ruoxue. She didn't want to be like Qin Feng, who needed someone to feed her. Soon, the meal was over. But neither Qin Feng nor Su Ruoxue ate much. The maids soon came to clear the dishes. As Su Ruoxue watched the busy maids, she asked Qin Feng. These dishes. She doubted that this food would be left for the next meal. Judging from Qin Feng's living habits, she was afraid that it was simply impossible. As she suspected, Qin Feng said indifferently. I packed it up for them to take home. I was worried about the leftovers going to waste, but the chef said it would taste bad, so it's best not to eat it. Su Ruoxue. At this moment, Su Ruoxue was truly shocked. Qin Feng's confession to her already seemed like a major gesture, and no one was more generous than Qin Feng, but compared to life in Qin Feng's villa, the money spent on that confession was nothing. When the maids began to clear the table, Qin Feng looked at Su Ruoxue and asked. Where do you plan to live? Huh? Didn't you say I'm going to live with you? Su Ruoxue was puzzled. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and said. We will be living together, but there are so many rooms around, don't you want to pick one you like? As he spoke, Qin Feng's face revealed a wicked smile. Or do you want to live in the same room as me? Live in the same room? That was what she had originally thought. The main thing was that she hadn't expected Qin Feng's place to be so luxurious, thinking it would be the same as her house in the World Trade Center apartment.
Now that Qin Feng had asked, Su Ruoxue suddenly blushed. Seeing Su Ruoxue blush, Qin Feng froze for a moment.
No way? Su Ruoxue really plans to live in the same room as me? I just casually mentioned it. Who can resist a big beauty in their own room?
If I do something to Su Ruoxue at night, won't Qin Feng be thinking this, while Su Ruoxue's face became more and more rosy because she could hear Qin Feng's thoughts.
But the next second, Su Ruoxue thought that the heroines could hear Qin Feng's thoughts, so didn't Qin Feng's words just now make Pei Qianzi and Bai Huijing listen in?
Thinking that she was living in the same room as Qin Feng and that these words would be heard by those two women, Su Ruoxue suddenly panicked.
Ah!
A scream interrupted Qin Feng's train of thought. Qin Feng's inner voice also stopped instantly at this moment, and he looked at Su Ruoxue in surprise.
What's wrong with you?
Su Ruoxue hurriedly said when she saw that Qin Feng's inner voice was no longer coming. I won't sleep with you, I'll change rooms.
Huh?
Qin Feng was a little surprised to see this.
What's going on?
It seems like she was quite happy to sleep with me, so why did she refuse?
Is there something she's not telling me? But it doesn't seem like it.
There's no doubt that this girl has a crush on me, but why is she? Just as Su Ruoxue let out a sigh of relief because Qin Feng wasn't thinking about it anymore, she suddenly heard Qin Feng's thoughts, and they kept coming without stopping.
Su Ruoxue's face suddenly stiffened, and she hurriedly said, Why don't I sleep in the same room as you?
Huh? This time, Qin Feng was even more surprised, but he didn't think much of it and immediately told the maids to clean up the room. With the help of these maids, Su Ruoxue's luggage was quickly packed. Although Su Ruoxue had quite a lot of clothes, Qin Feng's room was quite spacious. After all, such a large villa was placed here. What gave Su Ruoxue a sigh of relief was that Qin Feng didn't think any more about it when she said she would sleep with him. But then, when Su Ruoxue came to her senses, she couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed.
So she was living with Qin Feng? Or just in the same room?
It was getting dark, and after a busy day, the two of them were ready to rest. Although they were living in the same room, there was only one bed, but Su Ruoxue was still a little shy.
Yes, the two of them have developed too quickly.
It's so fast that she's still a little dazed. So when they were in bed, Su Ruoxue didn't take off a single piece of clothing, and she took up a corner of the bed, not daring to lean towards Qin Feng. Looking at Su Ruoxue, who was hiding in the corner alone, Qin Feng didn't say much, but instead thought to himself, women are trouble, we're already sleeping in the same bed, and she's still so shy. But... Before Qin Feng could finish thinking, he suddenly felt something soft burrow into his arms.
Su Ruoxue, who was panicking, said, Don't think about it anymore. Think about what?
Qin Feng's brain had already shut down when Su Ruoxue burrowed into his arms, and at this time, he didn't react for a while when he heard Su Ruoxue say that. Su Ruoxue also realized that she had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly said,
It's nothing.
But as soon as the words fell, Su Ruoxue felt the breath of the man who was so close to her, and her face turned even more rosy. She was embarrassed and buried herself directly in Qin Feng's arms, as if she didn't want Qin Feng to see her face. Qin Feng also looked at the jade person in his arms with a dumbfounded expression, his mind a blank. Seeing that Qin Feng no longer had a mind voice, Su Ruoxue felt a sigh of relief in her heart, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. What she was most afraid of now was that Pei Qianzi and the others could hear Qin Feng's mind voice. If they all heard it, she was afraid that she would be ashamed to be a human being in the future.
Thinking about this, Su Ruoxue couldn't help but pray in her heart.
At the same time, on the other side, in Pei Qianzi's bar,
Pei Qianzi and Bai Huijing were drinking.
After finishing up at the company, Bai Huijing came over to discuss the next steps with Pei Qianzi. At this moment, hearing Qin Feng's thoughts, Pei Qianzi raised her glass of red wine and said teasingly, Su Ruoxue looks so innocent, I can't believe she's already in Qin Feng's bed. In front of her, Bai Huijing also had a smile on her face. Yes, I didn't expect the heroine to end up in the villain's bed. The two of them exchanged glances, the smile in their eyes undisguised. However, after a while, Pei Qianzi began to get down to business.
What about you? You haven't found the company's mole, what are you going to do next?
Chapter 58, Some people are happy, some people are sad.
The company's mole.
As soon as these words were uttered, Bai Huijing's face darkened. She didn't come to see Pei Qianzi this time because she heard Qin Feng's thoughts, but mainly because of the company's mole.
No clue.
Bai Huijing said with a frown. She originally thought that Wang Zongping had found the mole and wanted her to step down, but she didn't expect it to be someone other than Wang Zongping. She didn't doubt the truthfulness of Wang Zongping's words. After all, it was unlikely that such a person would lie to her under those circumstances. This also made her feel a bit awkward. If it wasn't Wang Zongping who sent someone, then it was someone else. The enemy that surfaced was not scary. What made Bai Huijing feel the most scared was someone who could arrange someone to enter her company without making a sound. Now she could only take things one step at a time. Bai Huijing said. But if you can't find the mole in a short period of time, it will be a hidden danger after all. Pei Qianzi added. Bai Huijing doesn't need to worry about the mole for now. After all, Su Ruoxue has already come forward, and her relationship with Qin Feng is here. With the Qin family in front of them, there naturally won't be any problems. But what about the long term? Although Su Ruoxue will help Bai Huijing for now, in the future, after Su Ruoxue has really married into the Qin family, will she really care about them? Although there is a good chance that Su Ruoxue will help Bai Huijing, Pei Qianzi knows that this is not the best choice. She and Bai Huijing are the same type of person. If she were in her shoes, she would never put all her hopes in other people, even if she knew that this person was also the heroine in this book like her. She would not do that, but would Bai Huijing choose this? What's more, this is already the heroine who slept with the villain. Well, this is what's giving me a headache right now. The main thing is that I have no idea about this insider right now, not a clue at all. That's why I've asked you to come over and see if you have any ideas. Bai Huijing said to Pei Qianzi. Bai Huijing knew that Pei Qianzi had a lot of ideas, so she sought Pei Qianzi's help. Her idea? Pei Qianzi fell silent upon hearing this. After a moment of silence, she looked up at Bai Huijing and said, I do have an idea, but it depends on whether you are willing to do it. Ha! Upon hearing this, Bai Huijing was first taken aback, and then her face brightened with joy. What? She had just come over to ask, and she never expected that Pei Qianzi actually had an idea. Seeing this, Pei Qianzi said indifferently. It's what I told you before, get on good terms with Su Ruoxue and go hang out at her place when you're not busy. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Bai Huijing was a bit at a loss. They had discussed this before. But that was before, when Su Ruoxue was living alone in the World Trade Apartment. Now, Su Ruoxue is living with Qin Feng, so how can she go over there while the couple is on their honeymoon? Seeing this, Pei Qianzi shrugged and said. Besides, I don't have any other options. After all, even the Hong family has made me so overwhelmed that I'm afraid I'll have to go to Su Ruoxue for help myself after a while. I can't help you now. It all depends on Bai Huijing's own wishes. As she said, don't look at her as being successful now, it's because of the deterrent effect left from her previous shopping trip with Qin Feng. If Qin Feng doesn't come looking for her after a while, the Hong family will definitely continue to make a move on her. Now she is also in a situation where she can't help herself. Hearing this, Bai Huijing also reacted. She almost forgot about Pei Qianzi's current situation. But after thinking about it, Bai Huijing said with a smile. Why don't we ask Su's sister to go out together tomorrow? Asking Su Ruoxue is secondary, the main reason is to go to Qin Feng's place and meet with Qin Feng. Bai Huijing was embarrassed to go alone, so she wanted to bring Pei Qianzi along. Great! Pei Qianzi smiled. She understood Bai Huijing's thoughts, but this was also a good thing for her. After all, she would be too embarrassed to go to Qin Feng alone. Here, cheers! Bai Huijing saw that Pei Qianzi had agreed, and immediately extended her right hand holding a glass. Bang! The two women clinked their glasses and chatted with each other, laughing. Some people are happy, some people are sad. Although the two of them were a little worried about the follow-up developments, with Qin Feng here, they were not completely without a way out, no matter what they said. However, Yang Lu's mood was particularly bad. Lu Yong stood next to Yang Lu with a frown. Mr. Yang, you're too impulsive. Yang Lu, however, clenched his fists tightly and said with gritted teeth. I know, but I'm not willing to accept it. I had carefully planned a performance, and I thought I could take down the Bai group and also the beauty Bai Huijing at the same time, but I never expected so many unexpected events to occur. Su Ruoxue and Pei Qianzi were actually also at the Bai group. What made him feel even more hateful was that Qin Feng was also there. Since Qin Feng arrived at the meeting room, the three women had been afraid to speak. In his opinion, it was entirely because of Qin Feng's deterrent effect. He was furious, and he wanted to beat Qin Feng up to vent the anger of the three women.
But he didn't expect Su Ruoxue to block in front of Qin Feng. Thinking of the tears on Su Ruoxue's face before, the words "not speaking from the heart" came to mind. Thinking of Su Ruoxue's current situation in the midst of a fire, Yang Lu was eager to save Su Ruoxue from the inferno. What should we do next? Lu Yong did not know what Yang Lu was thinking, and after thinking for a while, he said, Qin Feng from the Bai group has interfered. If we continue to invest, I'm afraid we will soon face retaliation from the Qin family. If you ask me, why don't we just find a new place to settle down? By a place to settle down, he naturally meant a new company. Yang Lu frowned upon hearing this. How much money do we need, and how long will it take? If Qin Feng doesn't interfere, 100 million yuan will be enough, and we will definitely be able to set it up in 3 days. Lu Yong said decisively. If Qin Feng interferes, no amount of money will help, but Qin Feng is probably not bored enough to target them yet. 100 million to set up a company in 3 days is not an easy task, but Lu Yong is confident that he can do it. 3 days? Yang Luo thought about it for a moment, then handed Lu Yong a bank card. Here is 100 million, go take care of this matter. Yes. Lu Yong said, took the bank card and retreated. At this time, Yang Luo's mind once again conjured up Su Ruoxue's tear-stained eyes, and he thought to himself, Don't worry, I will definitely save you. What he didn't know was that Su Ruoxue was in Qin Feng's villa. Su Ruoxue was hugging Qin Feng at this time, as if she was hugging a fireplace, making her feel incredibly warm. So much so that the skirt on her body, the hem of the skirt, didn't know when it reached her neck, and Qin Feng's right hand was also covering her underwear. Su Ruoxue let out a sound and her body subconsciously straightened forward. Chapter 59, Has the Secret Been Discovered? The next day. At 9 a.m., a phone suddenly rang. In a daze, Qin Feng squinted his eyes, glanced at Su Ruoxue, who had been lying on top of him for some time, and took out one hand to pick up the phone. Hello? Young master, there are 2 women at the door who say they are looking for Su Ruoxue. Women? Who? Qin Feng was a little surprised. How come there were women looking for her so early in the morning? And they weren't looking for him? Upon hearing this, there was silence for about 5 seconds, and then the butler continued. Pei Qianzi and Bai Huijing. Huh? Qin Feng was a little curious. Bai Huijing? Shouldn't that woman be rolling in the sheets with Yang Luo right now? What's going on? How did she team up with Pei Qianzi and come here? No, the original plot seems to only introduce Yang Luo. But I remember that the day after the meeting, Bai Huijing didn't get off the bed. Qin Feng scratched his head. The plot was always a little different from what he knew, and now he couldn't figure out what was going on either. After glancing at Su Ruoxue, who was lying on top of him, Qin Feng thought, Forget it, I'm already here, I'll just watch. Thinking this, Qin Feng said into the phone. Yes, take them to the living room, I'll be down in a moment. After saying that, Qin Feng hung up the phone. Downstairs, the butler heard Qin Feng's order, and the original seriousness on his face instantly turned into a smile. Please come in, both of you. He then led the way. On the way, Pei Qianzi said with a smile to Bai Huijing. I can't believe Yang Lu is so capable. There was no hiding the teasing in Pei Qianzi's tone. Bai Huijing, who had already been at a loss for what to do after hearing Qin Feng's words, immediately said when she heard Pei Qianzi's teasing. It's just that someone's script hasn't come into play yet. Now that you're saying so much, aren't you afraid that you'll be embarrassed when it's your turn? Hearing Bai Huijing's retort, Pei Qianzi awkwardly smiled, but didn't say anything more. In the hearts of the 2 women, it seemed as if it was a very embarrassing thing to hear that they were related to Yang Lu. The housekeeper led them all the way to the living room, and then arranged for the 2 of them before leaving. Leaving behind a shocked Pei Qianzi and Bai Huijing. I went to this as a residence? Like Su Ruoxue yesterday, they were all shocked by the luxury of Qin Feng's home. The large room, including the countless antiques and jade around it. With their discerning eyes, they could tell at a glance that they were worth a lot of money, but in Qin Feng's place, they were just props for decoration. There were also maids cleaning around the clock, as if they were not worried at all that these maids would steal these things. My God, no wonder Su Ruoxue got into Qin Feng's bed on the first day she arrived. If it were me, I'm afraid I couldn't hold back either. Pei Qianzi spoke up. She owns a bar, and although she has a lot of money, she realized after coming here that all her assets combined are probably not as valuable as just one of Qin Feng's antiques.
This time, Bai Huijing, unusually, did not argue with Pei Qianzi, but instead nodded in agreement.
For a moment, the two of them sat there not knowing what to say. And while the two of them were in shock. In the room upstairs. Since they were a little uncomfortable sleeping together for the first time, the two of them slept in a vegetarian style, with their clothes still on. After lowering Su Ruoxue's skirt, Qin Feng got out of bed. It seemed that she felt Qin Feng getting out of bed, as Su Ruoxue's long eyelashes suddenly fluttered. "You're awake?" Qin Feng asked, sensing Su Ruoxue's movement. Su Ruoxue nodded.
"If you're awake, hurry up and get up. Bai Huijing and Pei Qianzi are downstairs looking for you."
Su Ruoxue didn't say anything when she heard this.
In fact, she had already woken up long before Qin Feng's thoughts had just been transmitted. It was just that the two of them were in an overly intimate position at the time, causing her to not know what to do for a moment. Pretending to be asleep was the only thing she could do, so when Qin Feng had just gotten out of bed, she had then acted as if she had just woken up. At this point, she had already known that the two of them had arrived, so she immediately got out of bed without saying a word.
Feeling the residual warmth on her body, Su Ruoxue couldn't help but blush.
Downstairs, when she saw Su Ruoxue and Qin Feng finally come downstairs, Pei Qianzi couldn't help but tease.
"Finally came down? I thought you two would want to be intimate a bit before coming down." To this, Qin Feng smiled and didn't reply.
Instead, Su Ruoxue, who had already blushed from the clues she discovered in the morning, was even more flushed at this time. Soon, Su Ruoxue sat down next to Pei Qianzi and the others and asked with a smile.
"Why are you here? Didn't we come here to find you and go out for a stroll and window shop?"
Pei Qianzi smiled and glanced at Qin Feng. "Unfortunately, it seems like we came at a bad time. But you can't blame us, who knew you slept with Qin Feng on the first day?" After these words, the girls didn't feel anything was wrong, and even Su Ruoxue blushed because of them. But Qin Feng soon noticed something was wrong.
"Huh? How do you know that I slept with her?"
Upon hearing these words, the three women's faces suddenly turned pale. Pei Qianzi also quickly realized that she had said the wrong thing. After learning that they were in a novel world, they were terrified, but the only thing that gave them comfort was that they could hear Qin Feng's thoughts. This secret absolutely could not be discovered by Qin Feng, because once discovered, it would not be a good thing for anyone. They had to find a reason to cover it up. Thinking about this, the three women suddenly fell silent. Qin Feng, on the other hand, frowned and looked suspiciously at the three women's faces. However, when he saw Su Ruoxue, his eyes never left her. Su Ruoxue, who thought her secret had been discovered, stuttered when she saw Qin Feng's eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Feng said wordlessly, "I said, did you secretly send them a message while I was asleep yesterday?" Qin Feng said this because there didn't seem to be any other explanation. The three women, who were already at a loss, were suddenly relieved when they heard this.
Su Ruoxue hurriedly nodded. "Yes, I sent them a message yesterday." "Damn it!" Qin Feng was speechless. "You have this kind of hobby."
Although he said this, Qin Feng was a little depressed.
When did Su Ruoxue get on such good terms with the two of them that she would tell them such a thing?
After all, things between lovers are supposed to be kept private, and Su Ruoxue's personality meant that she would never have told them, but he never expected the two of them to know. Hearing Qin Feng's thoughts, Su Ruoxue hurriedly said,
"Chapter 60, Aren't you afraid of suffocating?" they asked. Hearing this answer, Qin Feng's mouth twitched.
She really deserves to be the most simple-minded of all the heroines.
"You just told me after you asked?" Thinking about this, Qin Feng didn't think about it anymore.
Seeing that Qin Feng no longer doubted, the three women also hurriedly let out a sigh of relief. Soon, Su Ruoxue and Bai Huijing glanced at Pei Qianzi slightly reproachfully, and Pei Qianzi also had an apologetic expression on her face. After all, it was almost because of her that the three of them almost had their secret discovered by Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at the three women, who had strange expressions on their faces, and asked,
"Do you want to eat something?" "No."
Hearing this, Su Ruoxue hurriedly shook her head, and then dragged the two women towards the door. When the two women saw this, they did not refuse, and they all went out together.
Still eating breakfast?
They were still shaken by Pei Qianzi's mistake just now, and they were afraid that if they stayed for a while longer, Qin Feng might discover something
strange.
Seeing the three women hurrying about, Qin Feng shook his head, but he didn't think about it anymore. Instead, he began to take his breakfast under the maid's service. After going out,
the three women let out a sigh of relief again when they glanced at the villa that was gradually getting further away. Beside them, Bai Huijing looked at Pei Qianzi with a reproachful expression. "You were so rude." "Yes." Su Ruoxue's face wasn't looking too good either. But instead of getting angry, Pei Qianzi said with a self-deprecating smile. My, it just slipped out." Su Ruoxue didn't feel like scolding her anymore when she heard this, but after thinking about it, she added. "In the future, you should still speak less in front of Qin Feng. You will only make mistakes if you speak too much. Once Qin Feng discovers the secret, it won't be a good thing for us." The two women on the side nodded immediately when they heard this. Su Ruoxue, on the other hand, looked at the two women and asked, "What did you come to see me about today?" Hearing this, Bai Huijing directly stated the reason for her visit. "Isn't this to get in touch with you more? After all, the company's business hasn't been resolved yet." "Ah?" Su Ruoxue was a little surprised on hearing this. "It hasn't been resolved yet?" Bai Huijing, who knew that Su Ruoxue had left early, immediately explained. "The mole was not sent by Wang Zongping, but someone else, so for the time being, we still need to use your husband's position to cover up for a while." "Your husband?" Hearing this, Su Ruoxue immediately thought of the ambiguous scene this morning, and her face flushed slightly. But after looking at Bai Huijing, Su Ruoxue did not refuse. "So where should we go next?" "You pick the place, but we need to contact each other more frequently recently. Why don't we find a place to sit for a while?" Since they really didn't know where to go, the group thought about it for a moment and then casually found a coffee shop. As before, the three women became the focus of the entire place as soon as they appeared. They had long since become accustomed to it and did not show any other expressions. Instead, they asked the waiter to find a private room, and the three women sat in. The nervousness they had felt before, when they almost got discovered by Qin Feng, had long since disappeared. As soon as they entered the private room, Pei Qianzi teased. "I never thought that the world's #1 heroine would end up in the villain's bed. How does it feel?" At the first part of Pei Qianzi's sentence, Su Ruoxue blushed a little, but at the second part she was a little confused. "What does it feel like?" "Of course it feels like being a woman." "Huh?" Hearing this, Su Ruoxue suddenly stood up. Seeing Su Ruoxue's expression, Pei Qianzi was like discovering a new world. "No way? You were in the same bed, and nothing happened between you?" Su Ruoxue hurriedly explained. "What are you thinking? Qin Feng is not that kind of person." Upon hearing this, not only Pei Qianzi, but also Bai Huijing looked at Su Ruoxue in surprise. "But yesterday, I didn't want you to worry about what I was thinking, so I told him not to think about it anymore." Su Ruoxue, who had no ulterior motives, immediately told them everything that had happened yesterday. Hearing Su Ruoxue's explanation, Pei Qianzi was extremely surprised. "So it was you who took the initiative?" "Although I had a vague suspicion yesterday, I didn't expect it to be true." Su Ruoxue nodded shyly in response. Pei Qianzi then continued. "Did he not do anything to you?" "Of course not." Su Ruoxue blurted out. Hearing this, Pei Qianzi couldn't help but frown. "That's not right." Seeing Pei Qianzi's expression, Su Ruoxue asked in puzzlement. "What's wrong? You're such a beautiful woman, not to mention men, even I as a woman can't resist your charm, how can Qin Feng resist?" This is not at all exaggerated. Su Ruoxue is the president of the company, and she is simple-minded, and she is considered the simplest of the three of them, and every move she makes invisibly exudes a different kind of charm. Not to mention Pei Qianzi, Bai Huijing also fell in love with this lovely Su Ruoxue. But unexpectedly, nothing happened between the two of them after living together for a night. He is not as despicable as you think," Su Ruoxue said weakly. In her heart, Qin Feng was exactly the Prince Charming in her mind. Not only is he good-looking, rich and caring, but he is also incredibly good to her. How could Qin Feng be as despicable as they say? Could it be that this Qin Feng is no good? Pei Qianzi said with a smile in her eyes. And hearing this, Su Ruoxue, who was already incredibly in love with Qin Feng, could no longer hold back, and immediately stood up and said, "How could that be?" Seeing Su Ruoxue defending her child, Pei Qianzi and Bai Huijing immediately laughed. They could see that Su Ruoxue's heart had already been captured by Qin Feng. The two women's laughter immediately made Su Ruoxue understand that the two were teasing her. "If you keep this up, I'm going back."
But Pei Qianzi would not let her go, and immediately revealed a lecherous smile.
Going back to be affectionate with your man? You.
Okay, Ruoxue is young after all. If you tease her like this, she really won't be able to stay. Bai Huijing came out and made peace.
After hearing this, Su Ruoxue's impression of Bai Huijing rose sharply. However, the next second, Bai Huijing took Su Ruoxue aside and said, "But if nothing happened between you two, it's not good for you." "What's wrong?" Su Ruoxue was stunned and didn't quite understand what Bai Huijing meant.
Bai Huijing immediately said, "Men, especially men in Qin Feng's age group, definitely have a lot of needs in that area.
If you sleep with him every day and don't do anything, aren't you afraid that your man will get bored?" Hearing Bai Huijing's so explicit words, Su Ruoxue's face flushed.
"Sister Bai, what are you talking about?